Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. A ninth-inning home run from Spencer Torqulson lifts the Tigers to a 2-1 win over the White Sox in last night's series opener. Dylan Dingler made it 1-0 Tigers in the second on an RBI single. Star Chicago rookie Colson Montgomery tied it up with a solo home run in the fifth, and that had set up Torque's heroics in the ninth. It was a towering home run off the foul pole and left for the game winner. Manager A.J. Hinch had a great seat to watch it fly. These two teams had to wait out a 1-hour rain delay in the ninth last night on the south side. Chris Paddock got the start for the Tigers. 5 2/3, 1 run, 4 strikeouts. Holton, Finnegan, and Vest combined to slam the door out of the pen. Lions start joint practices with the Dolphins in Allen Park tomorrow. The offense reportedly looked the best it has during training camp during practice yesterday, with Kyle Allen tightening his grasp on the backup quarterback job. DCFC's got a name and renderings for their new stadium in southwest Detroit. 15,000-seat Alumnify Field will open in time for the 2027 season. The club says Alumnify Field will be Detroit's only privately owned and financed stadium. Michigan landing a commitment from four-star Massachusetts quarterback Peter Bork. 24/7 ranks the 6'4" signal caller as the 6th best quarterback and 75th best overall player in the 2027 class. Bork chose the Wolverines over Georgia and Penn State. And U.S. Open winner J.J. Spawn and two-time major champion Xander Schauffele. They'll join world number 1 Scotty Scheffler on the U.S. Ryder Cup team. On the European team, Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood will be teammates of Masters champion Rory McIlroy. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And good morning on a Tuesday, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Luke Sloan on the updates. After a lengthy rain delay, Tigers win. John, Spencer Torqulson.
Torque, he's the guy that has been hot at the right time. Now, it hasn't always meant wins, as this team has struggled over the last 6 weeks, but they've been able to count on him. 7 hits in the last, or 7 games with hits in the last 8, and he's now 1 behind Riley Green for leading the Tigers in home runs with, 26, and Riley's got 27.
Yeah, good time for his 26 yesterday, a game where it's one of those where the Tigers had the early run, and it could have been more if not for Andy Ibanez getting thrown out on the bases, and you're thinking, boy, 1 run is not going to hold. You're playing with fire. They needed the jolt late in the game, and Torqulson gave him the jolt.
Yes, and so what did I say yesterday about this being a team where, hey, if the pitching is not there and you need to score 9 runs, then that's what the team has to do. The offense has to have the defensive back or the pitcher's back. Yesterday, and it may not have been pretty.
No, it wasn't.
But the pitchers and the defense did what they had to do, only allowing 1 run on a night where the bats weren't there.
No, and it was really just the solo shot from Montgomery that Paddock gave up. Other than that, Paddock did the job.
Yeah. And so that's where this team is. You've got to have one of the sides step up, and ideally, you'd love to have, a 1-run performance from the mound and 8 runs at the plate. It doesn't always happen that way, but this is the formula that they used earlier in the season. And It was winning series, which they were able to do against the Angels, and it was, hey, when the pitching has to be there, you find a way to get it done. And they did yesterday.
6.5 now?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Pick up a half game with the Guardians not playing yesterday. They're back at it tonight.
1 game closer.
Hey, that's the thing. This is the stretch that we talked about. This is
whoever sits in that seat is supposed to give the magic number at about this time.
I think I saw Stoney tweeting it. I think it's 38.
I knew he was.
I could deliver that message. I think it's 38 if his math is right.
Oh, that's amazing.
And if it's wrong, it's his fault. But I think 38's our magic number, boys and girls.
So we had a listener, a texter yesterday, send in that it was 39. So it's probably right.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
And I was very alarmed by that, and I was wondering if Stoney was texting us.
Is that Max in Michigan?
Yeah, exactly.
Let me ask you this.
I don't listen to NHL radio, so I don't actually get to hear Max from Michigan.
I wonder
call
what his
in.
text name is.
Oh.
Max in Michigan is his national.
Yeah, it's his national radio name. Yes, his call-in name. I don't know. I wonder if he switches it up or if it's just
248.
yeah.
When is it?
Suggestions.
When is it magic number time in your mind? Like, all jokes aside, when do you actually want to hear about it? Like when it's inside of 10?
Yeah, I'd say single digits.
Okay.
That's when it matters to me.
So like after the Lions have played a couple weeks, we're probably looking at real magic number updates.
For the Tigers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be single digits once we get to, mid-September.
Yes. That's where it starts to be real. All right, and you could start, if you could count it on two hands, right? And it's a 9, it's 8, it's 7,
I love how much of a caveman you are when I can count it on my two hands.
yeah, I don't want to use the toes.
What do you mean? I got to get a calculator, all these numbers.
Yeah, I don't need an abacus for this. So that's when it becomes real for me. I think it's fun. It's something we throw out there. And we throw it out there now, and that's why I bring it up, because yesterday, what did we say? It was 3 games closer. That is 3 less games for the Guardians to do something on their side of this coin.
Yeah,
the Tigers are taking care of business.
You're putting the pressure on them. We talked about this 10-game stretch where we wanted to see, games against the Twins and the White Sox and the Angels who they played over the weekend. So far, 3-1. Take a couple more. You get to 7-3, which is what we talked about.
Right. It's all about focusing on the series at hand. For when it was the Angels, hey, you took 2 or 3. May not have been pretty, any 3 of them, but as long as you win 2 of the 3, and now they have a chance today to secure a series victory, and then they can see if they can sweep. But take care of this series victory today.
Speaking of today, busy show. Quarterback tiers. The latest results, scanning 50 decision makers in the game. We'll get to where Goff is, and just a general conversation of who belongs in what tier. That's at 6:35. We've got the 2 Grand Slam, a chance to win $2,000 at 7:25 this morning, and the AP Top 25. College football, overrated, underrated. We're going to get to all of that today on the show, and a more substantive conversation about Goff. I feel like it's been percolating since the season ended the way it ended, and I think the tiers will give us a good jumping off point into discussing where we're at with Jared Goff.
Yeah, and in regards to the AP Top 25, when we get a chance to discuss the overrated, underrated, not a lot of variance in how they ranked our local teams, but some big variance on teams that are ranked in the AP, not ranked in the college in the coaches poll, it's going to be very interesting, that discussion.
And the best part, by the way, of the AP Top 25 coming out yesterday, when you go to the ESPN College Football Scoreboard, it automatically defaults to Top 25 view.
Yes.
Nice.
I love that. Love it.
So
that way
close.
I don't have to go through all of the games that I'll probably view anyway. But, yes,
Purdue versus Southeast Missouri State. Yes.
Yeah, we can put that
Will Purdue get their first win in 12 months?
Might be their only win of the year. It's not going well. John, we'll get to that later in the show today. We are so close. We are 11 days away from college football week 0. Hey, note from Gov. Tigers played in Chicago yesterday. White Sox, one of the all-time dumps of a stadium.
Yeah, so me and Greg were both part of a little day trip to, I still call it Comiskey. The new Comiskey is what it was at first.
It was cellular.
Yeah, it's Rate Field now is what it's called.
Wait, I thought it was guaranteed rate.
Oh, it's no longer guaranteed, John.
Oh, it's just
the rate.
Oh,
at least that's what AI says. So
okay. No,
Nothing in life is guaranteed, so it's just rate field.
It's just rate field. Okay.
So yeah, we went. It was about 10 years ago, roughly, and it delivered. That place is an absolute dump. I believe it was built in 91 or 92, and I think the Tigers played the first game there and won it 16-0. Crazy. Rob Deere homered. Anyways, though, it had me wondering, like, what do people think are the worst stadiums in sports? Because I think that place is the absolute worst.
Is it the stadium, or is it the area the stadium's in, or is it both?
No, this area is kind of cool. It's not the greatest of areas, but I would say the experience of getting off an airplane, taking the L train to the stadium and walking was a cool experience. The stadium has nothing to it. It is an absolute just bland, blah stadium. And the only thing I would say in its defense is when it was built. it was built at an awful time. Innovation hadn't taken the shape that it had.
Right.
I would even say, like, Comerica to Ford Field, there was only a couple years difference, but Ford Field had the advantage of just new technology with suites and the setup and stuff like that. But this Rate Field, I think, is the worst stadium in sports. So
it was built at a time where amenities weren't valued the way they are now. And whether it was technology or it was just, hey, we want a cost-effective stadium versus all the bells and whistles, it doesn't have any bells and whistles. And I've not actually been to it. I've taken kind of a tour, a unofficial tour of it.
Yeah.
I think it's for baseball fields. Sometimes, like, there's nothing around it like Wrigleyville when you go to Wrigley
it's
Field.
not that. I'm talking about the stadium. Like, I went to Cleveland last year for the playoff game, and I believe it was called the Jake originally, and it was only built a couple years after the White Sox. And it's a nice stadium. There's a homely feel to it when you're inside it. They've renovated. They've kept up with times and stuff. I don't know if this is like the Reinsdorf ownership from way back in the day, with the Bulls, and he was viewed as cheap. I mean, he wouldn't pay Scottie Pippen.
Right.
So,
The dude was cheap.
right.
Yeah, flat out.
But no, I wanted to ask the question. What do you guys think are the biggest dumps or worst stadiums in sports? And now this includes college as well.
Pro and college.
But you have to be fair to college in terms of...
Grade on a curve.
Yes.
Okay, so we're up against it, but I have some that immediately came to mind.
Me too.
Some that I've been to and some that I haven't, but just have a reputation as being dumps. Worst stadiums in sports. We'll get to that next. 97.1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have a question about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. And I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life and my personal and financial goals, as well as my family, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And every time I go in there, I mentioned I went in there with Lisa last week, on Friday, I believe it was. Tim sat down with us and said, hey, we got some things that may be better for the kids now that they're going to college. That's the type of bank that First Merchants is. That's because they really care. They see us as people, not just as numbers, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well, and we have to all work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can find them more information at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
Get a brighter smile without breaking the bank. Brightside Dental is your spot. $35 new patient special that covers exams, that covers x-rays, and most importantly, there's no hidden fees. If you need to get back to the dentist, you missed your regular 6-month cleaning, it's been longer than you'd like to admit, there's no judgment at Brightside Dental. Make an appointment, get back in that routine, and let them know Jim Costa and the Morning Show sent you. That's 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. There you go. Dan Dickerson kind of calling a shot. I know Benetti did the same on the TV side.
Yeah.
Big spot for Torque.
Bobby Scales cackle. Always like the little laugh at the end of that. It's fun.
Then you had your hour-long rain delay before the Tigers made it official. 2-1 win against the White Sox, 6.5 games up in the division. We're going to get to quarterback tiers, where Goff is, where everybody is, who belongs where. That's coming up at 6:35. And then the Goff conversation afterwards. I know it's been percolating. People have thoughts on our quarterback. Ticket text on the worst stadiums in sports. Tigers are playing at Rate Field.
Rate Field, yes.
Rate Field, not guaranteed rate.
Nope.
Not U.S.
Rate.
Cellular or Comiskey, what it used to be. Just Rate Field, kind of a dump. John, before I read these ticket texts, you said some immediately came to mind. I have some as well.
Oh, sure. I've got two, and they're both in the NFL. One of them is in Cincinnati, and I know that they've been talking about trying to get a new stadium, keeping the Bengals in town. I don't know if where they are at that, but their stadium, and this kind of goes to what we've been talking about, Rate Field. It was built at a time and with ownership that didn't really want to invest in a lot of money. The cheap. That's what the Bengals are. There's bird crap on every seat. There literally is, and I've told this story before. We've watching the film. Steve Spurrier is our coach, and we're watching the special teams film, and you couldn't even see the field because they're all 22 view is like from the rafters, right? And there's birds, pigeons, all this stuff flying around, and Steve Spurrier goes, "That a bird?" Yeah, coach. Yeah, thanks for identifying the fact that you haven't watched any film as our head coach.
Thanks, coach.
But yeah, they're swarmed with birds everywhere, and there's bird crap everywhere. The next one is, I don't even know what they call it anymore. The old Joe Robbie Hard Rock. What do they call it? Miami? Yeah. It's changed so many names.
Yeah, it's Hard Rock, I think.
Total dump.
Yeah.
You can't find, there's no easy access to it, and you just it's an asshole.
Yeah, so I had one football, FedEx, where you played. I went 2019, maybe just before the pandemic. It has seen better days. I don't know if it was even nice when it was first built, John, but it was a dump when I went.
So the setting lends itself to instantly think dump.
Because it's isolated. It's surrounded by a parking lot, essentially.
It's surrounded completely by acres and acres of concrete parking lots. It's a big stadium right in the middle of a concrete jungle.
There is zero personality to that stadium.
No, there's not great personality. I was there, I think it was the second or third year when it was new. And when it was new, it did have, and it still does, right? You walk in, it has the, club seating, and they've got the couches, they got the TVs, they've got the restaurants on that level, which was nice. The bottom level, but again, like you said, there's just not a lot of personality to it.
Tropicana Field, I was going to say, but Dave and Warren has that on the ticket text, so we'll give him credit. I mean, they're not playing there this year, and there's talk that they may never play there.
It's actually currently a dump.
Yes, John. I'd also say the Coliseum, but it's no longer active. But that was one of the worst, too.
The Coliseum?
In Oakland.
Is
the A's and the Raiders when they were playing there?
Yeah.
Greg's giving me a thumbs up. Ticket Texter says, don't leave me out. He says, my son and I called that Torque home run as well last night.
Oh, okay.
Said, time for a Torque bomb, and then he hit one.
Boom.
Apparently, Stoney was breaking down the magic number formula on yesterday's afternoon show.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, so for those that were desperately trying to figure it out.
I told you, anyone that sits in that seat has to give the magic number.
Texter says, I've been to about 10 ballparks in MLB as a lifelong White Sox fan. I've always enjoyed Wright Field, but comparing it everywhere else, you're right, it has to be one of the worst.
Actually, little Stoney note here. Mm-hmm. He wasn't sitting in that seat.
He would have been in that seat.
Because Rico would sit over there, and he was in for Mike. And I know he sat in this seat.
Oh, what'd he do to you?
Because he turns the computer off. Instead of just putting it to sleep so that everyone's tabs, when they log in with their private login, come up. I know every time Stoney sits here because he turns the computer off instead of just putting it to sleep. So I've got to come in and I've got to look at history. I've got to redo everything in the morning. So thank you, Stoney.
Just a
Thank
peek
you for the
inside
magic
your
number.
world.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes.
A couple votes for the Coliseum on the ticket text. Dodger Stadium says overrated, shows its age, and the Dodger dog is not worth the hype. And the last text says Spartan fan here. Spartan Stadium is trash. Well, they
Mike is up early.
Definitely need those renovations. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, he's back
Millennium,
today.
it's-
He trashes Spartan Stadium.
Not wrong. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a Clarkston teen is facing charges after shooting another teen at a party in Oxford last Friday. Yeah, so the Oakland County Sheriff's Office say this 16-year-old is accused of shooting a 17-year-old in the wrist during this party that took place at Oakwood Lake Township Park late at night. It was like 11:30. The victim told police that he got into an argument with the suspect, who then reportedly pointed a laser in his eyes and they started fighting. Well, the suspect shot the victim, left the scene, and then was arrested the next day. And the Oakland County Sheriff, Michael Bouchard, called the shooting unacceptable and said that detectives will continue their hard work to determine how and where the suspect illegally obtained the firearm, and they will seek to hold him accountable. The victim, like I said, was shot in the wrist, so treated at a local hospital, has been released. Sounds like he's going to be A-okay. So Detroit is one of only 3 test cities nationwide where females can try out Uber's new woman's preference rides, right? That's where they can request female drivers. So the test pilot, which Uber calls Women's Preference, will launch in the next few weeks here in Detroit. It will also be in San Francisco and Los Angeles. And Uber says the new program is designed to give female passengers more confidence, choice, and flexibility.
Well, it's not just passengers, it's drivers too.
Sure.
Because the drivers could say, I only want to pick up female passengers.
I'm sure they could.
I believe that's part of this.
But I think that
Do
what
you
they're
have to
really
be a
trying
female
to
driver
doing,
to do that, or? Well, no, I'm asking. Like,
can a male driver say
request
only,
I only want to pick up women? I don't know.
No, you can't.
Okay.
I think
It defeats the whole purpose.
the reason they're really doing this is because they've been
Safety
bombarded by
concerns.
lawsuits, right?
Yes.
Because of all these women who are saying they've been sexually assaulted
Yes.
by their drivers. So this actually launched in 2019 in Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
So they've had this, just like working it all out to
Yeah.
bring it here. So anyway,
Good.
kind of cool that it will be here to try for sure. There's a $5,000 reward being offered for information as police continue to search for the suspect accused of stabbing 2 people to death at a pool party in Detroit. So the attack took place on Saturday night, left a 31-year-old man and a woman in her 20s dead. 2 other people were also injured. One is in critical condition. The other is expected to survive. And investigators say they have identified the suspect, but he has not been taken into custody. So they're offering this reward for any information that can move this case forward. So anybody who can help identify or find this individual should be calling the Detroit Police Department. What are you laughing at over there, John? You'll tell me
Again,
later.
yeah, the joke's inside my head.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Hey, if you've been sharing your HBO Max account, you'll be soon required to pay an additional monthly fee to keep doing so. So starting in September, HBO is cracking down on password sharing and accounts being used in multiple locations. This is something we do at our house.
I know you've
think a
said
lot
this
of people-
before about
We've always
Netflix. Have you ever been caught with Netflix yet?
Oh yeah, we were that they cracked down on
wow.
Netflix. Cracked down a long time ago, so we finally got our own Netflix account. But we share our HBO password with my mother-in-law. Like it's just
Yeah.
we just kind of we've always kind of just shared passwords so she can watch what she wants to watch. So if she wants it, she'll have to get her own
Yeah.
eventually too.
I use Rico's Paramount Plus.
Do you?
Yeah. I forgot that we had it, but we wanted to watch something the other day, and I clicked on the app, and it was like, "Are you Rico?" And I'm like, "Today I am."
Today I am. Today I am. So just get ready. It's going to be an additional
One is not like the other.
$77.99 per month.
What do I?
Spitting image. Me and Rico Beard. All right, coming up next, who doesn't belong? It's the Quarterback Tears 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch, whether it's football, pro or college, baseball, especially as we near the playoffs. It's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels, and those 6 pools may actually be host to one Cabana Boy come the middle of August, 21st, 22nd. We'll be there, and I don't know if the Cabana Outfitter is going to make it or not, but you can have a perfect view no matter where you are of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, so right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Who doesn't belong? It's the quarterback tier breakdown. This is from The Athletic. 50 coaches and executives going through the quarterbacks in the National Football League. We will start in Tier 5, work our way up to Tier 1, and I want to know who belongs and who doesn't belong as we do this. Tier 5 is quarterbacks best suited as a backup. It's a one-man tier. At 34, it's Kenny Pickett.
And I want to add one to this, and Gov and I were talking about this a little bit at a couple of breaks ago, because I believe Kenny Pickett will be a backup no matter where he is.
Yes.
Even if he stays in Cleveland. Jimmy G, I think he's the backup with the Rams to Matthew Stafford. He might actually get a lot of playing time this year, depending on the Stafford back. But I think he is along that with Kenny Pickett, where he could be a guy that could come in and get you out of a game, could actually start for a number of games, because we've seen it. He's taken a team to the Super Bowl. Yeah. And like a Carson Wentz. I mean, maybe even, I know Carson Wentz isn't on a roster, but I'd put Carson Wentz kind of in this category as well, as a guy that could start, but is best suited to be a backup.
It's Tier 5. We're going to have a little more discussion in these meatier tiers. Tier 4 is described as a quarterback who could be unproven, as in not enough information for the voters to classify, or it's a veteran who ideally he's only starting a handful of games, certainly not going all 17. The breakdown of quarterbacks in that tier: Spencer Rattler, Anthony Richardson, Joe Flacco, Daniel Jones, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix, Justin Fields, and Russell Wilson.
Yeah, so you got a couple of guys in there that have won Super Bowls: Russell Wilson, Joe Flacco, but they're on the waning moments of their career.
If they start 8 games, that's about it.
Yeah, and everybody else is unproven. And Anthony Richardson, I'm really curious how this is going to play out in Indianapolis, because do they go with the guy that at one point tapped out at the quarterback position, said, I need a play, I'm tired, or do they go with an unproven commodity in Daniel Jones?
There's the hot debate right now, and I think what you do is you still give Richardson the chance to succeed because he has the higher ceiling, and you pull the plug if it doesn't work.
Which guy in that category do you think takes the biggest jump this year?
Michael Penix. I know JJ's going to get a lot of love. I think Penix, having played at the end of last year, having a full, healthy season in the offense, I think he steps up in a big way this season for Atlanta.
I think you're right. But I'll go back to, and this is not JJ being a Michigan guy, I go back to the weapons that he has. Now, he's not going to have Jordan Addison for the first 3 games, but I think he has the best receiver in the NFL in Justin Jefferson, TJ Hawkinson. I mean, we go down the list.
But think about this. I think Bijan as a stabilizing ground game. Drake London is no slouch as a number 1 receiver.
I agree with that. But I think the offensive line is greater because Atlanta just
than you
lost.
Realize. I know they lost Dahlman. I know.
So but okay. I just wanted to get a.
Okay, I actually think Spencer Rattler should be thrown out of this tier. I don't know why I even read his name. They have him at 33.
Right.
Is he the backup in New Orleans?
Well, that's why I want to throw Jimmy G in there. If you're going to throw Rattler in there, if you're going to throw some of these guys in there,
are they pretending like, hey, maybe he could win the job and he is in the unknown with JJ and Penix? He doesn't belong with those guys.
If they are all in on tanking and trying to get the number 1 overall pick for next year, whoever that quarterback might be, then go with Spencer Rattler.
Tier 3 is a quarterback who is a legitimate starter but needs a heavier run game or improved defense to win. Lower volume drop back passing best suits these quarterbacks. They are Kirk Cousins, Bryce Young, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Sam Darnold, Bo Nix, Geno Smith, Trevor Lawrence, Tua Tagovailoa, Aaron Rodgers, and Kyler Murray.
Well, half the league.
Yeah.
So interesting to see Bryce Young starting to, what's this year, 3 for him now?
He had one of the biggest jumps in the eyes of these decision makers.
I'm curious as to what Drake May does this year. I think Drake May goes from tier 3 to maybe the top of tier 2.
Really?
This season. I'm high on Drake May. I think he's got all the talent in the world. He just simply needs, like you said, right? He's going into his second year, needs a stout defense to give him extra opportunities. When he gets those extra opportunities this year, I think he's going to excel.
I don't think Kirk Cousins should be in this tier. I think he should have been in the tier with guys like Russell Wilson and Joe Flacco. So I don't think he belongs. And I actually think Drake May, it's still too early. I'd still have him in tier 4 as the young guy with more to prove, like Penix.
Yeah, but Drake May at least had a number of games last year, and some where he showed out.
But does he belong with Bo Nix? Does he belong with...
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean...
It's kind of a weird middle of the league here, right? Because like Aaron Rodgers and Kyler Murray in the same tier. Like,
well,
I guess...
I think it's where they've thrown everything, and this may be just exactly
catch-all?
Yeah, it's the catch-all. It's guys that are not in the level of tier 2, but they're maybe a little bit better than tier 4. And I do agree with you, though. I think Kirk Cousins, end of his career, still, could still be a starter. Probably not going to be in Atlanta, but I would have put him in tier 4 as well.
Would you say that all these guys you're not winning a Super Bowl with? Outside of like having some like elite team? At this stage of their career.
At this stage of
yes.
their career, yes. I don't think Denver goes on to win a Super Bowl this year. I don't think New England does.
Rodgers at this stage, Murray, Tua.
Yeah, I mean,
Lawrence.
there are some guys in here who could win a playoff game.
Yes, I was going to ask you, of this group, Tua and Lawrence to me stand out as like the biggest put up or shut up guys, right?
Yeah.
Like might not be in this tier for long.
I would probably say that about Kyler Murray as well, because what he's in his third year of his new big deal that he demanded as well.
That's fair. Tier 2 is defined as a quarterback that can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently as tier 1. Can handle pure passing situation in doses, has other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above the guys you just heard about in tier 3, still has a hole or two in his game. The tier 2 quarterbacks are, in order, number 14, Brock Purdy. Number 13, Jordan Love. Number 12, Dak Prescott. Number 10, Baker Mayfield. Tied for 9th is Jalen Hurts and C.J. Stroud. Jared Goff checks in as the number 8 quarterback in the NFL. Justin Herbert at 7 and Jaden Daniels at 6.
I think it's, when you look at this, they can be passers exclusively in doses. And we'll talk about Jared Goff. A couple years ago against Tampa. Everybody in the backfield goes down, and he's able to find a way to win that game by just simply throwing the ball. But we've also seen last year against Tampa, he threw the ball, 55 times, and it was a loss. Threw it that much against Washington, it was a loss. It's not the formula for repeated success. I'm just curious as to why Jalen Hurts always gets dumped on.
I was just going to bring
he
it up.
He just won a Super Bowl.
He's 9th? How is he behind Goff? And again, I know Goff's our guy, but Hurts won a Super Bowl. The Super Bowl he didn't win, he was a menace. Why is he not a tier up, or at the very least at the top of this tier?
I wouldn't put him in tier 1, but there's another guy in tier 1 that I wouldn't have there either. I'd have it at 4 instead of 5 guys. But
do you like Baker at 11?
And I love the burgers at Five Guys and the fries.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thinking about Five Guys.
Always on your mind.
Yep.
Food. Baker, I think, should be top 10. And I'd be fine. I think Herbert needs to come down. He could be at the end of tier 2 because of the physical gifts, but he should be lower on this list. I think you should move Baker up.
Baker could move up 1 or 2.
Just
Jalen
within
Hurts
the tier.
certainly, yeah.
Tier 1. There are 5 names left. This is by definition a quarterback that can carry his team each week. They win because of him. He expertly handles pure passing situation and has no real holes in his game. Number 5 is Matthew Stafford.
That's the one I would take out.
Yeah. Number 4 is Lamar. Number 3 is Josh Allen. Tied for first, Mahomes and Burrow.
So read that description again of tier 1.
Tier 1 is a quarterback that can carry his team each week.
Except for playoffs.
Oh, with Lamar?
Well, Lamar, and I know Joe Burrow went to a Super Bowl, but
yeah.
and probably why they played the starters in that first preseason game. They started off slow the last couple of years. Since that Super Bowl run, he's put up a lot of numbers, but hasn't been either to the playoffs or won playoff games.
I think I would have Hurts at the end of tier 1 here at number 5. Stafford, you guys know I defended the man. I think he was incredibly clutch. He has the Super Bowl. He's
at
no
one
longer
point in his
tier
career,
1.
right?
He's
at
no
one point
longer.
in his career, he was tier 1, and honestly, for me, I would put. I'd only have 2 guys in tier 1, and that would be Mahomes and Allen.
Okay.
And until Joe Burrow shows that he can not just be a great quarterback, but be a great leader and pick his team up offensively, defensively, everything. And I know he doesn't play defense, but you've got to be one of those motivators that gets guys to play above their level for what you need. And I would have him in tier 1 maybe even 2 years ago, but now I would probably bump him down to tier 2. Lamar Jackson, until you could show that you can actually get it done in the playoffs, get to a Super Bowl, I would bump him down, and Stafford as well.
Who belongs, who doesn't belong? Those are your tiers from the execs and coaches in the National Football League list, courtesy of The Athletic. Coming up next, Jared Goff. Conversation's been percolating with the way it ended last year. We'll get to it next, 97.1.
Hey, we got football season on the horizon, and whether you're tailgating, sitting at home, watching a game, you know you want a nice ice-cold brew. Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. Their focus is always on using the highest quality ingredients, and you can count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's never out of place. So whether you're tailgating, as I mentioned, you're at the game, you're grilling, hitting the beach, on the boat, or just kicking back, it's smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are. Look for all-day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
reflecting on the tiers, I feel like they could have done like 10 tiers.
Yeah.
Really broke it down a little more. I know that gets in the weeds.
It does, but I also think that it's like they were probably given the here 1 through 5.
Yeah.
Rank these guys.
But like even within tiers, we were like, well, I think there's a gap. So anyway, couple ticket texts on it. People shocked that Goff was ahead of Jalen Hurts. Goff was 8. Hurts
I get
was
it. I mean,
9.
Hurts coming off a Super Bowl championship.
Yeah, and he played well in 2 Super Bowls. Texter says Hurts and Stafford should have been switched. Stafford was tier 1 as the 5th quarterback in football. Look, there's a case maybe 3-4 years ago.
Sure.
But not today. And Hurts has made a jump in that time. And a texter says, John, I must have missed Josh Allen's Super Bowl win. He's in the same tier as Lamar when it comes to the playoffs, and Lamar has double the MVPs been in Roseville.
It's a terrific point. But if given the option of who would I rather have as my starting quarterback, I'd take Allen over Lamar.
And they had Allen as 3 and Lamar 4. So
yeah.
I guess they agree.
Yeah.
Okay, Jared Goff. We've had this conversation we've been waiting to have with people, and the timing's probably right. With this tier list coming out, Goff was on the midday show yesterday. People have feelings about the quarterback after the way last year ended. John, how do you want to do this?
Well, where are people at with Goff right now? Do you think you can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff as your quarterback? And I think that's the simplest, easiest way to ask that question, because 2 years ago, I don't know if they win the Super Bowl if they get there, but he was good enough for them to get there.
Yeah, famously, Dan Campbell telling him, you're good enough for Detroit.
Right, but he literally put the ball in the hands of a receiver, and he wasn't the running back that fumbled it. He was good enough to win that NFC Championship game, yet they didn't get to the Super Bowl. And he has been to a Super Bowl, but they ultimately didn't win it.
They didn't score a touchdown in that Super Bowl either.
Right, but you could also say like that Super Bowl between both of those defenses was maybe the greatest defensive matchup in Super Bowl history.
Yep.
And so it was, there's a lot that can go into trying to dissect what the potential is for Goff. I think you can win a Super Bowl with them, but I run into people all the time. You'll never win a Super Bowl as long as Goff is here. And so the follow-up question is, okay, you're never going to win a Super Bowl with Goff here. Then what is your answer at the quarterback position? Because he is one of the, no matter where you place him, he is one of the top 10 in the world at what he does.
Yep.
You don't think that New Orleans, you don't think that Cleveland, you don't think that all these other teams would die to have the quality of quarterback that Jared Goff is. And if you look at his numbers over the last 3 years, they have been terrific. They have been comparable to the ones that we say are the top 1 or 2 in just in numbers, not in wins and losses, but in terms of numbers. His numbers match up with Patrick Mahomes over the last 3 years, and actually are a tick better.
248-539-9797. At the same time, he still has more to prove.
Yes, he hasn't won a Super Bowl.
But I mean, coming off of last year's playoff game where he had not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 turnovers.
Mm-hmm. It's a bad day to have a bad day.
You lose Ben Johnson, you lose 2 offensive linemen. You have a lot to prove, right? You're going to be making more line calls. You're going to have to take more ownership of this offense. You're going to have to avoid the turnovers in the biggest games of the year. And you're going to be judged as one of the highest paid quarterbacks by what you do in the playoffs more than what you do in any of these matchups. But he's going to go toe-to-toe with Burrow and Mahomes and Daniels and all these guys that they have ahead of him, Lamar on this list. This is a huge year for him with a lot to prove.
If there is a year in his career, now, I know he was, I don't know, what was it, in New York or L.A. when they were handing out the MVP? He was there. He was in the top 5 of voting for MVP. Actually, what, top 3, right? Did he finish third?
I can't remember. 3 or 4, maybe.
3 or 4. Anyway, it doesn't matter. If there's a year for him to win an MVP in the NFL, this is the year. For all the reasons that you talked about. And you could go on terms of his numbers. 3 years ago, 4,400 yards. Last year, 4,500 yards. Or 2 years ago. Last year, 4,600. They keep getting better. 29 touchdowns to 30 touchdowns to 37 touchdowns. His interceptions have kind of all been stable, right? 7, 3 years ago, then it was 12 and 12. Still better than Patrick Mahomes' numbers in terms of interceptions, in terms of touchdowns. But this is the year because of the questions on the offensive line. Mm-hmm. Can he do it without one of the top 2 offensive lines in the NFL? They may ultimately be there by the end of the year, but they're well unproven right now. Can he do it with a new offensive coordinator, without his buddy, Ben Johnson? Can he do it with John Morton? Can he do it against this schedule where you're going to be on the road? One of the knocks about Jared Goff is, can he win on the road? I don't necessarily buy into the cold weather anymore because he's been able to do that in Green Bay and Chicago and blah, blah, blah. But can he do it on the road? He already did it in Kansas City 2 years ago to start the season off. Nobody gave him a shot.
Not quite the same as like a frozen tundra, but
no.
Sure, a tough road environment that's loud. They were celebrating a Super Bowl that day.
Right.
Yes.
He hasn't been able to do it in Baltimore. He'll get that chance this year.
Yeah.
Cincinnati, he'll have that chance this year.
Philly's
Kansas
a road
City
game.
again. Philly, he'll have that chance again. So if this is the year and he can have even the same numbers as he had last year, it'll be an MVP season for him because of everything else that's going on around him and all the questions. If he keeps this ship afloat and excels, I'll make a case for him come week 11, week 12, that he should be the MVP of this of football. Now we got to see it. Going to have to go out there and do it.
Last year he was 5th, and I have the guys who were there. Allen won it, of course. Lamar was 2. Saquon was 3. Joe Burrow was 4th. Goff 5th. 1 spot ahead of Mahomes, who finished 6th in MVP voting.
And Burrow's numbers are eye-popping.
Yeah.
They've been eye-popping every time he steps on the field. Every year that he has been healthy, they've been eye-popping. The only problem is his team hasn't won.
You could make the case that this year is the biggest year of his career.
Sure.
Because, John, just as easily as you said, hey, if he holds serve and dethrones some of these big dogs and steps up in the offense and owns more of it, if he doesn't, you're going to be having a conversation at the end of the season going, well, are we plateauing?
Right. He's at 8 right now in this poll, the athletic poll.
Yeah.
He won't be 8 next year. He's either going to be 5, 6, or 7,
or he's going to be 11, 12.
11, 12, 13.
Yeah. Just because, that's the life. You get paid what you get paid. You're the guy. They're building the team around you. Super Bowl's the expectation.
Mm-hmm.
You got to break through. You played in one. You played an NFC title game here in Detroit. You've had some good playoff games. You've also had some bad playoff games.
Yeah.
It really does become put up or shut up time. And we want to know from you guys, do you fully trust Jared Goff? I think he has still quite a bit to prove, as much as he's already proven.
Can they win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff?
Can they win a Super Bowl with him? 248-539-9797. 2 Grand Slam at 725. Chance to win $2,000. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Ninth inning heroics from Spencer Torqulson, delivering the Tigers a series opening win over the White Sox last night. Dan Dickerson on the call there right here on 97.1. Torque's home run proved to be the game winner in a 2-1 Tigers win on the south side. Dylan Dingler drove in the other run on an RBI single in the second. Starter Chris Paddock, 5 2/3, 1 run, 4 strikeouts for him. Former Tiger Tyler Alexander struck out 5 over 4 1/3 scoreless for the White Sox last night. Tigers prospect Kevin McGonigal makes a big jump in MLB Pipeline's latest ranking of the top 100 prospects. The middle infielder now the number 2 prospect in all of baseball, just behind number 1 Pirates outfielder Connor Griffin. Outfielder Max Clark is number 9 on the list. Michigan checks in at number 14 in the AP Top 25 preseason poll. It's the 4th straight year the Wolverines enter the season ranked in the top 25. Michigan State is unranked. The last time the Spartans were in the preseason top 25, 2022, when they were 15th. Texas, which did earn the top spot in this week's AP Top 25, is now the first number 1 team in history to be an underdog in Week 1. The Longhorns plus 2.5 at Ohio State Week 1. 1. Longtime Steelers defensive tackle Cam Hayward says he would be willing to sit out regular season games as he pushes for a contract extension with Pittsburgh. And veteran stock car driver Robbie Brewer has died after a crash this weekend at Bowman Gray Stadium in Winston-Salem. The 53-year-old suffering a medical emergency during the race, slamming head-on into a wall at the quarter-mile track. At the Corval Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You heard in the update from Luke, Texas an underdog. Week 1 is the number 1 team in America. We are going to go through the AP Top 25. Overrated, underrated at 7:35 this morning. And you've heard about Detroit's comeback and how much the area is improving. And there's one area I think needs a little more attention. We'll do that at 7:50.
Oh, okay.
Jared Goff. The Jared Goff conversation. The conversation that we could have had and kind of had when the season ended, but let's rev it back up as we get set for a big year for Jared Goff. It's a question of, can you win a Super Bowl with him? And do you fully trust him? And does he still have something to prove to you? And it's all of this at once because his career is that of revitalization. He came here for his career to die. It hasn't. It's flourished. He's established himself once again as a top 10 quarterback in the league. He had big playoff games 2 years ago, right? He had to make big throws to beat the Rams and exercise a ton of demons, and the Goff chant was born. And then you know what? They did it again the very next week against the Bucs. And I would contend he played well enough to win the game in the Bay Area against San Francisco. And it felt like we've got our guy. Only for last year, him to have 4 turnovers in a home playoff game as a double-digit favorite. And it cast doubt back inside people's minds. Now you throw in no Ben Johnson, new offensive lineman, 2 of them in the middle. Yeah. Right? Pressure up the middle is the thing that could get him killed. Yeah, and the tough schedule, road games, elite quarterbacks, a gauntlet. He still has a lot to prove. I think he can win a Super Bowl, John. I do. But I think it is dependent on the defense taking a step this year, that the run game maintains a level of stability, that the offensive line allows him to get to the second and third read and play action pass. Because if not, they're not winning the Super Bowl.
No, it is the ultimate team game. We had this discussion a little bit yesterday. If the kids are going to play football, right? The lessons you learn. It is the ultimate team game because other than, one guy who was drafted this year, you don't really have people playing both ways. Like right. you just don't. So it is fair or unfair. You're going to judge a quarterback like I have with Joe Burrow, whether you win or lose. How many Super Bowls do you have? Ultimately, that's going to be what gets you into the Hall of Fame, more or less, right? Because that's always the conversation when guys are up for induction into the Hall. Well, how many Super Bowls does a quarterback have? Well, 1. I don't know. Is he just really good, or is it 2, or is it none? But the numbers are eye-popping. Like that's the discussion. So when you think about Jared Goff, how much of last year was tainted by the performance in the postseason against Washington? Because he had
a lot of it,
a career year. He was unbelievable, and he did carry this team along with Jahmyr Gibbs, along with Amon-Ra St. Brown, when the defense struggled because the defense was just eviscerated by injuries.
But I think a lot of it was tainted by the playoff game. I mean, he finished top 5 in MVP voting and threw 37 touchdowns, but at the end of the day, this team's going to be defined by what they do in the postseason. And
right. Well, Lamar Jackson has ended up number 1 twice
he's
in
won a couple.
MVP voting, but has never been able to finally get the job done.
We got some text coming in. Let's get people's feedback on this. And open lines, 248-539-9797. He can definitely take us to a Super Bowl, but we need a good backup for games when he's in a funk. That's a secondary discussion.
Yes, it is a secondary discussion, not the discussion we're having right now.
Says numbers lie, and they are in this case. The tape says Goff can't win the big game, Kevin in Chicago. I like Jared Goff. He's a good guy and a good quarterback, but I don't think we could win a Super Bowl with him under center. I do not trust Jared Goff. I think the future is with Hendon Hooker. He will take us further.
Stop it.
I'm waiting to see if it's signed Jamar Westland. It's not. It says, I think he is the better quarterback. I want to see him starting. I'm hoping Jared Goff gets hurt. Okay, you're a bad person.
You're bad. Yeah. What?
You're a dumb person
Did
and a bad
person. Did you not watch the game the other night?
Come on.
Hendon Hooker's the better quarterback? Come on.
Nick in Clarkston says, of course, we can win a Super Bowl with Goff. Look at examples like Flacco and Foles. He's a solid QB,
Dilfer,
making elite quarterback dollars. That means it's actually on Holmes to be that much more shrewd in the cap navigating and spending dollars to close the gap on the quarterbacks who are elite. I think that's a super savvy text. Like, Goff is who he is. He's a top 10 quarterback in the world. But if the Lions are going to beat teams with better quarterbacks, they have to have a better team. So it puts the pressure on Brad Holmes.
Yeah. Well, I agree. And, okay, hey, where's Za'Darius? I think within the next 8 or 9 days, he better be in Detroit.
Going through a breakup, eat your Ben & Jerry's, and then get to camp. Let's go.
So the whole win the big game thing, he did it with the Rams. He won that game at New Orleans.
Yeah,
go to the
a
Super
lot of
Bowl.
controversy in that.
Right. And I think the one thing for him is the game in San Francisco, he did everything that you would ask for a quarterback to do in that game on the road. Right?
Yeah.
And a lot of people around him let him down. I just think when it comes to Goff, it's your tier 2 is perfect. And I feel like although they're different style quarterbacks, him and Baker Mayfield are very similar in terms of you're just going to get a couple clunkers per season.
Yeah.
And that clunker can't happen at the critical moment, right?
Right. It's the same thing with Justin Herbert.
I think I would take Goff over Herbert right now in terms of a trust factor to win a game.
You can have some really good numbers, and then all of a sudden you have a clunker, and your clunker comes at a critical moment. That it's hard to take. I think Justin Herbert can win a Super Bowl.
But I think in terms of like for Goff versus Herbert, Herbert has the better arm and he has the better mobility. Mm-hmm. But guess what he doesn't have? I think the moxie to play the position in the league compared to Goff. Like,
that's a good word.
Like I think like Goff in some ways is it's kind of like a Tom Brady light in the pocket. Like Brady didn't have the greatest mobility, but Brady had good footwork in the pocket. He knew
awareness.
He knew how to bounce around and buy that extra second. And Goff is not nowhere near Brady in terms of that. He's just kind of clunky.
Well, but what I do like about Goff, that is Brady light, let's just say, is you don't often see him get blindsided. And like we saw with Anthony Richardson against Baltimore this past week, like you don't see him not be aware of an unblocked defender. He will get rid of the ball. He'll throw the ball in the dirt. He'll throw it into the stands. He doesn't care about what that means for his QBR or what, for completion percentage. He does a good job of having the awareness of where is the blitz coming from. I need to get rid of this ball. He's got that clock in his head.
And I'm worried going into this season about the lesser experienced offensive line.
Yep.
And with Goff's attributes as a QB, how's that going to look? Pass protection it might be the biggest story surrounding this team going into the season.
I think it is the biggest story.
Well, and I think you might actually see early on that ball come out really quick. Really quick. And not just because it's a 3-step drop. It's because Goff recognizes, hey, there's a blitz here. I'm not confident that they have it picked up. Until he develops that confidence, that ball may come out by default.
But I think there's a clear distinction to make on pressure versus blitz. So, like, they have all these stats now, and Goff is a really good quarterback against the blitz because he identifies it, right? He thrives against Flores. You want to do something exotic. I'm smart. I'm cerebral. I might not be the fastest, but I can ID a blitz and get the ball out quick.
Right.
Goff's a good quarterback against the blitz. Many of the high-end quarterbacks are, because now you're telling me you have 6 in coverage instead of 7. Well, great. I love that.
I know where to go with the ball.
I love that. Goff is not good against pressure, which is not the same thing. So if the blitz is identified, but the line doesn't win the rep and the pressure gets there quickly, he's hosed.
Right, but so if you're not good against pressure, and if you're going to give up pressure, it's best that it's right in the face of the quarterback so he can see it, which is where this offensive line is going to be unproven. I don't want to say that they're going to be bad, but they're unproven. So it's, hey, I can see that Ratledge is getting beat on this play because my eyes are downfield, but I have to look directly through that guard or either guard center combo because I wouldn't anticipate if I'm dropping back as Jared Goff, I'm not going to ever anticipate that Penei Sewell gets beat.
No.
So if I get hit by pressure over there, then
We got bigger problems.
Yeah, we got bigger problems. And so, I'm not going to be good against pressure because I think that is going to be locked down 100% of the time.
But the difference is, and it's look, you can scheme it up however you want, but pressure up the middle gets there fastest. You can't slide away from interior pressure. It's going to be there before you can step out of it in a lot of cases.
Right, which is why I think when I say that ball comes out quick, I think it's going to come out quick in those first 3 or 4 games just by default of he can't possibly have the confidence in those 3 guys that he had last year.
What I'm saying is when we invoke Brady, and it's always in the context of Brady light, what Brady's kryptonite was, in addition to being mortal, right, interior pressure. Because I can't chip with a back off the edge or leave a tight end off the edge. It's going to be here before I can get 2 seconds into my step back, my drop back. So for Goff, it's no different. Like, we can't roll him out. We can't help him on the edge. If the guard loses, Goff's on the ground.
Right.
It's over.
That's why, and I know Hank Fraley is telling his guys this in the middle, and Graham Glasgow knows it. Sometimes just got to be a speed bump. All right, you cannot get beat on the snap of the ball. You can't whiff at a guard or center position. Now, it happens. That will definitely result in a sack. But if you just simply, you stop their initial push and then you get beat, it's a club, it's a rip, it's a swim, it's whatever. Like, that's where Goff can actually have a second to get rid of the ball. But there's no quarterback that and we talked about Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. When he is under duress and he's scrambling around, he gives you more time, but he can't win a Super Bowl when he's under duress like that. It's been proven.
This year for Goff is the rubber match. I would say his first playoff in Detroit was confirmation that he's the guy, and I think his second playoff in Detroit with the 4 turnovers has people doubting. So this is the rubber match. You're going to be in the playoffs, right? And there's going to be more on your shoulders. We're going to find out, and conveniently, right as the extension kicks in. Buckle up.
Really quick, Ticket Texter made a comparison to Alex Smith.
Yeah.
In the Kansas City days.
Yeah.
Is that what Goff is doing here?
He's better than Alex Smith.
I think he is, but I don't think it's that far apart. Alex Smith's mobility, that was pre-injury for Alex Smith, remember? I don't know. I think eventually they drafted a QB because they couldn't get over the hump.
What do you want me to say? Yeah, if we can draft Patrick Mahomes, I'm all for it.
Right.
He's not in this draft.
He's not. We'll get to Heather's News 2 Grand Slam. It's all coming up 97.1.
Hey, mark your calendars because on Tuesday, August the 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. It's a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions, and here's a couple of them for you. A couple of options. Take a flyer on the MVP race. Jaden Daniels, $10 will win you $100. And crown your own Super Bowl champion in August. Call your shot. Out of the AFC, you might think about the Bills, plus 700. Lions coming out of the NFC, plus 1,100. Or you could parlay division winner dark horses. I took the NFC and I built one for you. Washington, Detroit, Tampa, Arizona. If they all 4 win and you put $10 down, you're going to win just a penny shy of $700. This is your day. Mark your calendars for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit the FanDuel app today to start planning your future bets now because Futures Day is only one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, before we give away some money, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, some thieves were on the loose this weekend, stealing wheels from those in need. These awful criminals. Listen to this. There's an Oakland County nonprofit that needs your help after a trailer was stolen, and this trailer contained life-changing wheelchairs meant for athletes with disabilities in Troy. So this trailer was used by Agape Project, and it was reportedly taken from a parking lot in Troy over the weekend. They say a black truck pulled up, drove off with it, despite the fact that it did have this heavy-duty lock on it. And there were 9 chairs inside of this trailer, and each cost $6,500 each.
Jeez.
Yeah, and they
Whoa.
say they take months and months to produce these wheelchairs. So the nonprofit is hoping that somebody knows something about it. Maybe this thief will have a change of heart and just return them, or somebody will spot them and return them. They're hoping they can get them all back.
I had no idea they cost that much.
I had no idea either, but I think that these ones are specially made.
Sure.
It's so sad. A 16-year-old from Clarkston has been arrested after allegedly shooting another teen in the wrist during an argument that took place at a party in Oxford last week. So the shooting happened last Friday night at Oakwood Lake Township Park. Police say the shooting started after this guy, one of the kids, pointed a laser pointer in one of the other one's eyes. And anyway, the suspect fled the scene. The victim was taken to a local hospital. He was treated and released. Is going to be A-OK. The 16-year-old suspect was arrested the next day and is expected to face charges today.
He pointed a laser at him. It's always the dumbest thing.
I mean,
Whenever
they're
these
16
stories,
and 17 years old. They're children.
Yeah.
And that children do dumb things. So thankfully, though, they say they're going to investigate fully and find out where this teen got their hands on this weapon. Detroit City FC will soon have a new home in the heart of Detroit with their newly unveiled stadium, Alumnify Field, which is set to debut in 2027. The stadium, which will be constructed in West Detroit, is expected to cost $150 million. And the Alumnify Field will be the football club's third home since 2012. They spent the 9 previous seasons playing at Keyworth Stadium in Hamtramck, and they say the goal and the hope of this new stadium is to bring generation of soccer players and fans to DCFC. So
Kind of felt like they had outgrown where they currently are.
Yeah.
I know
The rendering looks cool.
I was just going to say, though,
yeah.
we all know renderings don't always live
Right.
up to their billing, but it does look cool.
It does look pretty sweet. In true Taylor Swift fashion, she announced she's dropping a new album, The Life of a Showgirl. So the name of her 12th studio album was released with this countdown clock on her website that ticked down to 12:12 a.m. And while she didn't yet disclose a release date or any other information about the tracks that will be on this album, she did post a video on Instagram giving a sneak peek of the album on the Travis and Jason Kelsey podcast, New Heights. So she's going to be on with her boyfriend. Obviously, we'll have to wait till tomorrow night, the 13th, which is fitting for Taylor Swift. The podcast will air at 7 p.m. First time they're going to be doing the podcast together.
We don't really know about their banter at all. Like, they're not private in the sense that we see them all the time, but we don't see them engage with each other, like, ever.
I don't know anything about the two of them together, so it will
We'll
be
find
interesting.
out.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not a Taylor Swift fan. I'm not I'm not a
Swiftie.
hater.
Right.
Like I like her, but I don't follow her. Yeah, I'm not a Swiftie, but I am interested in seeing them together and seeing how they interact as a couple. And
Yeah.
I don't really care about her album, but I'd listen.
Okay.
Yeah.
John doesn't have a lot of
John
thoughts
has
on
nothing.
this.
Oh, I got nothing. I
all
don't
right.
really care.
All right. Hey, if you want to win $2,000, you care about that, right, John?
Yes.
Call now, 248-539-9797. I'm going to end with this piece of news. It's a funny one. There is an NBA All-Star who went on Instagram Live to ask America how to use a can opener. Did you see this?
Is he Gen Z?
Tyrese Maxey of the
come
Philadelphia
on, man.
76ers is going viral after this video of him struggling very, very badly to open a can made its way around the internet. So he's trying
Is
to
he
feed
using
his
a
dog.
knife?
No, he has a can opener.
This looks like he's got a butter knife in his hand.
Well, maybe he took steps.
Maybe he
a
tried to
different
pry
way.
it after
he
he-
did.
what is he
He did
doing?
have a can opener, but he literally said he's never used one. His chef normally opens the cans for.
Oh, wow.
Jeez.
That's going to win people
After
over.
a 13-minute long video, he finally did get the can open.
That's embarrassing.
Never used a can opener.
It's kind of, even
Why
if you've never
even
used one,
post
how
that?
easy is it though? Like,
It's pretty self-explanatory.
intuitive.
Yeah.
You should watch the video to see what he is trying to. I mean, what he is doing is nonsensical. Like, he's not opening the can, like the handles apart. He's just like.
Well, when you grab it, it opens. It's like it's obvious. There's two handles. Open them up.
Oh, I'm watching it.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's not a butter knife. It must have been like a thumbnail. But yeah, he
Yeah.
is struggling, John.
Really poorly, and
You're
people were
mistaking his
suggesting
thumbnail for a butter knife. That's
what
a
to do.
big
John,
thumbnail.
on video,
Oh,
there's a
oh,
thumbnail
oh.
image they use.
Oh, okay.
It's on the internet where videos are stored.
Yeah, but we're talking about his hands, and
I
we're talking
know,
about the
I
video
know.
itself. I'm like, wow, that's a big thumbnail.
It's Heather with the news. 2 Grand Slam.
All right, let's give away some money. You can go buy your own can opener, cans of dog food, or
Get
maybe
your own chef for a day.
get your own chef for the day, right? The rules are pretty simple. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. $2,000 if our contestant can get them all right.
Reppin' South Lyon this morning. It's Rob. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Rob.
Good.
Have you played before?
Good. A couple times.
Oh, hey,
Over the
seasoned
years.
vet. All right. Well, then you know the rules. If you
don't
don't know one, pass, and we'll get back to it if there's enough time. All right, here we go, Rob. Your
Sounds
time
good.
starts now. Who do the Lions play this Saturday?
Miami Dolphins.
Who is the head coach of the Miami Dolphins?
Pass.
This band had the 2000 hit Beautiful Day.
You too.
The Little League World Series is played in this Pennsylvania city.
Hyannisport.
Dundee is located in this Michigan county.
Pass.
This former Pistons player appeared in the 1995 movie Bad Boys.
Pass.
Who wears jersey number 12 for the Detroit Tigers?
Casey Mize.
The main campus of Vanderbilt University is located in this city.
Nashville.
Cam Ward was drafted by this NFL team.
Tennessee Titans.
Who is the head coach of the Boston Celtics?
Pass.
Who is the head coach of the Miami Dolphins?
Mike McDaniel.
Just
Nope.
after the buzzer.
Just after the butter.
What did he say for Little League World Series site?
Hyannisport,
Oh, okay.
which happens to be in Massachusetts.
We needed Williamsport.
Oh.
But you got
Williamsport.
5. 5 of the 10 right. That's $125?
Yeah, that'll do.
That'll do.
All right,
Might
thanks,
not get
Rob.
you the personal chef, but
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Get you a nice can opener.
for sure.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
All right, thank
Put
you.
you on hold. We'll get you paid. You want
Uh-huh.
to go through this?
Yeah, the Tuesday Grand Slam is brought to you by Femininity Law. Get David, get paid.
All right, John, who do the Lions play Saturday?
The Miami Dolphins.
Head coach of those Dolphins?
McDaniel.
Yep. All right. The band that had the 2000 hit Beautiful Day.
I keep singing the song in my head since I saw this. You too.
You want to do it for us right now?
No,
out loud?
I don't.
Okay.
No.
I can't even think of the song. Sing it. How does it go?
I'm sure Greg will be mastery enough to
All
be able
right,
to
I
come
was
back
hoping
with it
you'd
after
sing
the break.
just like
Yes.
a jingle.
No.
Little League World Series site is in Williamsport. Dundee is in this county, John.
That would be Monroe. Come on, man.
Former Pistons player that appeared in Bad Boys.
This one's going deep into the archives. That's John Sally.
Number 12 for the Tigers. He got it right.
Casey Mize.
Campus of Vandy is located in this city.
Nashville. Right on the outskirts of Nashville. It's a beautiful campus.
Cam Ward drafted by this team.
The Tennessee Titans.
And the last one, I was like begging him to pass. He was sitting on it for so long. Who's the head coach of the Boston Celtics?
Joe Mazzulla. So we got one of those guys you could see him and you're like, what's his name? Joe
So
Mazzulla.
I've been to Vanderbilt's basketball arena.
It's weird though, isn't it?
It's the elevated court with the sitting down.
Right.
Yeah.
First one I think ever that I remember. I was there for the NCAA tournament in '93 when Michigan played, or not Michigan played there. I was visiting a friend, and Kentucky was actually there. Michigan went on to beat Kentucky in that tournament. You were born.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Notable.
Yeah,
Notable
Vanderbilt.
90s memories.
Yeah, Nashville
We're getting older around
Vanderbilt is one of the schools that Ruby was interested in, so we explored it a little bit. Was down there with Ellie for a softball tournament. Thought, well, take a look at this. It's a beautiful campus. So,
You already give the sponsor?
yeah, I already
Oh,
did.
here you did. Okay.
Yeah,
I was just making
thanks
sure
for
we give 'em
listening to
love.
me. Yes.
Maybe Greg will put it on the thumbnail of one of our videos.
That's my question, Jim.
All right. I'm just trying to do a little quality control around here. Coming up next, we've got the AP Top 25 Overrated, Underrated. I'm just looking out for the businesses, John. They sponsor stuff. I want them to get their love. It's 97.1. Speaking of giving some love, let's talk about
Could you please
KG
pay
Law.
attention a little closer.
Thank you. If you're injured in an auto accident, take control with KG Law. Get personalized care, guidance, and full legal representation from the Michigan law firm that has won over 5,000 personal injury cases. And the success rate, 98%. KG Law knows how to win your case. You need a law firm that cares, and that's KG Law. 877-KG Cares. That's KAJY. Online at kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call KG Law now. That's kgcares.com. The boring drums. All right, here we go. College football right around the corner. AP Top 25 is out. Tom has hand-selected a series of teams. It's up to us to decide, are they overrated or underrated?
Yeah, and we're going to start with the team in Norman and a team that Michigan is playing the second week of the season, Oklahoma.
I think this team, so in the coaches poll, I thought was underrated. In this one, I think they're appropriately rated. You think about they went and got, what are you looking at me for?
The game is overrated or underrated, not appropriately rated.
What?
The game is overrated, underrated, not appropriately rated.
Okay, I think they should be rated at a. They're right where they should be. Damn it!
He's ruining the game.
No, because I've got other ones that are
Okay.
overrated, underrated. But this is one where they were underrated in the coaches poll because they go out and they get a coordinator, youngest coordinator in college football, to come from Washington State. Well, who does he bring with him? His quarterback. Quarterback very familiar with the system. They go get a running back from Cal, who's dynamic, has got speed on the edges, loves to get to the outside. Deion Burks, injured last year. Dynamic receiver. They went out to Arkansas Pine Bluff to get another receiver. They have upgraded offensively. Defensively, with Brent Venables, he's going to be one calling the defenses this year. This is his season. 6-7 last year, 6-7 in his first year, mix in a 10-3 record. I know I got to get to the point. They will be good defensively. They've got a freshman All-American at the corner position, Eli Bowen. They're going to, they're underrated. They should be 17. You're welcome.
I'm going to say a tick overrated. They got 7 ranked games based on the initial top 25 on that schedule. I don't think they're going to be a team that finishes in the top 20.
Can the old Big 12 team step out and compete in the SEC? I think that's the $1 million question.
Oh,
with that
sure. They were
program.
2-6 in the SEC last year.
Great story to see what Venables does.
Clemson Tigers.
Underrated.
Yes,
I think they're the
of
number
course
one
you-
team in America.
Oh, you kidding me?
Cade Klubnik is a Heisman Trophy candidate, had a big-time junior season. He has elite receiving threats for the first time since Clemson was making national title runs. They have 2 first-round picks potentially on their D-line. Continuity, a guy who's done it before in Dabo. They are underrated at 4.
Overrated. I can't wait to see this first game against LSU. It has to be Brian Kelly's I'm going to go out there and get a big win moment. Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay, let's talk about same sound effect when we get to James Franklin, but I think they're overrated. I don't even think they're a top 10 team.
Ole Miss, the Rebels.
They're at 21. I think they're overrated. They lost so much on defense and a first-round quarterback. SEC is going to be a minefield.
Ditto. Okay, I don't know what else you want me to say. They are overrated.
Let's go to number 23, the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Oh, wow. Texas Tech. Is there any school that has spent more money on their roster? 5 transfers on offense, 6 transfers on defense. It's a brand new team. And so it's really kind of hard to tell what they're going to be. But at 23, I think until proven differently, I think they're overrated.
They got to go 2 Utah, 2 Kansas State, 2 Arizona State, and you're right. So much turnover. Portal's an unknown. Overrated.
Last year's darling, number 20, Indiana.
Thank you for the fun season. It was really cool. A lot of transfers from JMU coming over with their coach. This year, 5 transfers on offense. None of them familiar with this offense. It will be interesting to see how they act in the Big Ten this year. Schedule lays up for them a little bit.
It's another light schedule.
Fernando Mendoza, transfer quarterback from Cal. A lot of transfers coming out of Cal. I mentioned the running back already going to Oklahoma, quarterback going to Indiana. But I think they're a team that at 20 they're overrated. They don't finish the season in the top 25.
I think they're underrated. I think they'll follow the same blueprint as last year and win a bunch of gimmies and end up in the top 15.
You know what? John used a phrase, last year was cool. I think we're going to see a team or two like that every single year in college football now because their schedule benefits them. They find a way into the playoff. Let's go to the biggie. You mentioned them earlier. Number 9, LSU Tigers and Brian Kelly.
I have them underrated. And I think there's some questions up front on the O-line, but they were the number 1 portal team in terms of talent coming in. They do that with a stable quarterback, one of the few proven quarterbacks in the SEC. They make case top 5.
I would make a case for top 5 as well. Now the question is going to be, can Brian Kelly, can he do anything with it? because you have a quarterback coming back. And I went back and looked at some of the throws that Nussmeier made last year. This dude has an unbelievable arm. I think he is going to come out in week 1 and just absolutely hammer the Clemson Tigers.
Really?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, we're going to have some fun with that. leading up.
Showdown.
Yeah, Mr. Clemson over there.
All right, one of the teams that everybody always wants back, but then they're never back, number 10 Miami Hurricanes.
I'm just not a believer in Carson Beck. And I was a believer in Mario Cristobal more when he was at Oregon, but at Miami, his alma mater, I just don't think he gets it done. I think they're a team that at number 10, they're overrated.
I thought it was tailor-made for him last year. They're good for throwing a game away every year because of Mario's in-game coaching. I have them overrated. And by the way, early season, Notre Dame, Florida, big early tone setters.
Number 12, Illinois, kind of the team this year that everybody's kind of buying into.
Over 100 starts combined on that offensive line. I know you like that, John.
Oh, yeah.
I'd say they're a tick overrated. They have a big game with Indiana early in the season. Whoever wins that will end up being that like
the Illinois-Indiana matchup.
You laugh.
Who's it going to be?
You laugh. The winner might win 10 games.
And that will be Illinois. I think they're actually underrated. And some of it is the fact that I have to make a decision, and I can't say they're appropriately ranked, but I'm going to say they're underrated because of Altmaier now having some time in the system. Brett Bielema, it's going to take a coach some years to be able to recruit, develop, and whether it's the offensive line, defensive line. He's had some talent on defensive line, but this is the year where that offensive line really gels with a quarterback that can zip the ball around, schedule's light. I think Illinois is underrated.
That Illinois-Indiana game has 17-16 written all over it. I just don't know who will win. All right, number 13, and a team that I like this year, South Carolina.
I like this team too, and I like their quarterback, Lenora Sellers. You tell me there's a guy that is offered a whole bunch of money, but his response is, I got everything I want right here. I'm from South Carolina. Why would I want to leave and start over? They're taking care of me. They're paying me. I made a commitment. I'm a Heisman Trophy candidate. Give me Lenora Sellers, and I think this team is underrated. Defense plays an aggressive style of defense,
But they lost a lot of guys on that defense. So I found myself, I got to pick Florida or South Carolina. They're both kind of that trendy, could they break through? I'd lean more Florida, so I'll say South Carolina's a tick overrated.
Overrated Cox. Let's go with number 5, Georgia.
There's been I always just gloss over that. There's been some slippage with the Bulldogs. At 5 feels a little steep. I went slightly overrated.
Yeah, I think they're overrated as well. Gunnar Stockton, I just don't have faith that he could be a quarterback that can navigate the SEC, the schedule that they're going to be playing this year. Yeah, I think there's some slippage, so I'm going to go overrated.
All right, you mentioned James Franklin early. Number 2, Penn State.
Want to say it at the same time? 1, 2, 3.
Overrated. Well, because if I say they're underrated, that puts them at number 1.
Yeah.
So by default, they've got to be overrated. And if there's a team on this list that is just oozing with potential, it's Penn State. Quarterback, running backs, they went to the wide receiver portal
Again.
3 wide receivers. Now they got some speed out there, but it's going to be a matter of can Alar be the quarterback that they need him to be, the leader that they need him to be.
Yeah, portal, can they find separators? Is it second-year Kotelnicki, the OC from Kansas? But Aller's where it starts and ends. I just don't believe in him.
And finally, we go local. And this is hard, I think. Number 14, Michigan.
Go ahead, my friend.
Well, you're going to say underrated, right?
No.
I'm going to say overrated.
I'm going to say overrated as well. How do you go into a season ranked 14 in the country with an unproven and yet to be determined offensive line, a quarterback competition, and I know that you have the number 1 recruit in the country, but he is going to be a freshman. What are the receivers? Are we actually going to throw a forward pass and complete it this year for more than 10 yards? Unproven. I don't know, with all this unproven ability offensively, how could you be ranked 14?
Paging Devin McCulley. They need someone to step up in that receiver room.
And I think they can, but it's all potential.
And I know you like what they have stocked on defense, but they did lose 3 high-end defensive linemen in Grant.
Yeah, but I like this defense.
Graham and Stewart.
I think the numbers will be better. You're not going to have one guy like you had with a Grant or a Graham or a Josiah Stewart, but it is going to be hired assassins on defense.
Did we miss someone you want to review on? Overrated, underrated? Let us know. It's 97.1.
Hey, I've been telling you about my experience with Rapid Roofing. I've loved every minute of it. My wife and I, a few years ago now, called my friends at Rapid Roofing, and Mike B and his team came out. Highest quality roofing materials and products in the state of Michigan. They're going to professionally install your new roof and back it up with the best warranties in the business. And if you're not in the market for a new roof, don't worry. Rapid Roofing also offers various other home improvement services such as window and siding installation to enhance your home's curb appeal. And they also offer 0% financing until 2030 or $2,000 cash back. So it's up to you. You choose. You got a couple of different financing options. You can call them at 888-360-ROOF. You can find more information on the web at rapidroofing.com. Get your free quote now. Give yourself the peace of mind and the security of a new roof, maybe some new windows, new siding. 888-360-ROOF or on the web at rapidroofing.com.
That's why we match so well.
We're about to do a podcast. Such a nice color on you.
Yes, I know. It's the color of your eyes, sweetie. That's why we match so well.
We're about to do a podcast.
I can't wait for that Clemson LSU matchup. Lot riding on that game.
Some would say that day could be
Yeah. And here's your song, Heather.
a beautiful day.
Now I know it.
It's a beautiful day.
Come on.
I'm not gonna be a drop.
Did you end up making a drop of me singing last week? Okay. Oh, is it
Sure
on my
did.
drop
He
board?
sure did.
Oh yeah, let's hear it.
I don't know where it is,
Yeah.
Greg, if you just want to.
Oh, you sure? Yeah. Don't know where that button is. You know where every other button is.
Mm-hmm.
That is why Heather and I don't sing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's it.
Hey. Come on, John.
And that's why I try not to do voices either, because you could end up like Irish Tom.
Yeah. Are you Irish? Like, is any part of you Irish?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not
A
offensive
lot.
because he's Irish.
Okay.
We did get some ticket text on overrated, underrated. Then we're going to talk about fixing up Belle Isle because it can be so much more, and there's actually a plan in place where they want you to weigh in to fix Belle Isle. John, I said, did we miss anybody? Texter wanted to know Notre Dame, overrated, underrated. Where'd they check in? 6?
I could tell
I
you
think
right
they're
here.
6.
Notre Dame.
What would
they
you
were
say?
5 in the coaches poll, 6. You know what I would say?
Properly rated. There is a case, by the way, because they're not, to me, one of the top 5 teams with the quarterback question, but the roster otherwise, like that run game, that defense, Freeman.
So Penn State has a returning quarterback. Clemson has a returning quarterback. LSU returning quarterback. But you look at the rest of it, and they're all unproven guys. And I know why Texas with Manning is at number 1. They've got a lot of talent other than him coming back. And the hype train of the Manning productions is all out there. But I'm curious as to what Notre Dame could be because they will have a dominant run game.
Yes.
And then
Jeremiah
you put
Love.
CJ Carr behind him and allow him 2-3 games to get comfortable. I think right now, as I would say, like somebody has to be rated 6, right?
Yeah. They're good as any.
Yeah.
How about Ohio State? Overrated, underrated from Brandon and Rockwood. They were 2nd in the coaches poll, 3rd in the AP poll. John, I think they're overrated. 14 dudes go to the NFL. It's 1 shy of the record. The entire D-line they're replacing. They're replacing 4 or 5 offensive linemen, both tailbacks. Ibuka, while not their number 1 receiver, would have been a number 1 receiver on most teams, and their starting quarterback has 12 career passes.
He's got 12 career passes, and they didn't hit the transfer portal this year. A lot of the same reasons right there, playing late, didn't have the opportunity to hit the transfer portal. But Julian Salen is not an Ohio State recruit. He came over from Alabama.
Yeah, former 5-star. There's some talent, but unproven. Look, should they be in the playoff? Yes. Do I think they're one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the country? I do not.
Oh, you're just upset that they're ahead of Clemson.
Tex wants to know about USC, Oregon, and Texas. I would say Oregon is slightly underrated. They'd be my pick to win the Big Ten. Texas at number 1. Well, I think Clemson's number 1, so I guess I would say a tick overrated.
Yeah.
And USC wasn't ranked.
You think Texas, Penn State, and Ohio State are all overrated
move
because, they should be behind Clemson.
Klubnik and I, arm in arm, celebrating a national title in January. And USC wasn't ranked, and I don't think they should be.
No. In fact, I don't even know that they got any votes in the AP poll. Oh, no, they did. They got 64 votes in the AP poll, 116. So if you had a top 30, they would be in both polls.
Yeah, but who cares about any of these rankings? We are 2 weeks away from Greg Palm, baby.
Yeah.
Right? 2 weeks, I think? 3 weeks?
North Dakota State back at top of the FCS coaches poll.
That is correct. And I believe that the polls that have come out have drastically affected a lot of the numbers. Like Clemson's over-under got bumped up to 10.5.
Yeah.
Oklahoma was at 6.5. They're ranked 18th. And I'm imagining that people would look at a 6.5 number for Oklahoma and say, they're ranked. That must be better
They
than
should be
6.5.
over, right?
So they got flipped up to 7.5. So interesting to see how that changes the data.
2 weeks from today, Greg Palm, we're getting more of our bells and whistles back for football season. Last ticket text on this. As a lifelong MSU fan and alum, wherever MSU is ranked is overrated. They should be in the 130s. I don't think they'll win a single ball game. Just in time for Luke Sloan to step in for his update.
Yeah.
Noted Spartan. How do you feel?
I think one game might be a little extreme here.
You think bowl game is kind of where your sights are set?
I think bowl game is very much in reach. If I could look into my magic crystal ball, I'd say 6, 7. Schedule's pretty favorable, especially early. But the heat's going to be on if it's no bowl. I mean, that's really safe to say.
New AD, got to
Some
make
Spartans
a bowl.
do think that they could tap out at maybe 8. I think that might be a little bit optimistic.
So the ceiling would be 2 high-end receivers in Aiden Childs and some stability from up front on the offensive line, and you just follow that blueprint.
And the holes would be who's going to run the football and who's going to rush the passer.
Yeah, the
'Cause I
rushing the
think they
passer is
like
a huge issue.
Secondary, I think they like a little bit better.
Okay.
Offensive line, too, I think will be improved.
We did get a text supporting State after that bad text saying they will be this year's Indiana in the Big Ten because Aiden Childs is going to take a huge step.
But he's going to have to. A monster. Might be 2 steps. Might be a broad jump.
What about Illinois as last year's Indiana?
I think Illinois could be. They're
Well,
preseason 12. It's not going to come out of left field.
I don't think they could be Indiana
You know
of
who it could
last
be?
year.
And I think Tom was the first person to whisper it. I think it was off air. Nebraska. Year 3, Matt Rule, where he won double-digit games in year 3 at Temple and Baylor. Second year, Raiola. And the schedule, that's the most important part of being Indiana. It's cake. They don't leave their home state until mid-October, and they are a couple winnable games on the road in October. The only loss they may have before November is a coin flip where they host Michigan. If they beat Michigan, they're staring down 10 wins.
They have a very favorable schedule. At Maryland, at Minnesota. And I don't think anybody really knows what Minnesota is going to be this year with DJ Fleck. And, I mean, they've traditionally had a big offensive line, powerful offensive line, been able to run the ball, but nobody really knows anything about them in Northwestern. I mean,
Terrible.
yeah.
One of the worst teams in the Big Ten on paper.
Yeah.
Nebraska, keep an eye on them being this year's Indiana. All right, coming up next, Belle Isle. There's actually a push to make Belle Isle even better. And it can be so much more. We'll get to some of the proposals, and we want to know from you, how do we make Belle Isle great? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by University of Michigan Credit Union. Spencer Torqulson's 9th-inning home run and a bounce-back start from Chris Paddock lead the Tigers to a 2-1 win over the White Sox in last night's series opener on the South Side. An RBI single from Dylan Dingler made it 1-0 Tigers in the second. Standout rookie Colson Montgomery tied it up for the White Sox with a solo home run in the 5th. Then Torque called game in the 9th, a solo shot off the foul pole and left, delivering the win, which manager A.J. Hinch calls. Tigers and White Sox had to wait out a 1-hour rain delay in the 9th last night. Paddock, 5 2/3 for him, 1 run, 4 strikeouts. Ex-Tiger Tyler Alexander, 4 1/3 scoreless, 5 strikeouts for him last night. The Lions start joint practices with the Dolphins in Allen Park tomorrow. The offense yesterday reportedly looking so far the best during training camp, with Kyle Allen tightening his grasp on the backup quarterback job, according to reporters. The Pistons are signing veteran forward Javonte Green to a 1-year deal. The 32-year-old Green spent last season between the Cavs and Pelicans, 5 points a game on 32% shooting from free for him. Green also has spent parts of 6 seasons with the Bulls and Celtics. DCFC's got a name and renderings for their new stadium in southwest Detroit. 15,000-seat Alumnify Stadium will open in time for the 2027 season. The club says Alumnify will be Detroit's only privately owned and financed stadium. Michigan landing a commitment from 4-star Massachusetts quarterback Peter Bork. 24/7 ranks the 6'4" six callers the 6th best quarterback and 75th best overall player in the 2027 class. Bork chose the Wolverines over Georgia and Penn State. And U.S. Open winner J.J. Spawn and 2-time major champion Xander Schauffele, they'll both join world number 1 Scotty Scheffler on the U.S. Ryder Cup team. On the European team, Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood will be teammates of Masters champion Rory McIlroy. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Heather had it in her news yesterday, the push to improve Belle Isle. I think it could be so much more than it already is. It kind of feels like it's wasted. Need some updates, need some modernization, and just need to put a little more infrastructure into it. It's a gem and can be a gem, right?
There's no question. I mean, it's right there in the middle of everything, and it should be a destination.
So they have 11 potential improvements for the public to consider. And keep in mind, this is almost 1,000 acres. This is bigger than Central Park in New York. Are we getting the most out of Belle Isle? I would say we are not. So what do they want to do? Well, some of the options that they've discussed are extending the beach, creating more of that summertime spot for people to go. The boathouse, restore and reactivate Belle Isle's boathouse for public use. They've talked about a park cafe, canals and trails. Talked about Kids Row, so create a bigger, better Kids Row playground. Everybody knows about the giant slide, but can you extend that, right? Have a little fun there. Piers
extend the giant slide, make it longer?
Sure. Piers and docks, they want more fishing potentially there, John. I don't know if that would get you out there. But they said if we're missing something, they want feedback. And I think it's a good conversation for us to have because I don't think we're getting enough out of Belle Isle.
I would love for there to be more piers and dock space and then it would allow anybody, if you're on the lake and you want to head into the river, you could dock at Belle Isle, hit the beach, and enjoy the island. And if it would make all the other amenities that they're talking about here, trails and all of these things, to be a little bit more accessible by boat. If you're in the river fishing and you want to take a break, you want to have lunch, maybe you want to fry up a few walleye, be able to dock your boat, have a shore lunch on the beach. I think it would be amazing.
Heather?
You know what? It's I can't even remember the last time I've been to Belle Isle and really been there to enjoy Belle Isle. I've been there for work and things like that. But right now for me, what I'm doing are things for the kids. I need an attraction that I can take the kids to that's more than just a splash pad. I've got a splash pad down the street from my house, so I'm not going to go there for that. But like I'll travel for, I don't know if this makes sense for Belle Isle, but a cool like hands-on children's museum or something really neat and specific for the kids is what will get me there. Because that's everything I'm doing right now revolves around my children.
And you're looking for something fun and different to do. The space is there. Capitalize on it.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity is there, and maybe it's just make it more accessible.
What about like more of a social district, some like restaurants, and you do like drinks out on the water? I mean, there's enough space where you could carve that out, right?
I mean, sure, if you want to make it a tourist destination.
Well, I think you do, right? I mean, there's enough park greenery there to still do trails and biking and outdoors, but also around the coast.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like it that it's more natural.
Okay.
Me too.
And there's enough there that you could improve the structures that are already there with Belle Isle Park, spruce it up a little bit, put a couple more play areas for kids. But I'll go back to the dock space. It's an island. It's in the middle of the Detroit River. It's not far from the lake, so allow people to dock there. And I mean, if it gets rough on the lake, you could come in there, wait out a heavy wind, have some time on the beach with the family, and especially if you're fishing and you've got people on the boat that don't necessarily want to fish, they're there for the sun and the fun. Take a break, go have lunch, hang out at the beach, but you need somewhere to tie up.
248-539-9797. What would you want to see them do with Belle Isle? They want the feedback. They want to make it so much more than it is. It can be a gem of Metro Detroit. It currently is being wasted by even their own admission. It's why they're looking for ideas. What about something like in Chicago, they have Navy Pier. Could you do something like that? Or is that too much? A pier where the kids can go and there's a big old Ferris wheel. You don't like it?
If you want to improve the structures that are there, the buildings that are there.
You wouldn't build any new buildings on Belle Isle?
I mean, maybe something to go along with the boathouse. You could put a couple of, as long as they're done in a classic style.
Okay.
Like, I don't want a Taco Bell popped up out there.
I agree with you.
I mean, that just, to me, it's not going to do anything for the.
You don't want to over commercialize it.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Let's get to Matthew in St. Clair Shores. Matthew, good morning.
Good morning, guys. What about disc golf course again? They had one 20 years ago. I mean, we could build a new layout for it.
You could. Active
Sure.
outdoors,
That
plenty
way
of land.
Colin could go and disc golf, and you guys could go
I'll
to the
go
beach.
with the kids and go to the new playground.
Yeah.
It'd be beautiful. Why not?
I agree.
cool
I
with
mean, yeah. When it was there, our disc golf, are they 18 holes like regular golf? Was there 18 holes out there?
Sometimes, I don't know, like when I was around, honestly, I think it was back in the 90s that it was last open, but from what I heard, it was extremely popular, and unfortunately, the water took it away. So maybe make it a little more centered in the middle of the park or something, you know?
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good option.
Ticket Texture says, I'm 100% with John. Docks and the shore lunch facilities on one side. No new buildings or hipster restaurants, Jeff in South Lyon.
I mean, if they put some docks in and a fish cleaning station, there's a lot of boat launches that are on the river or in either lake, Lake Erie or Lake St. Clair, where you have a fish cleaning station. You could go there, clean your fish. You could have a shore lunch. To me, that seems like it would be a perfect setup right in the middle of the river.
It says Copy Central Park, an ice rink. We got campus marshes.
Yeah.
Texter says, no permanent restaurants. A food truck area to rotate different options would be a nice addition.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm down with that. That would be nice.
It requires very little investment. I mean, Ticket Texter says, I'm 25. I've lived in the Detroit area my entire life. I've never been to Belle Isle, and I don't know anyone who has. This generation doesn't see the appeal, and they aren't going. It's a relic of the past.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do most people go there for?
Currently,
Yeah. Are they going for the beach? Like, what are most people going there for?
people ride bikes there. There's the aquarium. It's like, I think it might be
Right.
the oldest aquarium.
That
It's
just
not big,
reopened
though.
recently, right?
Yeah.
It did, yeah. And Max from Michigan texted me. He says, enlarge and improve the aquarium. His kids loved it.
It is. It's old and it's small. So from his standpoint, yeah, like let's make it bigger than it is.
Yeah. Enlarge it a little bit, make it bigger, more offerings there. Make it somewhere where you got something to do on a summer day, even a weekend in the fall or in the winter. You're like, what am I going to do? Hey, let's go down to the aquarium.
We went maybe 2-3 summers ago, and the aquarium was so small. I mean, I was picturing like something much more grand, and it could be so much more.
Yes.
Ticket Texter says, what about a beer garden with a kids' play park? Be fantastic.
Sure. Go get hammered and drive home with your kids.
You can have a drink.
Enjoy
as
the
kids
outdoors.
play and
Yeah.
not be intoxicated to drive home.
Yeah.
Responsibly.
I would probably say add another option for getting out. I know I mentioned the boat docks. Add another option to drive out there so that you don't get, if it does become a destination, you're not backed up on one bridge.
We're boaters from Ohio. We've stayed at Belle Isle at the Detroit Yacht Club. I agree. They need more public dock space and access.
Yeah.
Let's get to Greg in Detroit. Greg, what do you want to do? It's 97.1.
Hey, I would like paddle boating and horseback riding.
Horseback riding.
Okay.
I love it.
Yeah. Have some stables out there?
Is it big enough for that?
And a Gary Goff museum.
A
Jared Goff museum.
Yes, I know, Greg. You love yourself some Jared Goff.
Yes, I do. And he's on a commercial, Old Spice commercial. Did you hear that?
I did see that.
I did, yes. Yeah.
Doing well for himself. We're going to talk about Goff at the end of the hour here, by the way. There's a QB
Yeah.
tier list out, the latest, and we'll get to where everybody in the NFL is and who belongs where. But he wants a little horseback riding and
Sure.
paddle
Petting
boat.
zoo?
Yeah.
Petting zoo? Sure.
My kids love a good petting zoo.
I agree with that. That would get the kids out there.
Yeah.
Pickleball courts on the ticket text.
There you go.
That's a surefire way to get people out there. We need an aquarium big enough for a whale shark.
Really?
On the ticket text. Yeah, that's what they want. Why not just like little teeny tiny aquatics?
It's a big old whale shark.
Josh and Warren, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. So my idea is you take Belle Isle and you essentially turn it into a literal Coney Island. We have a Coney Festival. It's a fairgrounds. You have like Ferris wheel roller coasters. You bring in people from all over the state, like from the west side with cherries, people in the upper part with Mackinac fudge, and you bring it all down into one giant fairground down at Belle Isle and you turn it into a big attraction. And it's literally a Coney Island. You can have a Coney festival, chili, you can do a whole bunch of things like that where you bring people from all over the state and utilize it, and it's essentially our own fairgrounds.
I'm interested.
Yeah.
Sure beats what's going on there right now.
I mean, to me, I would take my family down there to something like that instead of, we don't really have anything like that besides Armada, but, you have it in Detroit, but we have our own Coney Island, and we are known for Coney, so why not utilize something themed like that and just roll with it?
I just think it plays super well in the summertime, too. Something like that, where you're getting people out and about, and it's social, and kids can go. I think that works.
Yeah, and people are sending me some examples of things that have been done in other places.
Yeah.
Like Coach Larry sent me one at Celebration Park Naples. It's kind of like that beer garden where you have an area to play for the kids. He's got a place for the adults to hang out, and even have a place where maybe you have to, leave the bar, but go down on the beach and swim, and just a family destination where there's something for everyone. I don't know that I'm all for the Coney Island feel.
Okay.
Because if you do, now it goes back to what I said. You need to make the island more accessible.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be just the one bridge that's going out there.
Texas, bring over Eastern Market, Belle Isle Market. Yeah, you don't want to cheapen Eastern Market.
No, but you could do something on the weekends, like a farmer's market, have a space set up for that.
Of course. Texas says it's a state park. Leave it that way. I'm at Belle Isle every weekend. Well, the problem is not enough people are, and they're looking for feedback. We're taking it as
he
well.
wants to have it his own private island.
I know. 248-539-9797. People are loving this Coney Island idea on the ticket text. Some all caps, brilliant. We want feedback. We want to know what you guys think. Belle Isle used to have, golf course, used to have the Grand Casino. What can you do to make Belle Isle better? It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness, if you want to make your life better, get over to Planet Fitness, work out. It's always clean there. They've got plenty of opportunities, plenty of machines, whether you like strength. They're always updating, and they've got a lot of leg machines. They've got upper body machines, anything that you want, a lot of cardio machines. If you only got time for 30 minutes, they got the 30-minute workout there. Planet Fitness is absolutely famous for it. And right now, they've got a deal going on, and it's now through tomorrow, which is the 13th. So it's a limited time offer. $1 down, $15 a month gets you in the door for their classic membership. You get there, you like it, upgrade to a Planet Fitness Black Card membership. Now you have access to every single Planet Fitness that there is, not just here in Metro Detroit or around the state, but it's around the country. And you have unlimited guest privileges. So you got to find out, maybe you don't like working out alone. You can always take someone with you. Maybe there's somebody that motivates you. Maybe somebody you're hanging out with. It's all there available for you at Planet Fitness. And you got to find out why you want to work out. I've told you many times, I work out because I want to be able to play with my kids and eventually grandkids. I want to have a vibrant life. That's why you work on your fitness, and you can do it at Planet Fitness. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
All right, Lions fans, it's time to roar louder than ever. The 2025 season is kicking off, and the ultimate way to celebrate it is with 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila and the official tequila of our Detroit Lions. From pregame tailgates to postgame celebrations, 1800 Tequila brings smooth, bold flavor to every moment. Sip it in a sideline margarita or enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising a glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Please drink responsibly. Torque bomb, Tiger win, up to 6.5 in the division. Torqulson hits in 7 of his last 8 games. After an hour delay, Vest would shut the door, and the Tigers won 2-1. Brought up Belle Isle. They're looking for feedback. They want to improve Belle Isle, and I think that's the wise decision. I went a couple summers ago and thought this could be so much more. It's bigger than Central Park in New York, and yet I feel like we have half-ass attempt at something here and run down this over there. What do you guys want? How do we make Belle Isle better? How do we make it the gem that it can be? Ticket Texter says we need a Kenny Cott make Belle Isle great again drop. Texter says, great, upgrade Belle Isle, but not our teams at the deadline. That's Dylan in Royal Oak. Tex says we need a permanent roller coaster theme park carnival state fair type thing. Josh in Warren. John, I know you hate that idea. You want your dock space and your outdoorsmen, all that stuff.
I don't like that idea.
Yeah, I don't either.
That'd be good for your kids.
It would be, but
I don't want to ruin the natural areas the way they are.
yeah.
Says safety is everything. They need to make it safer before they do any of this. Roller skating, rollerblading area. Heather, you love to.
I love to rollerblade.
Yeah.
Some good paved trails. That's all you need.
Sure, yeah.
Kids get into it.
Nice
too.
wide bike path / rollerblade.
Yes.
Roller skating. I don't know if anybody roller skates anymore, but
I think they do, but they're not like going on long journeys. Rollers. I think they're doing like tricks and stuff, like in like
sure, yeah. Also have
parking
like
structures.
like a skate park.
No.
Skate fine if it's that big. I mean, I honestly can't even picture how big
Bridezilla
Belle
doesn't
Isle
like
is.
the clientele of a skate
No,
park.
it's not. No. It's more of like your
she would prefer the frisbee guys.
No, it's the fact that you have to ruin part of the nature to build said skate park.
But they
It's
have a
not
lot
who
of
it-
nature, though. They have, like, again, it's bigger than Central Park. If we carved a quarter of the island and made it more like
habitable
restaurants and social district, or
I don't like the idea of restaurants.
No?
A place to get
Beachfront?
food. I like the food truck idea. Then you could have different food trucks there. You don't have to like create a structure and ruin the space.
Let's get some phone calls. Greg in Waterford, what's up?
Hey, I'm just would like to suggest that they do a little bit over at the Dawson's Great Lake Museum and expand that area, just like they used to have a Know Your Ships place up in Port Huron, where you can know what ships are coming down, what time they're going to be there, what they're carrying, where they're going. It's pretty interesting, and I think a lot of people are fascinated by big freighters whenever they pass.
Oh, I would
Sure.
100% agree with that. I am as well. Would love to know what's going by and sitting at the beach watching all the freighters go round.
Dan in Marysville, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, Dan.
Dan?
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
We got you.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm not from Marysville, by the way.
Oh.
But, I've been going to the Belle Isle for about 15 years. I'm a member of the DYC, and if you've seen it 10 years ago and you look at it now, it's 100% improved there. They do have bike trails, the circumference of the aisle, so I see people rollerblading, I see people biking. I do the same. The beaches are packed. There's tons of people there. It is a state park, so let's leave it a state park. but that boat club and the zoo hasn't been touched yet. So if you're looking for dock space, you may be able to take that boathouse down, put in some new docks, do something with that zoo area. Your callers had some pretty good ideas about that. But like I said, I'm there every weekend, and the place is super packed every weekend. Oh, yeah. It's if you don't get off the island before 6:30 or 7 p.m. on a Saturday or Sunday, you're going to be there a while.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to your point about, like, that boathouse and expanding it, that there are people saying, like, they need to make that more of a marina, because right now I don't believe you can just go dock your boat.
No,
like, you
I don't
have
think
to be
you
part of
can
the yacht
either.
club is the only way to do it.
I've put in Lake Erie, Bulls Harbor, Sterling State Park, and fished in Lake Erie. And then a lot of times when I have somebody on the boat that is, they're not from the area, haven't seen Detroit from the river, we'll run up there. I would love to be able to run all the way up to it and be able to dock the boat and, like I said, have a shore lunch, or just get out and let the kids play on the beach.
Accessible, I think, was one of the words you used. It makes it more accessible. Now, how about this idea? Craig in Chesterfield, you want to kind of copy from somewhere else in the state?
Yeah, absolutely. One other thing that I love about Michigan and we're recognized for is Mackinac Island, but I hate that it's so far away. So why not take some of those shops, some of those companies, the fudge shops, the pasty shops, the historical information up there, bring it down here, because I guarantee a lot of people have never been to Mackinac because it's so far away.
So you want some Belle Isle fudge?
And some pasties.
Sure. I mean,
pasties?
Yes. Careful now.
Well,
a pasty shop
pasties are
is very
something
different than a pasty shop.
Yes. I mean, that could generate some business.
Well,
though,
if you do a strip club on the island, then you could put
the pasties.
Pasties and pasties.
There you go.
Yeah.
What if you did like a Grand Hotel on Belle Isle type of thing, right?
Wardrobe
a place for people to
malfunction.
stay.
With the pasties?
Mm-hmm.
You flagged that right away.
Oh, he said that. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, no, the pasties are what you eat. Pasties are stickers.
They sure are.
Yes. Did you like the idea, though? I thought at first you were like
I
repulsed
didn't even listen
by it.
after I heard the pasties.
He wanted Mackinac Island South. Does that cheapen Mackinac
I don't
Island
love
North?
it.
No cars, get rid of the bridge, take a ferry across. Have a horse and buggy everywhere you want to go, ride your bikes.
I feel like that should just stay with Mackinac Island. Like that's what
Keep
that's
it
known
unique up
for.
there.
Yeah.
I like the idea, but I don't know that the implementation would be what you would expect or want it to be.
Yeah, I agree.
How about Brandon in Detroit? What do you want to see them do with Belle Isle?
So I've been out a few times. This is Brandon. I've been out a few times and with my dog, and the state, it's owned by the state, Belle Isle. They're really strict on leashes, and so you got to keep your dog on a leash. I feel like I come back and the dog's still got a lot of energy. I think there might be one place you can go off leash, but make a big place on the beach. Find a beach, cordon it off. Have a leash-free dog beach where they can swim, play, and get worn out. That's my deal.
I'm okay with that. I mean, as a dog owner who at one point didn't have kids, my dogs were my babies, and I was always looking for a place, a dog-friendly beach or a dog park or a place to take them. So I can understand that. Makes sense to me.
It's my vote.
All right, Brandon, it's noted.
As long as people clean up after them, that's
that's
also
the
the
biggest
issue
thing.
too, right?
Especially
the
on
dogs
the
poop
beach.
on the beach. You got
Yeah, you don't want to be stepping barefoot in
You
the
got to be responsible.
hot, steamy pile.
Right.
Sorry, a hot, steamy pile.
Yeah, unless your dog cleans up after itself. Some dogs like a hot meal.
Unbelievable. We do have the quarterback rankings, the tiers, the latest Who Doesn't Belong. We'll have a golf conversation at 9 o'clock. More of your feedback on Belle Isle and Heather's News. That's next. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Did you know military veterans in our area are holding on to millions in debt? That's why Verizon is partnering with the Detroit Lions to tackle it head on. At Verizon, they know how valuable veterans are. They employ over 8,000 of them, and they don't want to see veterans held back by financial debt. So they're stepping up, committing to eliminate up to $1 million in veteran debt in the greater Detroit area this year. Plus, for every Lions win, an additional $100,000 will be eliminated. And that's not all. Verizon is giving active military and veteran families a special mobile plan discount starting at just $25 per line a month with 4 lines on unlimited welcome. And they're backing it with a 3-year price lock guarantee. Verizon is freeing some of our best from financial burdens. Stop by a Verizon store to learn more and see how they're honoring our veterans today. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
I mean, the timeline kind of makes sense, right? The state now runs Belle Isle and has for more than 10 years. It's time to invest in it more, grow it to be so much more. It was not in great shape when they took it over. So, and it still needs work. So they're looking for suggestions, and we've been having that conversation, improving Belle Isle, turning it into the gem it can be. Alan in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. How are we today?
Good.
Good.
Hey, so I'm actually on Belle Isle, and, you know, there's a couple of things that people have said that have been a little bit wrong. So there are actually 2 food truck areas on the Isle right now where you can go and you can get eats. So they already have that.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
There's a full golf course. There's not a disc golf course, but there's a full golf course on the island where you can come and play around.
Mm-hmm.
And right now I'm actually looking at a majestic 14-point buck that lives in the woods here. So that idea of turning this into like a amusement park or something, I would hate for it to ruin the nature and scare this beautiful, majestic creature away.
It's got to be in velvet, right?
Oh, yeah. I just want to go up and it looks like so soft to touch, but
Yeah. It's amazing.
You know, what I'd love for them to do is they have a north and a south fishing pier, and they're both closed. And I'd love for them to open the fishing piers so we can do some fishing on the river.
You know, I think that would be a great way because not everybody has a boat, right? And if you have the opportunity to go down to Belle Isle, hit the fishing pier, it just opens up more fishing opportunities for everyone.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, if you haven't had a chance to check out some of the nature trails, there's a beautiful nature trail where you can go walk down and actually walk right by a lighthouse. And there's a little festival hidden back in the woods along one of the nature trails. Everyone should come check. They really like the main.
Yeah, maybe they just need more cell towers down there.
But it is a mystery. There's a hidden right near that. I'm like, what is hidden? What's there?
I know.
I
Now
must
it's
go
a great
see.
mystery. You have to go now.
He's got you hooked.
Uh-huh.
Text says campground, marina, improved golf course. That's from Tom. Texter says, this is way out of left field. Build a new ballpark when the time comes and have the water like they have in Pittsburgh or in the Bay Area.
Oh, you mean like
the Tigers
instead of Comerica,
right in the heart of the city? Yeah,
no.
Can you
I mean,
imagine
it
the
would
traffic?
be cool, but
Well, they need more than one bridge on.
So I don't know if they're still there. This is how long it's been since I've actually been to Belle Isle, and we're learning a lot by people that are calling up and saying what is actually there. I remember in high school we used to have baseball tournaments down there. Are the ball fields, the youth baseball fields, softball fields, are they still there
I believe
and
it's still
operational?
There. Yeah, I don't. That second part I don't know.
Some of my most fond memories of playing baseball were actually on Belle Isle.
What if you had
really had them.
like the Jimmy John's Field concept? What if it was something like that on Belle Isle?
No. I don't like that.
Okay.
Kind of like what the other caller just said. Like, it is a state park. It's beautiful. It's got nature. I don't like. That seems too commercialized.
I want it more commercialized. I know I'm fighting an uphill battle there. I just think it would draw more people there. It would use the resource better, and you could still keep a section of it for wildlife and a section of it for nature and expand the beaches, and you can still do all of those
But like
things.
the one caller said, if you're there after 6 or 6:30 trying to get off the island, it's going to take a long time. I think access to the island is one of the things that either it just keeps people away because they're like, I don't want to get stuck in traffic late in the day. Kids are screaming.
So you're going to need a second bridge. You're going to need to let people boat there beyond the yacht club members. Last word on this, Pat and Romeo. Final say.
Hey, morning, guys. You know, you're talking about like the amusement park and all that stuff, but one of the best features of that is sitting right on the river. I mean, you can see Lake St. Clair, you can see the Detroit River, you can see Canada, you can see Lake Erie. Why not put like a big tower, kind of like a Space Needle type thing where people could go up and see the view?
Like
or
observatory?
Like a London Eye type thing where you would add to the skyline and then you could actually see the features of the region.
I don't hate that. It would look weird if it's the only thing there. And then if you build too much around it, people like John say, whoa, stop it. But I would like an observatory, right? People can go up and take in all of that, the surrounding area.
Or just build a bigger lighthouse.
Okay.
That you could go up and then see all of the sites.
I think what he's talking about would be one hell of a lighthouse, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if he's talking like a Space Needle, I mean, yeah, you could see the ballet from there.
All right, we are going to talk a lot of football. 9 o'clock, the Jared Goff conversation. QB tiers at 8:50. First, Heather with the news.
So MDOT officials are pausing a roughly $500 million reconstruction project in the heart of Detroit to reevaluate how to move forward. So supporters believe turning the I-375 freeway into a traditional boulevard would be a great thing for the community, would revitalize the community. But those in opposition say, hey, we've got concerns over cost, longevity, design elements. So this project was actually set to kick off in the fall, continue until 2029. But now it is on pause. The state transportation director says that they have like one opportunity to get this right, and they are going to try to get this right. So they're putting everything on pause. Hey, starting in 2026, the UFC is moving its U.S. fights to Paramount and CBS, ending its pay-per-view model with ESPN. So under this 7-year deal, all 13 numbered UFC events and 30 fight nights will be streamed on Paramount Plus as part of the subscription. And on X, Dana White said that this deal puts UFC amongst the best, biggest sports in the world. The exposure provided by Paramount and CBS networks under this new structure is a huge win for our athletes and anyone who watches and loves the sport.
I think it's awesome. It is fun to watch, and sometimes it is hard to find it at times. And I know they used to have a whole bunch of pay-per-view events. I'm not going to pay for it. If you already have the Paramount app, I'm hoping that it comes along with the app, but it's not an added fee.
It sounds like it.
That was going to be my question. Is the price going up?
Right.
But we shall see. Hey, Taylor Swift just announced she's dropping a brand new album, The Life of a Showgirl, and she did it in true Taylor Swift fashion. It's her 12th studio album. It was revealed when a countdown clock on her website ticked down to 12:12 a.m. And while the website didn't reveal any information about this new album, she did post a little teaser video on Instagram giving a sneak peek at the album on Travis Kelce's podcast, New Heights. Oh,
She's
John,
gonna do the podcast.
John got an eye roll. Yeah, so on the
Sweetie.
teaser too, she pulls out this, Taylor Swift briefcase, and inside is the album. You couldn't see the album. It was blurred out in the teaser, but that will air tomorrow, the 13th, fittingly, at 7 p.m.
Okay.
So there you have it.
Didn't they make a movie, Showgirls?
Yes, John.
Probably,
Back in the 90s, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just throwing that out there. Wonder if it'll be similar.
I don't think it will be, John.
Oh, okay.
Who knows? So it's been nearly 3 decades since David Justice and Halle Berry got divorced, but he's now opening up about why their marriage ended. So he was on this podcast, the All the Smoke podcast, and part of it he explained was that Halle didn't cook, she didn't clean, and didn't seem very motherly.
Oh.
Yeah. But he did go on to say also that he just didn't see like they were going to fit in the future because, quote, she didn't cook, she didn't clean, and didn't seem like motherly.
Look, I think if one wants
I mean,
kids and one doesn't, that's a reason. But because someone doesn't clean, like he's a millionaire and she would go on to have an epic career of her own.
She was a hardworking actress.
Yeah.
Taking care of her. Well,
he knew what
not
he
according
wanted.
to him, but
And it wasn't
Halle
Berry.
Berry.
Apparently.
Oh, all right, dude.
Yeah, whatever.
who's he with now?
I don't know.
I'm sure.
I know he's not in the same shape
The way
as
you
Halle
said
Berry.
that, I was like, is he like some
I don't know.
like,
I mean,
loner? I mean, do you know?
No, I think he's
but
a
you're passing
baseball
up on
coach.
Halle Berry.
Right.
Who's he with now?
Yeah, I don't
Somebody
think
who's
some loser.
Somebody who cooks and cleans and is very motherly,
Probably.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Heather with the news.
Hopefully he's happy.
Sounds like he is.
QB Tears. Where's Goff? Who belongs where? It's next 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes got you jammed up, you need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with a random individual you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can give Maurice and Jerry a call at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Spencer Torqulson delivers the Tigers a 2-1 series opening win over the White Sox last night with a towering ninth-inning home run. Dylan Dingler dropped an RBI single into right for a 1-0 Tigers lead in the second. Then in the fifth, star Chicago rookie Colson Montgomery tied it up at 1 apiece. That set up Torque's heroics in the ninth, a solo home run off the left field foul pole at right field, the game winner in a 2-1 Tigers victory. The starter Chris Paddock went 5 2/3, 1 run, 4 strikeouts. Holton, Finnegan, and Vest were all scoreless to close the game out of the Tiger bullpen. The NBA this morning releasing a pair of primetime games for the Pistons this season. They'll take the floor in the debut NBA Peacock Monday, October 27th against the Cavs. Then on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, January 19th at the Celtics. The full schedule is released on Thursday. Michigan checking in at number 14 in the AP preseason top 25. It's the fourth straight year the Wolverines enter the season ranked in the top 15. Michigan State's unranked the last time the Spartans were in the preseason top 25, 2022, when they were 15th. Tigers prospect Kevin McGonigal takes a big jump in MLB Pipeline's latest prospect ranking for the top 100. The middle infielder now the number 2 prospect in all of baseball, just behind Pirates outfielder Connor Griffin. Outfielder Max Clark is number 9 on the list. And the Lions begin joint practices with the Dolphins tomorrow in Allen Park, before these two teams play at Ford Field Saturday for preseason game number 3 for Detroit. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Luke referenced the preseason top 25 in college football. Later this hour, we'll play overrated, underrated. John, those are your only 2 choices.
Okay.
9:35, we'll go through some select teams.
Do my best.
That's what's got me worried. We want to have the Goff conversation, and you may be wondering why today. He was on the midday show yesterday. We just got done talking about his place in the latest tier rankings among NFL quarterbacks. We want to talk about it today. We could have picked any day in the summer, especially coming off of last year, but we want to have that conversation with you guys today. And John, that conversation is what?
I want to know if Lions fans, what type of faith do they have in Jared Goff? Because I know it was shaken last year when they faced the Washington Commanders in the postseason, and Jared Goff had 4 interceptions. It wasn't his best day. It wasn't the offense's best day. There was plenty of other guys that you could blame for that loss. It was a career year for him, and it was on the heels of the career year until he had last year's year in 23. And he took up to the NFC Championship game. And in that season, there were times where he had to physically go out there and win games. I always reference the Tampa game where all the running backs decided that they were going to get hurt on the same time. And he had to turn into an elite quarterback for a day to go win a game for the Lions. He did that. And then he takes him to the NFC Championship game. And they did not lose that NFC Championship game because of the play of Jared Goff. They should have won it because of the play of Jared Goff. They didn't, so he doesn't get a chance to get to the Super Bowl. And we saw last year, that's the last thing that Lions fans remember. And it left a bad taste in everyone's mouth, and it should. But how much did that performance taint what he has done over the last 3 years for the Detroit Lions as your starting quarterback, as a guy that finished in the top 5 in MVP voting last year?
It puts doubt in your mind. And I'm going to say something about Jared Goff, and I don't know if you'll agree with it or not, but I still think he has a lot to prove. He's proven quite a bit since he's come to Detroit. He's resurrected his image in his career, and he's gotten full buy-in from the city. We heard the Jared Goff chants when he helped win them 2 playoff games, right? I mean, think about that. The Detroit Lions winning back-to-back playoff games, doing it at an emotional setting in Ford Field. Yet I still feel like he has more to prove. This year, he's going to be without Ben Johnson. Well, he's a big boy. He's been in the league long enough. He should be fine. Mm-hmm. He's got to replace 2 offensive linemen, right up the gut, right up the middle. Does that impact play-action passing? Does it impact pass protection? Does it impact him as a guy who's not overly mobile? Can he go from a good regular season, right? Mm-hmm. Top 5 in MVP voting, 15 wins in the regular season. Can he channel that into winning a Super Bowl, right? That was what LA dumped him over. They didn't think he could win the Super Bowl. They didn't think, well, this guy can't win a division. They didn't think he could win the Super Bowl. I think he can.
Yeah.
I think he needs help. I think he belongs in that tier 2 quarterback grouping that we listed. He needs the run game to be there. He needs the O-line to be strong. He needs his defense to keep the score from getting up into a shootout. I don't think it behooves Jared Goff to throw it 45 times in a game against Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen in a Super Bowl. So, of course, he's going to need help. You want to ding him for it? Great. I think it puts more on Brad Holmes, though, to make sure that he has that requisite support to do it. Because, John, he's one of the 10 best quarterbacks in the sport. Of course, you can win a Super Bowl with him.
Yeah, I think you can as well. And every quarterback needs help. Now, when you talk about Patrick Mahomes, he's already won a couple of Super Bowls. So he needs less help than everyone else. The Super Bowls that he lost, where did he need help? In protection.
Yep.
He was under duress the entire time.
It's a great point. I would say Mahomes and Brady, arguably greatest of all time. One, is in Brady, one may be in Mahomes. What's killed them in their Super Bowl losses
is being under duress.
Yep.
And so, but there's different levels of assistance. You need a better defense than, and Kansas City's had a good defense, but you need a better defense with guys like Jared Goff, guys like Justin Herbert, and everything, and even Jalen Hurts. I know he is in that tier 2. What did they have last year? A phenomenal defense, a great run game, and arguably a top 2 offensive line.
Yep.
Not arguably top offensive line, but they were
certainly
1 and 2
top
along
2,
with Detroit. Yeah. So that's what you need for almost every quarterback to be able to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
But let me paint you, there's fork in the road for Jared Goff. That's why I think he has a lot to prove still. Scenario 1. It's the same offense. Who needs Ben Johnson? He's accurate. He's composed. The offense remains one of the best in the sport, and this team makes a deep run and maybe even wins the whole thing. Scenario 2. The O-line isn't good enough. The turnovers we saw in the postseason happen again. What are we saying about Jared Goff next year? We're saying we're stuck. We're plateauing. This is critical for him, and that's going to be right when his extension kicks in.
Right, and this, you talk about critical for him. This is the year. Last year we had talked about him on the periphery of being an MVP candidate. I know he was one of the final 5, but it was either going to go to Lamar Jackson, it was going to go to Kyle Allen, or it was going to go to Saquon. Like, those were the 3. And I know Joe Burrow had a great year, but you got to at least win some games or get to the postseason, I think, to be able to be an MVP candidate. So this year, if he ever has a chance to win an MVP, it's going to be this year because it's all on him. You've got a new coordinator, and you've got less of an offensive line going into the season than you had last year.
He'll have to be bigger in protections, more vocal.
Yeah, I mean, he is just going to have to be the reason that this team overcomes those odds offensively.
And that hasn't always been the case.
No. So if and it's not only that, it's everything that is a negative going into this season for the team, or at least a concern. Jared Goff can overcome all of those by his play and his leadership on the field. And then you throw on top of that trips to KC, trips to Baltimore, trips to Cincinnati, trips to Philly, trips to Washington.
Toe-to-toe.
Like, this is the year. If he's going to win an MVP, it's this year. And if he aces 90% of those tests or those concerns, I think in week 11, in week 12, we are certainly talking about, is Jared Goff going to win an MVP this year?
But I think we had some of those whispers last year. And look, maybe you're making the case that he would be more deserving this year. I don't think it really matters if he wins an MVP or not. Like, it's really going to come down to, don't turn the ball over 4 times at home in a playoff game and then go out and do that again and again and again. I mean, they may have to win 4 playoff games, and they might not all be in his backyard, and they might be in the elements, and he may get pressured.
But if you aced those tests,
you're ready.
Then you're certainly ready for anything that the postseason has to offer. If you go to Kansas City, and he's never lost to Patrick Mahomes, you go to Kansas City and get a win, that's a feather in your cap, and it prepares you more for the postseason, possible Super Bowl matchup. Same thing with Baltimore. Same thing with Cincinnati. Same thing with Philly. That could be a matchup of the NFC Championship game. If you ace those tests, then yeah, you are ready for the postseason.
The Goff conversation, it's a sprawling one. Where are you at with Goff? Can he get it done? Do you fully trust him? Does he still have more to prove? Dan Campbell said he's good enough for Detroit. We'll check in on that conversation with Brian in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Good to hear from you.
You know what's funny, fellas? I can't, for the life of me, and I still can't get over. He took the Rams to the Super Bowl, and they still wanted to get rid of him. I can't get over that. Goff does not have the ability to play. If they don't win a division, they got to win 4 straight games. Goff doesn't have the ability to play good 4 straight high-pressure games. I put him in that's why Minnesota got rid of that. Minnesota quarterback had a great season last year. He folded like a 10 in the playoffs. That's why they got rid of him. Can Goff do it at the highest moment? And I don't think he can.
He needs help. He needs support. And you may say he needs too much help, but Brad Holmes is one hell of a GM, and he's got to put enough support there because...
Yeah, but he took the Rams to the Super Bowl, and then they gave him a monster contract at that time.
Well,
it wasn't until a year later or 2 years later where they're like, we want to move on.
But do you connect the dots he's saying then? Okay, we paid him. We couldn't support him. He collapsed. Well, what happened in Detroit? We've paid him. It kicks in 26. We're already talking about guys they won't be able to keep. I mean, in that sense...
Well, how do we know we won't be able to keep him? Who can we not keep right now?
On this football team?
Yeah.
Like long term?
Yeah, I'm just asking.
J-Mo? I'm not sure that he's here long term. We've had those conversations.
Yeah, but that might just be, do you want to pay him or not? And
the cap is real. I mean, Holmes even acknowledges
the cap is real. Yeah, but they didn't. I mean, did they not go out and sign a second edge because they got to pay Hutch?
Right.
There are ways that you can massage the cap, and I know Gator likes to say this, like the cap is a myth, and in some instances it is. So
how about
it's not
Alex
like,
Anzalone?
I don't think in 26 I don't think Alex Anzalone it rises to the level of any of the players that we're talking about.
No, but if you start losing, like that's a leader, that's a starter,
and then you
have
have somebody like Jack Campbell that can fill those shoes.
Right now, I have both. I only have one after this year. Like again, it's on Brad Holmes to keep putting more coal in the furnace.
Sure, yeah, keep drafting well.
The point, though, is you won't keep everybody.
Not everyone.
248-539-9797.
But you can keep a lot of the key components.
Yes. We got calls to get to. I know. I see the clock. We'll talk to you guys coming up next, 97.1.
When sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Feminino steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Feminino. His slogan is Get David, Get Paid. Well, to him, it's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, tell him to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH. Or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH. Or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Where are you at with Jared Goff? He was on the midday show yesterday. He was listed as a tier 2 quarterback by The Athletic, their survey with GMs and head coaches. Can he get it done? I said he has still more to prove. And he's proved a lot, but he still has more to prove, especially with no Ben Johnson, new offensive line. Didn't get it done last year with 4 turnovers in a home playoff game as a double-digit favorite. Look, it puts some doubt in people's minds, so we ask, where are you at? Or, said differently,
do you
believe? 248-539-9797.
So bad.
Edward in Detroit, what's up?
Ugh.
Good morning, guys. When I hear my fellow Lions fans say that Jared Goff is going to lead us to the Super Bowl, I'm reminded of my good friends who connect with their ex for the 3rd or 4th or 5th time, and they're convinced that this time it's going to be different, that he's changed and we're really going to work it out. Like the guy that called before me said, the Rams drafted Goff number 1. They went to a Super Bowl with him. They gave him a big contract, but they woke up and said he's not the guy for us to go to a Super Bowl. They doubled down on that, and they win one with Stafford. So the hard question for us is that what makes us different than the Rams? What have we seen in 4+ seasons from Goff that would say that the Rams were wrong and we're right?
So a couple things, Edward. I agree with you. Listen, I said it when they acquired him. He's shed some of that, though. I think he's developed more as a quarterback now than he was as a younger quarterback with the Rams. I think there's more moxie, there's more poise. I mean, he's not running a faster 40, but I think cerebrally he's stepped up. And I would say the Lions have done a good job putting a hell of a roster around him. Now, you can do it side by side with that Rams team that won the Super Bowl. They had Aaron Donald. I think Hutch is primed for a big year on defense. The line here in Detroit, with Penei Sewell, you have a Gibbs, they had Gurley. You have a St. Brown, they had Kupp.
And could Dan Campbell ultimately be better than Sean McVay? Sean McVay couldn't figure this is the ultimate scapegoat. The reason they didn't win that Super Bowl is falling squarely on Jared Goff's shoulder. McVay was the coach. He couldn't figure out that defense either.
Belichick
Their
schooled
offensive line couldn't figure out how to block that front. They just, as an offense, didn't do enough. Now, the quarterback is the easy target. But there are other people to blame, and I think everybody is sitting there saying the reason they didn't win that is solely because of Jared Goff, and that's not the case.
It's fork in the road because 2 years ago, he was a huge emotional leader, and he hit big-time throws to win multiple home playoff games. And then last year, he laid an egg. Well, this is the rubber match. Let's get to John in Livonia. Why is it going to be different?
Hey, fellas. One thing that's different this season with Jared Goff, nobody's talking about it, man. It's that dad strength, you know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Hey,
he's got more to play for.
Yeah, honestly, I see it a lot. Once athletes have kids, man, there's a different fire that wasn't there before. And everything on top of that, man, I don't know. I think it's stupid to say he couldn't win us a Super Bowl. It's definitely possible.
Yeah.
I'm very hopeful, you know?
Well, I think there's a lot of people that are hopeful, and I'm with you as well that he certainly can go out there and win a Super Bowl for the Lions. It could have been 2 years ago, and we have no idea what would have happened in that Super Bowl because Gibbs fumbled, pass was dropped, and a ball goes off a face mask. None of those things had Jared Goff's fingerprints on him. And you could say the pass dropped, but he literally put it in his hands.
Yeah, look, he played well enough in San Francisco to win that game. I would put 3, 4, 5 things ahead of Jared Goff's play for why they did not win that playoff game in San Francisco. Last year, though, I'd make him the number one reason they didn't win the playoff game against the Commanders. And I know people, the defense was hurt. He had 4 turnovers.
Yeah. Without those 4 turnovers, and even with the defense banged up, we all went into it thinking that this was going to be a win for the Lions.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We'll play overrated, underrated with the AP Top 25 in college football. But first, Heather with the news.
So, an Ohio man won big during a golfing trip that he took here in Michigan. 68-year-old Donovan Reynolds bought a Powerball ticket. This is at a truck stop in Ottawa Lake while he was visiting, and he won $150,000.
Good for him.
Yeah, he says he plans to put the money towards his daughter's college fund.
Good for him.
Good dad, yes. So after Friday night's Lions preseason game was suspended, Dan Campbell talked about how the game ended and made it clear that the plan went against the directive that he and his fellow coach from the Falcons received from the league.
Good for them. Both those guys.
Yep.
Both of them.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm really sick of these stories, and I'm hoping that they'll end soon because I think the people have gotten their point across. The sex toys being thrown onto the court at WNBA games.
Yeah.
It's got to stop. Well, police in New York just released a photo of this dude, right? This guy is wearing a Beavis and Butthead t-shirt.
Oh, really?
Sweet. And an Ohio State hat.
I think we all saw this coming.
Yeah. And
Not
anyway,
surprised.
he apparently is responsible for throwing that bright green toy towards the court. He actually didn't even make it to the court because it hit a little girl in the leg, hit a 12-year-old girl in the leg. This was at the New York Liberty and Dallas Wings game last week. So now they want to find him, and they say that he is wanted for assault.
Okay, so I know that the headline was, it was made to look like it was, like it hit her in the head or it created some injury. I don't think she was hurt.
She said the young girl did say that she had some pain in her leg afterward, but she didn't have to be like checked out by a medic or anything. She's fine. She's fine. I mean,
right. They're trying to find any way to charge these
Yes.
individuals that are doing this, and I just think it's so appropriate that he was wearing a Beavis and Butthead shirt
Exactly.
and an Ohio State ball cap.
Yep.
Does that not fit the profile?
Absolutely does.
Yep. Perfect. According to a new dating survey, nearly half of Gen Zers would pick money over love. So 46% say they would pick long-term financial stability over a long-term romance. And more say, 1 in 3 say that they'd get back with an ex if their ex suddenly got rich. Because they value that stability, I guess, financially over love. But millennials, on the other hand,
you can enjoy it all alone.
Yes, my millennials, on the other hand, say that they would rather be broke and in a magical relationship than have financial security.
Smart, wise people. Millennials.
So a magical relationship, when you kiss, is there like fireworks?
Yes.
Oh,
Sparks?
yes.
Every time.
Fairy dust.
Yes. Oh, fairy dust. Oh, wow.
In all different colors, confetti and things like that. This is interesting. So the average wedding, according to this data, costs $33,000 or about $284 per guest. So it's very expensive. But now there's an app that could actually help you reduce the cost.
Oh.
So there's an app. It's taking off in Europe, apparently, and it allows couples to sell tickets to their weddings. And this is not for family and friends. You invite them, they get an invite, they get to come. This is for random strangers. You can literally sell tickets. So it's like Wedding Crashers can pay to go to your wedding. So there's all different things. You can set the price and how much you want your tickets to cost. It says generally tickets would cost between $100 to $200 a piece. And you as a couple can approve the people who are paying. And there are some strict rules: dress code, arrival time, how much you drink. And then there's photo rules, right? The photographer has to know who these random people are so that you're not getting a whole bunch of pictures back.
Of random individuals.
I don't understand this at all. I don't. First of all, it takes the fun out of crashing the wedding if you're going to pay an RSVP. And second of all, who'd want to go to a random person's wedding for several $100s?
It depends where it's at.
Well,
perhaps
several
it's at a
$100.
really,
It said $100
or $2.
It said, $100 to $200. Okay, let's say it's at a really cool venue.
Yeah.
You're single. You're ready to mingle. You get free drinks. You get dinner. And people at weddings don't know each other, right? Like the guests don't all know every guest.
Right.
So you're kind of
Doesn't
in an
seem like
environment.
they would be that out of place. And if you could set a limit for it, like how many people you're willing to sell tickets for,
Get some
as long
money
as
back.
it covers the cost of them coming.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily do it for myself,
I
but
don't think I would either.
I mean, if
it's
so,
an
here's
option.
the thing, and I'm glad you put in there that you could decline somebody
Yes.
that is coming, because you could have a whole bunch of X's showing up. Oh, I'm going to pay $100 and I'm going to go stand
ruin,
right in
sabotage.
the middle. Yeah. I'm going to be in every photo.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, AP Top 25 in college football. Overrated, underrated. We're going to go through some select teams. If we miss anybody, text us, let us know. We have some Goff texts we'll end the hour with as well. It's 97.1.
Hey parents, it's Heather. As the new school year kicks off, you've got a lot on your plate. And if you're like most, you appreciate knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your monthly bills. Well, Verizon has some big news that will bring you serious peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. Right now, you can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that amazing price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your back-to-school worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today and ask about their 3-year price guarantee. Get ready for a smooth, connected school year. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Torqulson, big-time home run. Needed it. He's got hits in 7 of the last 8 games.
He's been on fire.
Had the go-ahead run before the rain.
Delayed with the inevitable.
Yep. Tigers up 6.5 games in the division play again tonight, and the Guardians will be in action against the Marlins if you're doing the scoreboard watching. What is Stoney's magic number?
38, I think what you guys said.
38.
38, yeah. So let me ask you this question. Torque is at 26 home runs, and I know we're on the heels this weekend of seeing Riley Green hit one.
Yeah.
Who ends up with more home runs, Riley Green or Spencer Torkelson? Because Torque, for the month of July, I believe he was right at 270, which has nothing to do with home runs, but good contact for him means he's going to be hitting more home runs.
Productive.
And through the month of August to this point, he is hitting 290.
Torque does a lot of damage against lefties. Green does a lot of damage against righties. You're going to see more righties.
Well,
Green has one
Green
more.
does no damage against lefties.
Yeah, I'm going to say Green. But
Okay.
I wouldn't be mad at you if you said, hey, I trust Torque to be more consistent down the stretch. John, today's Cash the Ticket episode is the all-name team. It should be on people's feeds. I know you love this stuff.
I do. Give me a couple of your best.
So on the offensive line, it sounds like some dudes you'd run into at like a Magic Mike show. They have King Large playing the offensive line at SMU.
Okay.
And Haynes Hammer.
Apparently, it does sound like a Magic Mike
I like
show.
the alliteration. Like I like the
hammer?
Well, the Haynes hammer.
Haynes
it,
hammer,
it
okay.
hits differently when you got the double
does it?
H. Yeah, well, like any double letter, I feel like goes like that.
That hammer hits different, they say. Some other names. Tommy Running Rabbit is a running back.
Tommy Running Rabbit. I make no assumptions.
There's Dude Person.
Dude Person. I've heard of Dude Person.
Dude Person, which seems like something you just come up with.
Yeah, he seems like a great dude, maybe even a great person.
His name is Dude.
Dude
Person.
Yeah, dude.
I've never met a
dude.
real dude.
He plays DB at Arkansas Central Arkansas State. Yeah.
Dude. That was a John Wayne character. Rio Bravo, I believe. Dude.
One of my favorite.
Useless knowledge.
They say availability is it's
a trait. Yes,
it's great. So is mobility.
Okay. Yes, mobility. Mobility's a DB, right?
He plays for Rice. Mobility.
Okay. Yep.
There's a bunch of DeColdest Crawford, DeRealist Clark. We went through all of them. Rocky Beers.
Yeah, Rocky Beers, tight end. He's been a tight end. He's been in this name list for a couple of years now.
So
Wait.
Right, he's like what, North Dakota State or
Rocky Beers is currently at Colorado State.
Oh, okay.
Is DeColdest Crawford still playing?
He was
I don't
one
know
of
that
the
he's on a
original
roster.
NIL individuals. He had a deal, I think it was with an HVAC company, and he was originally at Nebraska, I believe.
He was there. Yeah, he was. I don't know where he currently
I
is.
feel like he played against Harbaugh in his first year at Michigan.
DeColdest.
No, I don't think it goes back quite that far, but yes.
Dude named Pig Cage, multiple people with the name Legend. So
This is a real guy too.
General Booty.
For real?
Yeah.
I just Googled Dude Person because I was curious about the dude, and then he popped up.
The dude abides.
General
Booty.
Maximus Axel Booty.
Wow, they're just going full awesome.
That's his full name.
General Maximus Axel Booty. Wow.
Wow.
They literally were like, how can we make this name cooler?
Wow.
Well, let's put Maximus as his middle name. Well, how could we make it cooler? Let's go Axel. Let's go General Maximus Axel Booty.
Wow.
Valeni found first team, second team, third team, all 22, kickers and punters.
Well, he had the month of July off, right? So he had plenty of time.
He did, John. He's back today, and that podcast is up for people who want to check it out, Cash the Ticket. We are back. We'll have previews, all the run-up for the football season. We have some ticket texts on Jared Goff. Before we
There's
read
so many
these,
names.
I know.
Heather, what else are you seeing?
Oh, I mean, you said some of them. Storm Duck,
Yep.
Fat Watts,
Oh, Fat Watts, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Major Burns.
Major Burns, yes.
Wow.
It all depends where.
It's fabulous.
Eastern Michigan's got a defensive lineman. You can go ahead and say his name if you'd like to.
What's his name?
We're not going to do that.
You can look it up. He
Is it
just
his real
launched
name?
some hats, yes.
It's his real name.
It's his
You
real
can't
name.
say it on air.
I would
I'm
not
not
like
going
to.
Really?
Probably
Okay.
not best for
Okay, I'll look it up.
for the all-white morning show to say it.
It is his name.
Noah is his first name, and he plays for Eastern, and he's selling hats. Anyway, some text on Jared Goff while she looks that up. We mentioned Goff today. You want to give it a shot, Heather? No? Okay. So we'll go through these. Question was, do you trust Goff? Do you believe in Goff? This is a big year upcoming. And some ticket texters. Steve in Madison Heights says, I'm not sure about Jared. I'd have more confidence if he'd stop throwing the ball to the other team.
Yeah.
The playoff game still lingers, John. Adding Tesla to this offense is lethal. I think it will also be critical to add Za'Darius to the next week. Alima had a schedule. Goff will be in MVP talks. No reason they won't be a Super Bowl favorite.
All right, so I'm not going to have any hopes and dreams of getting Alima ahead of schedule. I know that they have talked that he may be ahead of schedule. I'm going to put that one out there. He'll be back when he's back. I do think getting Za'Darius back in the next 8 to 9 days is critical for this defense. And we were just talking at the break. We're going to talk more about it. But Isaac Tesla, the way that he has performed at practice and in games, I am very excited about what he adds to this offense. The lethality of this offense.
Tech says 100% faith in Goff. The defense was cooked. Goff tried to be a hero against Washington. He is a winner, one of the smartest QBs in the league. Texter says he doesn't have the skill set to win in the playoffs in today's NFL. Doug in Rochester. Another unnamed texter says, just never been a fan, being honest. Someone on the ticket text said Jared Goff he is a quarterback you can win a Super Bowl with. He is not a quarterback you will win a Super Bowl because of.
Okay, how many quarterbacks out there are you going to win a Super Bowl because of?
It's probably the guys in tier 1. Right?
Some of them.
You would win a Super Bowl because of Josh Allen. You would win a Super Bowl because of Lamar Jackson. You'd win a Super Bowl because of Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow. That's the list, though.
Well, I mean, the only definitive way to answer that is if you have done it. I mean, how many opportunities has Lamar Jackson had to win a Super Bowl? He hasn't won a playoff game because of Lamar Jackson.
Well, yeah, that's why he takes the heat. That's why he takes the heat, for sure.
Sure. I mean, yes, I think that Lamar Jackson can win a Super Bowl. Yes. Joe Burrow, yes. Joe Burrow's got to get back to the playoffs.
You want to ask Gator your Tiger question, the Homer question?
Oh, yeah. So just a random question as we were talking about. We had a highlight coming in. Obviously, Torque's home run last night. Right. He's got 26. Green has 27. Who ends up with more home runs?
Especially Torqulson.
Yeah, I kind of think so, too. Especially the way that he's hitting over the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, I think he's a home run hitter. Riley Green, I mean, look, he's hit a bunch of bombs, but he hit them all early, and I thought even then, like, I don't think that's a typical, like, he's going to slow down regardless, but I don't look at Riley Green and think this is a guy who's going to threaten 40 home runs every year. Mm-hmm. Torqulson is a guy who's going to threaten to hit 40 every year.
What number leads the team at the end of the year?
36.
Okay. Another 10 for Torque.
I think that's a very legitimate number.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gator.
You're welcome, John.
You guys are not at practice today?
No, we'll be back there tomorrow. We got the joint practices on Wednesday and Thursday that we'll be there for.
What was the muggy level that you were facing yesterday? The sticky level?
It was. I don't know if it was as bad as when you guys were there, but it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the difference with us and when you guys are there, I guess it would be for you guys, you're there in the morning, so maybe the first couple hours it could be okay because there's nobody there yet.
Yeah.
But then once practice starts and everybody shows up in that area, it gets hot.
There's just no air movement in there.
So for us, we started the show like that because at 10 o'clock you've already got all the people there, the spectators watching in the same area that we are. So it got kind of stuffy in there. But practice ended at right after noon. And by the time Jared Goff had walked over and talked to us, it was much better. And then when everybody left by 12:45, everybody's gone, I was able to turn one of the fans.
See, we didn't do that until way too late. I should have done that early.
And I turned the fan on me because Doug had to take off early. So it was it ended up being totally tolerable for the last hour and a half.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doug, you found a relic over there in the studio?
Yeah, the Lindy's College Football magazine here. And I'm like, God, these things should be so great. The excitement when you used to get one of these.
Yeah. I mean, the Bible.
Magazines.
Yep. It's this is the first year that I have not looked at one of those.
Not even looked. Well, here you go.
You want
Change that right now.
Well, think about how different it was. Like back in the day, we used to love those things, right?
Yeah.
And then at some point, you realized they're obsolete like within seconds.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like, but you don't know that when you're younger and you're looking at these things, 20 years ago. But now it's like,
Well,
okay,
20 years ago, that was your only map.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Now you just Google.
Right. And now you can look at this and go, oh, great. When was this published? Oh, August 1st.
So I still use it as a cheat for like schedule and like
for that
couple
stuff,
notes,
it's great. Yeah, but like
preseason, but it goes out the window so quick.
Yeah, we start looking at rosters and I like to. These magazines are great for holding receipts.
Yes. But I bet you in the Michigans there they don't have Rocco Milla on the roster. Did you see that news?
No. Oh, is that the linebacker?
Yeah, linebacker. Yeah. So Mark Milla, his dad, former center at Michigan.
My old teammate.
And oh, really?
Yeah, Mark and I played together. He was a year younger than me.
Okay.
He played when I played 8th grade football. He was in 7th grade.
Taught him everything
because he was a monster.
Mm-hmm.
So he was big enough to play.
Yeah.
He had like size 13 shoe as a 7th grader.
Yeah. Now if you saw him now, he's not a monster
no,
anymore.
He's not. No, he's like lean and trim.
Yeah.
Great guy.
Yes.
Great guy.
Yeah. Dr. Milla.
What's on Carson Anderson today?
Well, I had one of my recurring nightmares last night. Again. And it's a real thing. Like I had the same.
Oh, really?
There's a couple nightmares I always
Been a while
have.
for this.
Does this involve Jordan Love?
No.
No. Oh, okay. I know you were very concerned about him for a couple
years.
years.
It was last year.
Does it involve making out with a coworker?
No, it does not. No, it does
That's
not.
a bad one.
No, it's just, I've had talked about it on the air before.
Talking nightmares.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, she had that. She shared that. She called it a dream, not a nightmare. So,
it's true.
Right.
Some revisionist history on this.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Revisionist history.
She called it a dream the day of. Now it's a nightmare because she received flack for it.
Yeah.
You know what her subconscious wanted. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, good morning and welcome to another edition of the Carson Anderson radio program. Scott the Gator Anderson, how are you today?
I'm all right, Doug.
That's good. That's not believable. You didn't sell it. What's wrong?
I didn't sleep well last night.
You didn't?
No.
What happened?
Well, I'd say the dog got up at 5:20.
Okay.
Wanted to go out at 5:20.
Okay.
After we had gone to bed at like midnight. I'm like, this is not, no, I don't want, no. I tried to put it off, and then she got way too insistent. And I'm like, fine. So I took her outside and took her out to the front yard. I had to make a business trip in the front yard rather than let her run around the back.
Why's that?
Funny you should ask, Doug. Because last night at around 11:45, get ready to winding up on the TV and stuff, and the dog was outside, and then I heard the dog make a few kind of loud barks. And I was like, what are you barking at? And eventually I went outside, and she was standing over another exposed rabbit hole.
No way. Another one?
She did it again.
So wait a sec. The first one, the rabbits have vacated.
Yes.
They've grown up and they've vacated.
That they did.
And now you have another rabbit hole?
Yes. And she widened this one out and flattened it out. I mean, it's like, before it was like a crater, and I could cover the depth of the crater with some sticks and a couple logs, and then eventually I put a chair on top of it to protect the innocent. This time she's standing over it, and she has like cleared all the space. So it's like, it's barely an indentation in the ground right now because she has taken up so much. And I go, come on, not again. And there's two baby bunnies that are there. I didn't get a good look last night because it was dark out, and I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. Come on, no. But there were definitely two of them there. I went over, I just went straight and grabbed the chair.
I was about to say, did you build the shelter?
Yeah, a little bit. I just put the chair on top and then grabbed a log and put on either side of the chair to try to, reduce the traffic of the dog's snout.
Uh-huh.
But, and then I'm like, I don't even care anymore. But there were all the grass that she had dug up. I grabbed some of the grass and started throwing it back in the shelter as well to give them something there. But I don't know, man. I'm leaving the house. So I didn't look at him this morning. I let the dog out. I'm like, I'm going to keep an eye on the dog from the house and see what she does.
The dog won't eat them.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think so. Because I think she alerted me, let me know, hey, look what I got out here. So then I decided, all right, I'm going to go with that. So when I let her out this morning again at like 7:30, I decided I'm going to take a look. I'm going to see what she does. I'm going to stay in the house. And what she does is what she's going to do. I'll see. And she digs her snout deep in there and pulls it out eventually. And I'm like, you don't have a bunny in your mouth, dude. And I don't think she didn't have a bunny in her mouth. So I'm like, okay, that could be good. But I also didn't go back and check the rabbit hole this morning myself. So I don't know if the bunnies are there or not, if the mama took them and relocated or what. They might still be there. I don't know. But the dog didn't spend a ton of time by there. But dude, if I have two more tenants.
So I've been a homeowner for 30-ish years. Mm-hmm. This has never once happened.
Well,
and is there something inherent about your property that rabbits like to burrow and?
I mean, rabbits they're all over the neighborhood.
Yeah,
you can definitely see them all over the neighborhood. However, I've been living in this house for 13 years, I think 14 years, and never had a rabbit issue. Now it's two within 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand, and it's very frustrating because I don't want to keep having my yard be dug up the way it is because the dog digs up the yard like that once it goes for the rabbits. And I don't want I guess technically I don't have the responsibility, but I'm taking on a responsibility that I probably shouldn't have to by trying to protect them from what I mean, if I just let them exposed, I mean, owls I'm sure would take them in a minute. But when
it's a natural,
right? I hear you.
Food chain things happen.
So I'm leaving my house,
It's wild in Gator's backyard, people.
As I'm backing up out of the garage, I look at my rearview mirror and I saw there was an adult bunny rabbit behind me, like in the grass, and I pulled up the car, rolled down the window, and I had a conversation with the rabbit.
I'm sure this was helpful.
I said, listen, man, I understand if you're going to build shelter for your babies, that's great. How about this? Can we compromise? Have at it in the front yard. I don't care what you do to the front yard. Make it your own playground there. You know, have 10 holes. You know, knock up 10 different bunny rabbits and you just, father them all over in the front yard. I don't care. But not the backyard. The backyard's where I let the dog run loose, which you would think would be enough of a deterrent.
That they wouldn't want to do it with the
Right,
dog.
and yet it's not. So I'm a little crabby today.
He's crabby because he has a minor inconvenience. He's Scott Anderson. I can't wait to see how this one turns out.
Yeah.
Did you ever find out, like, there were no rabbits missing the first time this happened? There were like 4 or 5 in there?
Yeah, there were 4 in the first time. There were 4 one day, and then there were 0 another day. So this one I saw 2 last night. So if there's more than 2, great. But if there's 2, then I'll just assume there's only 2.
All right. I did mention right out of the gate I had a recurring nightmare. I have 3 recurring nightmares. One is I am late for a Michigan game. It's going to kick off, and I can't get to the stadium. I can't get through traffic. Something is wrong, and I can't get to the game.
Can't reroute.
No, and I'm completely screwed, and all I do is panic. The other one is the falling elevator one I've had since I was a little kid. That's made me, for my life, I'm going to always feel a little sketch on elevators. But yes, I've had a falling elevator one. And then the one I had last night.
Did it come back last night?
No, not the falling elevator one.
No, I know what you're going to say.
You know the third one I'm going to say?
Yeah.
It's not the street sweeper one. I haven't had that since I was a kid. The street sweepers were chasing me when I was a kid. This is my adult version of the street sweeper one. We'll get to that today at 10:20. And we'll talk about the Tigers. Weird game last night. Truncated, weird, rain delayed, but a Tiger win nonetheless. Things are getting back to normal, are they? Starting to feel like it a little bit. We will get to the Tigers coming up next segment as well here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some weird noises or maybe just working sluggishly? It's not as quick to respond as it used to be, or maybe it looked like it's off kilter a little bit. Here's what you do. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service, and they're going to come out. They're going to diagnose whatever problem you have with your garage doors. And then best of all, they're going to fix it right there in the spot. The expert technicians know exactly what they're doing. They're professional. They're awesome. In fact, in the truck, they've got all the tools of the trade necessary to get the job done right and get it done in a timely fashion. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. Now, I know this first off because I've used Precision a couple different times. Once for repairs and just general service, and then I had to get new garage doors, and this is absolutely the place to call for new garage doors as well. Precision Garage Door Service. Schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com, or again, give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 want to take it open lines, 248-539-9797. Get to some Tiger stuff shortly. Bruno is in Roseville, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Bruno.
Bruno. Hey,
Yep,
there you
got
are.
you, Bruno.
Yeah, go ahead. Sure. Yeah.
Think it works on chipmunks? Yeah. Well, maybe that's because you use the spray. Okay. Yeah. Yep. All
right, thanks.
Yep, appreciate it, Bruno. Thank you. 248-539-9797. All right, so the recurring dream now that I have, that I had again last night, is everybody is waiting for me. Everybody's watching, and I can't hit the golf ball. I'm like standing, ready for my approach shot.
Yep.
And last night my clubs were too short. I was bent way over. I could not hit the ball. I would swing and miss. And I have this dream now like once a month that everybody is waiting and I'm like not making contact, or if I do, I'm dribbling at inches. It's just this weird recurring dream that has replaced the getting chased by street sweepers dream, because I've kind of had the elevator one my whole life. I've had the running late for one, and now it's only Michigan games that I have that dream about. And now I can't hit the golf ball recurring dream. And it's an awful, awful feeling. And I'm filled with anxiety, and I wake up and I'm like, what the hell? That one came back. It reared its ugly head last night.
I'm sorry, Doug.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
Life goes on, my friend. Life goes on.
No, it's like those stupid. I've had dreams where you just have no motor skills. You can't throw a punch. If there's dreams that you can't fight or defend yourself. There's weird dreams I have that I don't have the coordination to run.
Yeah.
There's just strange, weird things happen in dreams. I understand.
Yeah. Well, that's one that I'm having way too much lately. But all right. So as I mentioned, kind of a weird game. Monday progressive rate raining sideways 2-1, bunch of strikeouts, but get the job done. Tiger win in Chicago last night. Celebrate all wins. And the lead's back up to 6.5. The Tigers in the last 14 games, Skater, are 9-5, which is the 5th best record in baseball. Yeah, I don't think people feel, I'm guessing people don't feel like they're back. Because here's the one thing they did through the whole first half of the season. They were following up losing streaks with longer winning streaks. Like they'd lose 2 in a row, win 6 in a row. They'd lose 2 in a row, win 5 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
They'd lose 3 in a row, win 8 of 9. Like they would always follow up losing streaks with definitive, I'm just going to slam the door on panic kind of stretches. And now going 9-5 in their last 14 is probably a little bit more typical of how good teams bounce back from losing streaks. But hey, man, they won the game. There were a bunch of frustrating empty at-bats, not moving runners over, where one of those single thingies would have gone a long way to scoring runs and breaking it wide open. But they won the game. Baseball is not a game of perfect. You have to overcome stuff. And the one thing they did at the beginning of the year that we talked about all through the beginning of the year was they aren't playing perfect and they're still winning games. Last night, they didn't really hit.
No, well, they didn't have the timely hit. I mean, they didn't have a ton of hits. They only 8 hits in the game and 10 base runners in the game because you had two walks to the mix. They just couldn't come up with that big hit when there were multiple runners on base. And then you had this strange situation where Andy Ibanez got thrown out stealing second base, and then he's like 5 feet from the bag. He puts the brakes on and starts to run back to first, which I mean, if he had kept running, I think he had the base stolen. It was a high throw, but regardless, it was just kind of weird. But they couldn't get that breakthrough moment, which was very frustrating. And the problem is, you talk about non-productive outs. That's what happens when you have 13 strikeouts.
Yep.
But that's the issue with this team. They do strike out too much. We'd love to see the strikeout rate drop, the walk rate improve. But in the end, they got the big hit when they needed it from Spencer Torqulson in the top of the ninth inning, right before the skies opened up. And they got great pitching throughout the game, whether it was Chris Paddock, who gave them a lot, almost went 6 full innings, gave up just the one run on the home run. Tyler Holton was good, Finnegan was great, and Will Vest was great.
Yep.
So that's really all that matters. And what that was last night was revisiting plans that worked last year, the end of games with pitching chaos when they were able to go 7, 8, 9 with 3 reliable arms, and what they were able to do earlier this year. And there it was, Holton, Finnegan, and Vest. Some kind of combination of those 3. I think those are their 3 most reliable pitchers.
So, look, the trade deadline brought a lot of angst. Last night, 2 of their trade deadline acquisitions were decent. I mean, Paddock was decent. Finnegan had a clean inning again.
Paddock was good.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take that out of Paddock every time. He's had his acquisition's decent. He's had 2 really good outings. He's had 1 bad outing. He has given up some hard hit. I don't know what his hard hit rate is. I feels like it's probably big. It's a large hard hit rate, but I got to tell you, I'm certainly encouraged by Kyle Finnegan, and everybody should be. He's been better than Bednar since the trade deadline. But Bednar settled down after a terrible first appearance for the Yankees. He has settled down. Did you see the latest on Eugenio Suarez?
No, but he's every time I look at a box score, he's gone 0 for 4 or 0 for 3, or he's only had a few hits.
He's 4 for 38 with 15 strikeouts and 1 home run for Seattle.
Yeah.
And I'm going to sit here, I'm going to tell you, we kind of called that be careful what you wish for. We went through a Eugenio Suarez courtship, I think, here, wanting him. And then after a while, we kind of backed down. And the fear was something like this felt like it was in the cards for a player at his point in his career, was really, really hitting the ball in a way that just didn't seem sustainable.
Well, there's definitely, I think we expected a correction. Now, I would also expect him to get hot again at some point. But
he probably will.
But the correction is it's ongoing.
248-539-9797. Something happened last night in the game that has probably happened to you. We will touch on that at 11:05. Gators got a new favorite unheralded Tiger, and we will talk about that at 10:32 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. You know, it's funny, Gator, because you put in your show sheet today, you put some interesting stuff, actually the last 2 days, and I want to circle back to one in particular later in the program because I was like, why did he put that in his show sheet? But you said if this guy's become your new favorite unheralded Tiger. And I started thinking about it. I'm trying to figure out who fits the category because I'm not sure there's a whole bunch to choose from anymore. Because guys have gotten all-star recognition, and then the guys who aren't heralded, well, I mean, maybe it's somebody out of the bullpen. But anyway, your guy is?
It's Wenzel Perez.
Yeah.
And I'm still not sure what he really is. You know, it's funny. I'm watching the game last night, and the beginning of the broadcast, they show the Tigers' defensive configuration. They show Javi Baez in center field and Wenzel Perez in right field. And I just kind of chuckled to myself because those are two infielders playing outfield.
Right.
Wenzel Perez was a second baseman,
right,
coming up through the Tigers system. And obviously Javi Baez is, an all-star Gold Glove winning shortstop. But here they are representing the Tigers in the outfield. So I followed Perez all through his journey in the minors, and I was excited when he got a chance to play last year with the Tigers and played a lot more than I thought he would. I mean, he had played 112 games last year. You know, hit a very modest 242 with a 683 OPS, but he had some pop in the bat. Switch hitter, you like to see that. This year, he's played in 59 games, 200 at bats, so almost half the at bats he had last year, but his production is very good, and his OPS is now 807 for a guy who's not playing every day, but now he's starting to play every day and getting these opportunities. He does everything well. I don't know if he does anything great, but he does everything pretty well. Hitting from both sides of the plate.
I was about to say, can you tell me his OPS from each side of the plate?
I can. Versus left-handed hitters, his OPS.
Left-handed pitchers.
Yeah, sorry. Versus lefties, he is 957 OPS. Versus righties, it's 750, but still well above average.
That's above average. How many? Do you have what is? How many different spots in the order he's hit this year?
He has hit first, third, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. Six different positions. In the order.
In the order. And how many different positions does he play in the field? Do they have that?
Left field, center field, right field, and DH. So all outfield. He has not played in the infield.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it feels like he's kind of two players in one, given that he is a switch hitter. He can play all the outfield positions. They can put him anywhere in the lineup, whether he's hitting top or bottom. And he just goes out there and does the job. I mean, I wouldn't call that catch he made last night spectacular. I would call it a pretty great route to get to that ball, and he traveled a long way to get to that ball. For people who saw it, there was a ball hit to right field that he had to run a long, long, long way to get to it, and then made sort of a sliding catch, and he didn't have to reach out that far, but he played it like a seasoned outfielder.
Yeah, and I think as he's running towards a wall, who knows how far he has to go and how much space he's going to end up when he stops sliding, but that may have played a role in the truncated slide, but he's making plays in the outfield, catching the ball, and we know that he had the 3 outfield assists within 2 games, whatever, the 2 in the 1 game.
Yeah.
In the same inning. He just does everything well. I think he's a solid player. He's got a little bit of speed. He can run the bases. I just really, really like Wenzel Perez, and I always think about 5 years from now. Is this player going to be here 5 years from now? Because I'm not sure how many of the Tigers on this roster will actually be here in 5 years.
I know, right? It's hard to predict. I suspect Colt Keith. If I had to pick one, I'd probably pick Colt Keith.
Well, he's signed to a contract, but it's a team-friendly contract, and he still hasn't really locked down an everyday position.
Nope.
But maybe, I would think Riley Green. I
would think Jackson Jobe.
Yeah, I think Spencer Torqulson, but maybe not, because you're talking about a position dime a dozen with first baseman that can and DH types that can hit for power. But I mean, in 5 years is a long time.
It is. And so, are you saying is Wenzel Perez going to be here in 5 years?
I don't think he is, but I'm enjoying him now.
He could be.
He very well could be.
Because here's what the thing about Wenzel Perez, it feels like he could be. If one of the prospects that they are counting on being here in 5 years fails, it feels like Perez could fill in. at a number of positions. I mean, he hasn't played infield this year.
No. And he's 25 years old. So you're talking 5 years, be 30, right? So that's you start get to that age of 30 and then you start to really think about it. How many Tigers can you think of in the last 20 years that played more than 10 years with the team?
It's not a lot.
It's not a lot.
No.
Like initially you might think, wait a minute. And then you start to go back on it. Maybe they didn't play 10 years. But nonetheless, I like what he does. I think he brings so much versatility to the team just from being a switch hitter alone. And he's competent at both sides of the plate.
So on radio, we, of course, have a great play-by-play guy in Dan Dickerson, and then very good sidekicks that spend time with him as they've kind of rotated through the color analyst position, TV and radio. And we often play you Dan Dickerson highlights. We do want to play the home run last night that gave the Tigers the win. In the top of the ninth inning, Spencer Torqulson's at the plate, and before the rains came, he steps up, and I mean, you talk about a call. Here was the call last night from Jason Benetti. Okay, there's a couple things about that. One is Tiger fans present,
yes,
which
they
is
were.
cool. But two is he freaking called it. I mean, the ball was like being released
right before he throws it. Yeah.
Yeah. How about a torque bomb? And then a torque bomb.
Kaboom.
What a great call from Jason Benetti. That's like, I got to tell you, I think every guy does this. Should go deep here. Or, you try and call the next play in football, or you call for the home run, or.
But you may call for it a lot.
Yeah, you do all the time. Like, what would be helpful here is a 4-6-3 double play.
I sure could use a double play.
Yeah, I sure could use a
strikeout.
Sure could use a 6-4-3 double play. Sure could use a torque bomb.
But then afterwards, Dirk said, he's like, you don't call these out that often.
Yeah.
And I think he's right. I don't think you hear Benetti call for it. I mean, I feel like you hear the color commentator would be more apt to call his shot. But Benetti called his shot. It's wild to hear the play-by-play guy. Yeah. And he was dead on. It was great. It was great.
Yeah.
Perfect timing and torque. It was one of those that looked like it was one of those hits that he could feel right away, like he hit it pure. The only question is, will it stay fair? Like there's not a whole lot of effort in the swing, which is boom, gone.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is he hits the ball and doesn't run. He leans.
Like,
he starts to try and the body language that just says, please, can I get this thing can I lean hard enough to get this thing to stay fair?
Right.
And I was expecting it to go foul because he didn't run.
Yeah.
Because I thought he knew that this was going to hook foul.
And then they get the view from behind home plate and like, oh, that could hit the foul pole. That could yes.
Yeah. And then when it clanged off the foul pole, and in the meantime, I'm just like, frickin' Benetti called it. That was awesome. And it was timely. And now the Tigers have won 9 of 14, which is nothing to necessarily write home about, but it is the 5th best record in baseball over the last 14 games. You can always find a stat that supports something. But, yeah, I mean, look at a little better. They're getting a little bit better. Are they slowly returning to form? Are they settling into being something less than the best team in baseball? The record suggested that they might be the best team in baseball. Even if they're not the best team in baseball, they could still win the division. They could still win playoff series. Hell, they could still win a World Series if they can tap into that great version of themselves that we saw for much of this season. But certainly a moderately reassuring win last night. Not the prettiest of games. A lot of unproductive outs. Some hard hit balls off Chris Paddock, but they still got the job done. I mean, I guess if there's anything to write home about, and I don't know if anybody writes home about anything anymore, but if there's anything to write home about, it is the fact that the bullpen got the job done.
That they did in a game where three of your maybe the most reliable hitters you've had in the lineup all season long
Yeah.
went a combined 0 for 12 last night. Gleyber Torres, Kerry Carpenter, and Zach McKinstry went 0 for 12 with a combined 8 strikeouts between them.
Some feedback coming in. Something happened in the Tiger game last night that I bet has happened to you. We'll get to that today at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're coming in hot with summer send-off savings right now. You can lease a new 2026 model year Equinox LT for just $359 per month for 36 months with zero money down. $359. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount Finance through Ally Financial. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends September 2nd. Was that Bobby Scales? It is his Jim Price impression. Yeah, that used to be a Jim Price thing. Was the demonic laugh from Jim Price. But yeah, really good win for that team last night. And look, what this is a team that's doing what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to beat the bad teams, and they beat the bad teams. And it was funny because yesterday we asked people what it would take, and what it would take to start feeling normal again. And you want a double-digit lead, which I think is a huge ask, but I don't blame you. There is, somebody said they got to sweep the White Sox. Somebody said you got to beat the good teams, and I think they got White Sox, Twins, and then Astros maybe. So maybe they won't be really sold until an Astros series. Either way, hey, just win series, and that's the formula. And they've won. They're 9-5 in their last 14. And Torq's home run was absolutely huge last night. Feedback coming in to the Karsh and Anderson inbox. Paddock got hit fairly hard. His outs, fortunately, were at the right people. Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked up his hard hit rate since he's come to Detroit. And typically over the course of time, that catches up to you. But let's remember that what we're asking of Chris Paddock is to probably just get wins between now and the end of the regular season. It seems as though he does not, he's quite probably a pitcher, quite probably. I'm not sure he's going to be in the postseason mix. His job is to help the Tigers get to the postseason and to help the Tigers be a 1 or a 2 seed in the American League. If he turns into a postseason arm that they use, fine. But do you think it's a certainty he's part of the postseason, even if he pitches well the rest of the way? Or maybe pitches well isn't the thing, it's get results.
Yeah, I don't know what the rotation will look like because the guy who's pitching tonight has pitched like Mung for a while. Mm-hmm. And he's got 2 really good starts mixed in the Mung, but Jack Flaherty's been a problem this year.
I think his last outing might have been amongst his worst as he got, what did we say, the total 4 swings and misses? He was fooling nobody. He was completely ineffective. Now, as far as Paddock's concerned, did he get hit hard? Yeah, he's gotten hit hard since he's come to Detroit. The results have been there in 2 of the 3 starts. I think that speaks to why there's going to be some up and down. Marlon Waldlake. Gentlemen, we beat one of the worst teams in baseball by a single run yesterday. Am I the only one concerned who's looking at the bigger picture here? Isn't looking at the bigger picture that they've won 9 of 14? Is that the bigger picture? And I mean, you can sit here and you can be critical. The White Sox have played better baseball than they were at the beginning of the year. But if you are not happy with a 1-run win, I don't know what to tell you. They didn't hit the ball particularly well, but their starting pitcher got the job done, and the bullpen was good, and the defense was good. That'll win you a lot of games.
Yeah, well, I think people will look at the White Sox and think the White Sox are a big old pushover, and for most of the season they have been. But the second half of the season, and it's only 20-something games old or whatever it is, they've been better. It's like a 500 baseball team. It was actually well above 500 until they went into, I think, lost 6 of their last 7 games, or now it's 7 of their last 8 games. But before that, they started to put some things together. They've got some talent on the team. It's not a great roster, and you want the Tigers to just crush the White Sox.
Yeah, you'd like to win every game 9-0,
yeah. But starting off the series, winning it 2-1 with Chris Paddock on the hill, and he gives you a good performance, and the bullpen was great. I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean the Tigers have won 3 of 4. I guess you could choose your snapshot in time, and if you want to zoom out and say, I'm zooming out as far as to say that's a terrible team and we only won by 1 run. And that's your interpretation after last night's game, you're entitled to it. I just think zoom out a little more. Are they getting more results of late? Are they playing better than they were during that terrible stretch? Next text. Playoffs are really weird. Give me some timely hitting when it matters and some power from our big guys, and we got a chance to win it all. Scooble could help just a little, too. That's from an texter. And that's, look, you want certainties. You want things to happen in the regular season. Say, that's why they're going to win the World Series. I'm going to kick back and enjoy this, and I'm going to enjoy the postseason, and I got to start budgeting for all the shirts I'm going to buy, and I want to make sure that I have money for a season ticket package next year when they're the defending World Series champ, and where do I want to sit on the parade? That's how you want to feel during the regular season. But this person is right. It's about how you're playing when you get to that series. How you're playing when you get to, if you have to play in the best of 3 series. Do you play well? Because you play well, you got a chance to win it, no matter who the matchup is. Or if your opponent craps the bed, you got a chance.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, think back to the 06 Tigers. They limped into the playoffs and then all of a sudden turned things around with the World Series.
They played well when they got there.
Yeah.
That's the point. That's exactly the point. It's not predictable. You just hope that you're playing your best baseball when the games mean the most. And it's not exciting analysis, but I think this person is more right than wrong. Didn't sign their text. Matt in Kalamazoo did, and he writes, I think this Tiger team is still in bad form. Last night they were playing against another team's bullpen and struggled to put together anything besides a random solo home run. This isn't sustainable against a Phillies team, a Yankee team, or an Astro team. Well, look, I mean, if they're not playing, there is a version of the Tigers that can beat the Phillies, the Astros, and the Yankees. They've done it this year.
We've seen the team do those things.
And so, yeah, I mean, if you want to choose when they're playing their best or their worst, you can look for extreme results. But we have far more evidence that they're better than this than we do that they've still won some games. 248-539-9797.
Yankees have lost, 7 out of the last 10, including getting swept by Miami.
Yeah.
Do we want to, follow the Yankees model? I mean, all teams are going to go through stuff. Teams do it.
Yep.
Yankees going through it right now.
Phillies are playing well right now. Teams like Milwaukee playing very well right now. Paul in Clinton Township. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I guess I've called, I've had this same thought. When the Tigers play well, they bring out fans that I'm not sure they understand a 162-game baseball season. All of the things that fans claim they're asking for. The Tigers have a winning record against teams above 500. They have a winning record against teams below 500. They're complaining about the fact that they won by 1 run against the White Sox. The White Sox beat the Blue Jays twice about a week or two ago. They beat the Guardians a few days ago. They beat the Phillies. If you go through their schedule, you'll see that they beat other good teams during the season. They're complaining about the guys that, he picked up at the trading deadline. They have 3 wins from starting pitchers and 2 saves from their closer in the last 12 days since the deadline. I don't know if they just don't understand that there are ups and downs to every season, every hitter, except for maybe a couple. And even look at what Aaron Judge went through. I mean, he was hitting 400 for most of the year, and he's completely gone down. I just don't know if they understand what a baseball season is about. It's weird and it's frustrating because you read online, and you listen to the calls, and you would think that we were a last-place baseball team.
I think that
we have the second best record in the American League by a half a game, and we are top 5 in Major League Baseball. And like Doug pointed out, 9 of the last 15 since we had our one terrible stretch of the year, and these other teams all did the same thing. They've all lost.
I think the Yankees, the Dodgers, Tigers, and Astros all have, I believe, losing records since the All-Star game. Like they're all 10 and 13. I think Tigers are 10 and 13, and other teams are 11 and 12, and it just is what it is. You're going to go through it. You got to battle. Exactly, it's baseball. Tram used to say it all the time. Hey, it's baseball, and it is. Now, hopefully, the Tigers can turn this into a winning streak and make everybody feel better about it, including myself. But I'm not downtrodden about this, right? I mean, it got to that moment where it was a 5-game lead after Saturday night's loss, and now here they go. They're answering that with a couple of wins, and let's keep adding to that mix. Got 2 more against the White Sox. Take advantage of the teams that aren't good. Then you got 4 games at Minnesota. Minnesota got the Tigers last time out, but that was, last week. We'll see if the Tigers can answer that.
They are going to have a semi-rough stretch again. because it is baseball. There is a month and a half left in this season. I mean, people need to simply try to enjoy what has so far been an outstanding baseball season for us. It's been a great year so far. I guess maybe I look at it differently. Maybe I don't look
Paul,
at it from
I think there's something to be said for an unusual first half of this season. It was so stress-free in the first half of the season that people got used to it or started to think that they were the record did reflect that they were far superior to almost everybody in baseball, and that's not the case. They're really, really good, and where they've settled in here is a team that is gonna be in the mix the rest of the way. I said it all along. I still think they're going to win the division. I mean, what was the stat they put up? They compared, because yesterday was the day they started the stretch 1 year ago. It was 1 year ago that they got hot. 1 year ago yesterday, the August 11th, that they got hot and have the best record in the game since. 1 year ago yesterday, they had a 0.2% chance to make the playoffs. Do you know what it is today?
97%.
97.8%. So, they're still in a great spot. It feels like the warts have been magnified. The losing streak has really, really rattled some people. And Paul, you say people should enjoy it. You can do whatever you want with it. Your feelings are valid. They're yours. You can do whatever. You can treat this Tiger season however you want. Do I think there is a direct correlation between how much attention you pay to other teams in baseball and how panicked you are? A little bit. If you're paying attention, as you pointed out, the Yankees have what? 7 of 10?
The Yankees have lost a bunch. I mean, all the teams, like I said, the Yankees, the Houston Astros, and the Dodgers, all along with the Tigers, have losing records since the All-Star game.
Yep. 248-539-9797. They're still in a good spot, people. All right, something happened last night. I bet it's happened to you. We will get to that at 11:05. It happened in last night's Tiger game. It is 97-1, the ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Jack Flaherty's on the mound tonight as the Tigers go for a series win against the White Sox on the south side. It comes one night after a ninth-inning home run from Spencer Torqulson powered the Tigers to a 2-1 win. Manager A.J. Hinch had a great seat to watch it fly. The Tigers ended tonight 69-51, a half game back of the Blue Jays for the best record in the American League. That first pitch from Chicago, 7:40, 7:15 pregame right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The NBA this morning unveiling a pair of games for the Pistons in prime time this season. October 27th against the Cavs in the debut of Peacock NBA Monday, and Martin Luther King Jr. Day against the Celtics, both those games at Little Caesars Arena. Texas, which earned the top spot in this week's AP preseason top 25, is now the first number one team in history to be an underdog in week one. The Longhorns, 2.5-point underdogs at Ohio State, and the Lions begin joint practices with the Dolphins tomorrow in Allen Park before these two teams play at Ford Field on Saturday for preseason game number 3 for Detroit. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's pointed out by an astute listener that we just took a text from a guy who looked at last night's single game, a Tiger win no less, and said, am I the only one seeing the bigger picture? And then he zooms in on one game, a win, and says it's disturbing because they only won by one game. He's looking at the bigger picture, and then he zooms in on one game, a win, that's a one-run win, and says, am I the only one that's concerned?
I think you're the only one that looked at it and worded it that way, yes.
And I'm like, yeah, I think it's a good point.
I understand what his point was.
I kind of do too, but it's funny
struggling against a White Sox team, 13 strikeouts in a game, and yes, you came away winning that game 2-1. But it's not because your offense was so great. Your starting pitcher got hit hard, even though they didn't drop in for hits. I can understand that, but like people have said before, that is baseball. That does happen.
Yep.
And some pitchers are just, they can get away with that, and they'll pitch to the contact, and they're okay with it.
I mean, I guess, I'm looking for larger sample sizes to signify a turnaround, and that's why I thought the 9-14 stat, 9-5 in their last 14 games felt good. Felt like, okay, they're starting to stack some wins here and, get back to it. But last night's game doesn't mean victory laps. Let's be clear about that. But they're trending in a much, much, much better direction. And they are getting results out of games where they're using some of these players that they acquired at the deadline. Not all of them, that is for sure. There's a little bit of scattershot approach. We're gonna take a whole bunch of swings. Some of these more minor moves that could be significant, could be important, but we'll see over time if they are. Nice to get the win last night. That's for sure. Okay, if you were watching the game on TV, I don't know what the radio call said about it. The TV crew was stunned that they got hit by that rain.
Yeah.
Stunned. They did not see that coming. They had no idea. And when the rain came, I mean, it was, hey, pair up the animals. It was really, really coming down.
Epic.
Yep. When has that happened to you, where you got hit with a unexpected, absolute massive storm like that? Where were you when a storm like that came out of nowhere and blasted you? Because now, maybe I wasn't paying attention to the weather in Chicago. Maybe the radio crew said, hey, we might have some storms gathering. The TV crew seemed completely shocked. Like, where did this come from? Wasn't that your takeaway?
Completely my takeaway. And for me, I remember years ago, would have been like 1991-ish, 1990-ish, somewhere in there, was up north in the UP with some friends. We were staying at a buddy's cabin up there for a couple of days. And we had gotten to take, we were going to go on take some canoes out in a private lake up through some trails. So you had to have padlock and key to get through some of these trails up in Nobbinway, Michigan. And they did. So we went and got.
So wait a second. They had padlocked rivers?
They had no, it weren't rivers. There was a lake. It was a private lake in the middle of the UP.
All right.
In Nobbinway. And we have to go through all these weird trails and have no idea where we're going, right?
Okay.
We're trusting the person who's driving because they live up there or they've lived up there for years. And we're okay, we got it. Get there, get onto the lake. It's a beautiful day. And we've got like 10 guys and 4 different canoes or whatever, and everybody gets in the canoes. We're out there. We're going to do some fishing. We got beer. We got bait.
It's perfect.
We're ready to go. Middle of the lake, and we're not out there for 5 minutes, and all of a sudden, everything changes. Because this is well before you have your cell phone. We're not really paying attention to watching, the news the night before to see what the weather forecast is going to be.
Right.
We're like, we're on vacation. It's supposed to be great. Let's go. The skies turn black. It unleashes hell. It's the middle of this. It's like this time of year, right? So it's hot. It's like 90, and all of a sudden it rains like crazy, and then the hail comes down, and it's a hailstorm that is producing like golf ball sized hail. Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable, and we're in the middle of this lake, and it's not a big lake. It's not a power sports lake. But it's big enough. We're like, what are we going to do? Everybody starts to try to paddle to get to shore. And it's going to take a few minutes to paddle to get to shore. In the meantime, you are getting pelted by this hail. And it was constant. This thing went, it rained down like with hail. What seemed like a half an hour was probably like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, it was so bad that we were trying to protect ourselves. And my buddy and I said, we're going to flip the canoe over and we're going to get underneath the canoe and tread water underneath the canoe. So we're protecting ourselves from the hail.
It was that bad.
It was that bad. And we are just hearing the canoe get just destroyed by all this hail.
Wow.
And in the meantime, because we're able to tread water, we can also kind of swim the boat towards the shore as best we can. But it was a storm that came out of nowhere, lasted for about, the hail was done after like 10 minutes or whatever it was, but the rest of the rain kept going for the next 45 minutes, and then we all just bailed and went back to the cabin.
My wife and I got talking about this, and there was, we were one of our trips out west, weren't expecting it, walking in Tahoe City on the western shore of Lake Tahoe. Huge storm out of nowhere, didn't expect it. Grabbed the kids and sought shelter in a bar. Just good parenting, wanted to make sure that there was that one. There was one at Rocky Mountain National Park, but the one I'll share was Pine River. We're canoeing on the Pine River.
Up north?
Yeah, where the canoes like filled with water. They were trying to get everybody off the water. There was lightning. It was scary. And that was out of nowhere as well. We had no idea that it was going to rain, and we were not prepared for it at all. The Pine River was west of Cadillac. I think we stayed in Cadillac and did this trip on the Pine River, and that was a absolute deluge. And it is...
I've done the canoe trip on the Pine.
Yeah. When you're in a canoe, and it's funny that you and I both have canoe stories, and it really starts coming down. It feels like that water starts to accumulate quickly, and then I'm like, and there's thunder and lightning, and I'm sitting in a metal boat in water.
Is this safe?
Yeah. When did this happen to you? 248-539-9797. A storm out of nowhere delayed last night's Tiger game. We go to Danny and Macomb. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Danny?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, we were out at Crystal Bay a couple years back, and there was hundreds.
I'm sorry, where did you say you were?
Crystal Bay?
Crystal Bay.
Where's that?
On Lake Erie. It's in Canada.
Okay.
Right on the border of Canada and Michigan.
Okay.
A lot of boaters go out there and fill the anchors. There's like hundreds of boats all year long.
All right, gotcha.
And someone said, hey, guys, a storm's coming. I've never been caught in the water, and we were on a 40-foot sea race. So I go, you got to be okay. But, man, you want the fear of God in you. That storm through that 40-foot boat and every other boat in that bay like you're on a dinghy or on a canoe.
Really?
Women were crying, kids were crying. I don't know that anyone got hurt. I don't know one died, but I'm saying it came fast from everyone having a great time to hang on, put your life jacket on, and hang on for like 15 minutes.
I was about to say, how long did it last? And then was the fun over? Was everyone like, all right, let's just go home?
Oh, the fun was over because you just wanted to go kiss the ground on the dock. You're on Lake Erie. This isn't a small. You're on Lake Erie, so
Sure.
you're like in the ocean almost. and those waves, I'm telling you, were awful. The anchors didn't hold for anyone, for mostly anyone, and it was like bumper cars to the boats.
Wow. Well, I'm glad you're okay. When did you get hit by a storm that came out of nowhere? Like what happened apparently last night, the Tiger White Sox game, 248-539-9797. Gator, I got a question for you. Whether or not you've changed your habits. We'll get to that today at 11:30. Hey, school is back in session at Twin Peaks. You won't want to miss it. That's right. Your favorite Twin Peaks girls are back in your favorite costumes, serving up awesome drink specials today through Friday. And what a week to be hosting this party. You got your local baseball team in a fight for the division crown. You got preseason football. They're in the thick. We got in the thick of fantasy football draft party season. It's a Dream Cruise weekend, and you have a big fight doubleheader on Saturday. Why head to Twin Peaks for all the action? It's a no-brainer. Coldest draft beer in the state, poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. Full bar serving up amazing craft cocktails featuring your favorite high-end bourbons and tequilas. A scratch kitchen pumping out your favorite house-smoked, your favorites like the house-smoked ribs and brisket, hand-cut and breaded order, boneless wings and tenders, and seared and smashed burgers. And what brings it all together? It's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
You the best.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Tiger game last night. Storm came out of nowhere. At least it felt that way to the TV crew. That's the way it came across. And we've asked people, have you ever been caught in a storm? A pop-up, didn't expect it. Holy cow, what is this storm? That rain was coming down hard and sideways. And that hey man, that does happen. But is it ever? Where were you when you got caught in a storm like that? Didn't see it coming. Stacy in Commerce, you're on 97.1. Hello, Stacy.
Great show, guys. I
Thank
have
you.
two of them, which are equally terrifying. But the one that can be tracked, hot summer day. I took a client, my wife, up to the Renaissance Center when the restaurant used to spin around, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're up there, beautiful view, the whole 9 yards. And then as the restaurant turned to the east, the skies were like that greenish yellow, that really weird, like, that doesn't look good.
No.
And so we're sipping on our drinks, and then you can feel the tower kind of swinging. It's designed to move about 8 feet back and forth. This was clearly something wasn't right. So we just said, hey, we don't feel comfortable. We're taking off, and so we get into the glass elevator. As the door's closing, my wife goes, do you think we should be in a glass elevator? And then as the doors close, we start slowly going down. Then it goes on auxiliary power, and thousands upon thousands of 1-inch hail balls start exploding on the glass. And all three of us are against the door, and it's taken us like 5 minutes to get all the way to the bottom. And it looked like you're in the inside of a washing machine and it sounded like a machine gun going off. So we find the door opens at the bottom, and there's water leaking through, and a guy with a radio goes, anybody up there? I'm like, we don't care, but we're out of here. We're going over to the Whitney. That thing's been there for 100 years. That was the day that the tornado went over that and hit Hamtramck. So that tornado brushed by that tower and went right down and obliterated Hamtramck.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, that's not a place you want to be.
That's harrowing.
Yeah.
Yikes.
248-539-9797. Where were you when a storm came out of nowhere? Like the Tiger game last night, we asked about the radio call. Somebody who was listening last night said it was similar. Dan Dickerson went from it's starting to rain quite hard. Oh, wow. They got to stop this, Bobby. Also, DD pointed out that the way the press box is set up there, that he and Bobby were getting drenched. TV crew said the same thing. They said the rain's coming in here. Now, I've only been in the press box in Chicago. I think I've only been there once. And it was years ago when it was like just known as New Comiskey. I mean, it's been a long time. And since then it's been U.S. Cellular, and then it was Progressive Rate. And now I think it's technically just Rate Field. But anyway, and they were saying that they're going to move the play-by-play booth down the right field line. So you're sitting way down the right field line. You're not behind home plate.
Huh.
Yeah. But whatever. However they had it configured, there was precipitation coming in the booth. Dale is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dale.
Hi, it's Dale. I'm in Chesterfield.
All right.
Listen to you guys all the time.
Thank you, Dale.
I got married in 79, but before that I had my girlfriend out behind Strawberry Island fishing for pike in a 20-foot crest liner with a cuddy cabin. And we noticed clouds coming in, and we looked out, and we turned on our battery-operated radio, and they said, tornadoes coming. So I decided we're not going to outrun this thing, but we could see Selfridge being hit. And I don't know if anybody's old enough to remember when they came through and destroyed part of Selfridge. Anyways, we threw out 3 anchors off our nose, pulled up the engine, still broke a prop, got in on a cuddy cabin in the sleeping bags so we could be covered up. And I gave my wife one of my dad's books, and she threw it back at me. And I said, what the heck's going on? And she says, read it. It was shipwrecks at the Great Lakes.
You were bunkering down in a boat during a storm, trying to ride it out, and you gave her a book called Shipwrecks of the Great Lakes to read?
Yes, and to this day, I didn't know my dad had the book in there. I swear. I keep telling her that, and she doesn't believe it.
She thinks
still.
you did it on
We're married
purpose.
45 years. You know?
Well, you said girlfriend, and she now is your wife, so apparently she
It worked
forgave
out.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just said she wouldn't get to go on a vote no more.
I'm glad you survived it. Don's in Plymouth. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
So I'm going back probably 25, 30 years. I was at Cedar Point, and my daughter and her girlfriend were on one of the roller coasters, and my wife and I are sitting there just watching them, and all of a sudden we hear people screaming, and my wife and I are like, okay, well, the ride isn't that bad. and all of a sudden we turn around, there's a water spout coming in right off Lake Erie.
Wow.
And of course, everybody's running for cover. The people that actually work there are running all over the place. In fact, they left a lady on the Ferris wheel. I'm not sure what happened with that. I mean, I think she got off okay, but that must have been a scary situation. But so we're standing in a bathroom, right? People are just running for cover, going into bathrooms, and I'm like, well, what if this thing hits the bathroom? It's going to be a mess. So the next day, we're back home, and I'm actually painting, and my wife says that there was an actual story on the local Channel 2 about the water spout that was on Lake Erie, and they interviewed the park manager, and the park manager was there saying, well, everybody's trained and they know exactly what to do in case of an emergency. And I'm like, what are you talking about? People were running for cover. Even the people that worked there were running for cover. And then I finally called up the local Channel 2 station. They actually came out to my...
Close. I thought he was going to get there.
I thought he was too.
I thought actually the story was done and then it resurfaced.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'll just say this. Being on a roller coaster or Ferris wheel when a storm's rolling in,
hell no.
No thank you.
No.
And now that you mention it, I had a bit of a harrowing experience at one of those things when I was a kid. You know the double Ferris wheels? Like they have. I was at the top of one of those when a storm was rolling in at Ann Arbor Pioneer High School, like when I was like 10. Freaked me out, but the storm never got there. You could just see it off in the distance. I can't imagine even being one of those things when a storm actually...
A water spout.
Yeah, that would really, really mess you up. Tom at Dearborn, what's up, Tom?
Hey, guys. I was in Petoskey in Walloon when the ice storm hit in March.
Wow.
And we were at dinner. Lights flickered once, a gigantic explosion, and the whole town went black. And... we may have had a couple road pops on our way going in there, and we pulled up to a sheriff, and he's just like, guys, man, I might need one of them because it is going bad and getting worse.
Well,
it was ugly.
Well, the whole thing. I mean, the what happened after that was ugly. People said that when a couple days after the ice storm and all the branches started to break, it sounded like gunshots, and it was just constant because I don't know because they were just so loud and so many. Road pop thing is a bit of an aggressive move there with a cop, but anyway. One more on this. Eli in Waterford, you're on 97.1. Hi, Eli.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
What's up?
All right, so this one, Gator will know what I'm talking about. That's Lake Sandbar.
Yep.
Anyways, so I was out there with my brother-in-law and about 6 or 7 other people, summer day, joined the sandbar. A couple hours go by, and I see that the sky is starting to turn a little dark. And I'm like, hey, you think we should head in? Well, of course, all the meteorologists on the water who have had some pops pull out their phones. Oh, yeah, this is going to miss us. We'll be fine.
Right.
And I'm like, are you sure? Well, long story short, people start making their way in, but nope. The meteorologists on our boat are saying, no, we're going to be okay. Next thing you know, the sky opens up, and it's not only rain, but it's hail.
Right.
So I'm underneath the pontoon because you can hear the hail pelting the boat. So everybody comes underneath there. Then my brother-in-law says, we should try to make it in. Yeah, well, he lives over by Marshbank, so we were at the sandbar, and we had crossed the whole lake getting pelted by hail with towels.
Let me ask you, how long ago was this, Eli?
This was probably before COVID.
Okay, and was it by chance like a 4th of July type weekend?
Yes, it was.
I was there. I was on the lake that same day.
Were you?
Yeah, and we were on the south side of the lake, hanging out. We had anchor, dropped the anchor in, and there was a nice sandy area over there, and we're enjoying it. And we look over and we say, "Is that sky dark?" Yeah, it's dark. Oh, we're fine. No, it looks like it's going to the west, right? And we're like, no, it's not really going to the west. And then we said, all right, let's get in the boat. Let's start head back. And it's going to take about 10 minutes to get there. And we get towards the marina, and just as we pulled in, that's when the rain really started to come down. The wind was something fierce. And it was the second time I'd taken my boat out.
Really?
And somehow I docked it. Not in where I was supposed to, because I started to go in towards that part, and there were there was a couple slips open, but I took one shot at getting it in that slip. I'm like, nope, not going to happen. Pulled it out, went in somewhere else, put it in another slip, and fortunately, I had a couple guys on board the boat with me that helped me out to batten everything down. And then one of the guys who ran the marina comes out and goes, "How did you get the boat over here?" I'm like, well, I couldn't get it in over there, so I put it there. Because you have no idea how difficult it was for you to put. It was more difficult on this one. I'm like, I don't know, man. We just got it in, but it was terrifying.
Moment to be proud of by you.
Oh yeah, it was the first and last moment.
All right, Gator. Big day today. I'm wondering if you're changing your habits. We will get to that today at 11:32 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is it time for new garage doors? Maybe you just want to change the look, get something pretty out there, just maybe something to complement your house a little bit better. Or maybe your garage doors suck and you just need new garage doors. Only place to call, Precision Garage Door Service. I did this several years ago. The guys came out to my house, walked me through the entire process, showed me all the different options we had, and I picked out perfect garage doors for my house, and I couldn't be happier. But for you right now, sometimes you can get a garage door installed in as little as 24 hours because they've got a warehouse that is full of garage doors just waiting to be installed. So give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment online, and you can schedule at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com. Again, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule online at precisiondoormi.com.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Tonight there is a Powerball drawing for $501 million. Now, I am not. We've talked about these topics on the air actually quite a bit over the years. Various lottos, Mega Millions, Powerball, scratch offs, whatnot. And Scott, I guess the Mega Millions. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kang. You help me out as well. Mega Millions went up to $5 per ticket in April. Is that right?
April.
But is Powerball still $2 a ticket?
As of right now.
Is it? Okay. Gator, have you bought your Powerball tickets? $501 million.
Not yet. I did see that it jumped past that $500 million mark, which I expected because I saw that was when I drove down to the Tigers game on Saturday. I saw that it was like 488 or something.
Mm-hmm.
So $500 million.
Yep.
Okay. You have my attention.
Okay. So after work, is this one of those? Is this like a 7 o'clock draw or is this an 11 o'clock draw? Or do we know what time's this draw?
I think they're 11 o'clock.
Are they? Okay.
I'm not certain.
So are you going to get yourself some tickets?
I might.
Okay.
This is usually, like I said, around the time when you start to get my attention.
Okay. And Kang, what about you? How are you feeling about this? Are you jumping in at $501 million?
See yeah, for the $2 one, I'm more likely to. It's the $5 one that I've held off on because I feel like those jackpots jump up quickly now, Gator, right? And otherwise, $500 million ain't what it used to be. If it was at $5 a ticket, of course, it sounds crazy when I say that out loud.
It does sound crazy when you say it out loud, but I
you know what I'm
understand.
talking about.
I don't
You
want to
understand
spend $5 for a ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I was willing to spend $20 on tickets and you get 10 of them.
Yes.
Great. 10 chances.
Cool.
But now 4?
Yeah. It doesn't sound as good.
No, and I don't want to spend more.
Okay, so you're now Powerball only?
I guess.
I almost am exclusively until like the mega gets like $1 billion, then we
that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, exactly. Then we dip our toes in there.
Is Powerball the one that's at 500 now?
Yes.
Okay.
It's only $2 per ticket.
Okay.
All right, so you're going to jump in today after work, most likely?
I could see myself doing that.
All right. Kang, you as well?
Yeah, they have my attention.
All right. Okay, so we do this every once in a while. What would you buy if you win? I give you various things, and you tell me if this would be on your radar. I'll start with this. This isn't really a what would you buy. But if you win the Powerball, and we all agree, none of us are working anymore, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. You win the Powerball, you quit your job, your first vacation is to where?
Great question. I would probably do something low key first.
Would you?
So maybe a golf trip with friends and just kind of spring it on them. They don't know, and we'll go out to Pebble Beach.
Okay.
I
think a golf trip to Pebble Beach that you're springing on your friends, I don't know if I'd describe that as low key.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say something like, Red Oaks.
I thought he was going to say, I'd just head up north.
Right.
What does he say? Right. I'm springing for my friends on a golf trip to Pebble Beach. Something low key.
Something low key. You're right.
I mean, putt at CJ Barrymore's.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I probably didn't phrase that correctly. But yes, I think that'd be something I'd probably do.
Okay. Kang, what your first vacation would be?
Ooh, probably Hawaii.
All right. Just hop on a plane to Hawaii, huh?
First class, baby.
There you go.
It's a long trip, man.
All right, next.
What about a private jet?
I don't know, man. The smaller planes kind of scare me.
All
a
right,
little
fair
bit.
enough. I got you.
Probably be pretty expensive though. The jet fuel. I mean, I'm not Floyd Mayweather, man, but I assume that's got to be.
I mean, after taxes and all this, you'd have close to $200 million.
I know it's a big chunk though, right off the bat. You get a private jet to Hawaii.
It's funny because I have no concept of how much a PJ would cost. Like I'm completely.
Dude, that's a lot. I think.
I assume it's a lot.
I might just go to CJ Barrymore's. Think about it.
Was it 50 grand, 100 grand, something like that?
All right, next question. Would you travel with the Tigers, go on a road trip to see them play at all in the end of this season?
Great question. So I'm looking at the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
I could see them play at Minnesota. You can go to at Oaklamento.
Yep.
Kansas City.
Yep.
New York.
Yep.
Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland and Boston. You know what I could see myself is I've never been to Boston to stay in Boston. I was there at the airport for like 20 minutes. But otherwise, I've never been to Boston. And I would like to see Fenway Park.
Okay.
And this way I could get those cool green monster seats.
Get wherever you want, dude.
Yeah. I'd probably go. I could see that at the end of the season.
Season finale series, you're in Boston.
Yeah.
Okay. Kang, you?
Yeah, I'd definitely do Boston. I mean, there's something that could be on the line. The last series of the year. I haven't been to Fenway Park either, Gator. I think that's the perfect trip.
Plus, that Friday night game's an Apple TV game, so it's kind of like sticking it to Apple TV.
That you're just going to go?
I'm just going to go.
All right.
There's a flex.
Rather than get Apple TV,
Right. Well, I already
he will
have,
go to Boston.
Well, the ironic part is I already have Apple TV.
All right. I think I know what you're going to say on this one, but what skill that you don't have would you take lessons from the best teacher to become elite at? Spare no expense.
Okay, I know you're thinking I would say guitar lessons, but I can already do that with my good buddy.
Listen to this guy.
Yeah, I can already do that with somebody.
You know Clapton?
I know him well. Yeah, we call him Garrett Clapton. Yes, but actually, it would be. And this is going to sound weird, and this is not something you're ready for.
Okay.
I would like to learn how to like build things using like saws and power tools and stuff like that to do like furniture.
Okay.
I would like to learn from a specialist.
You're right. I did not expect
No,
Like trade work.
Yeah, like
But
learn.
actual, specifically building furniture?
Yeah, I think so. Like wood furniture. So like Ben Napier, who down in Mississippi on the HGTV show Hometown, like they learn from Ben. I think he's fantastic what he does.
Kang, you spare no expense. Get an expert to teach you how to be great at something. What would it be?
Crypto. I don't understand it. And I feel like I might need to here. Especially if I'm have all this money.
I don't play.
Maybe not something volatile like that.
Hey man, you gotta know
But
what
you don't know. If you go boomer, it's boomer bust.
I don't buy
but I need
tickets.
to know about it. I'm not saying
You
I'm
don't- you
investing.
just want-
not
okay, you just
investing.
wanna
I
know.
need to
Okay.
know
Just wanna
what's
learn.
going on, man.
Okay, that's fair.
You know what it sounds like? You want to know so you can play defense. Like make sure that you don't get rooked on any deal.
I just need to know more about it, you know?
All right. I don't buy tickets, so I don't play along. But I will say, if I did, it'd be surfing. I'd like to get the perfect beach for a beginner with the perfect gear for a beginner, and then work my way up. All right, final one. Lions at Green Bay to open the NFL season. Would you be in a suite in Lambeau Field with your crew if you win the Powerball tonight?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, my cousins are out there, so I could take some family and go out there. Yeah.
And you've never been to Lambeau, have you?
I have not. I'm still thinking of going this year.
Oh, you're thinking of going to this game September
Yeah,
7th?
I am.
Nice.
Question is, will I be in a suite or
You've got a shot.
or the press box?
Yep. Can you?
Yeah, that sounds fun. I've never been to Lambeau as well. And what better way to do it, right, than in style?
There you go.
And then when the Lions are good, too.
Would you buy another edition here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket? Coming up, got a lot of feedback coming in on our Tigers. Who won last night, 2-1. Yeah, they won. Not by enough, according to some people. We will get to that today. At 11:48, hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They are the specialists in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize. They focus on many different areas of the law. Michigan Auto Law has had the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Same thing with truck accident settlements, the largest of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Michigan Auto Law has also been nationally recognized for winning truck accident cases. The Michigan Auto Law Board is certified in truck accident law. They have the only Michigan lawyer voted into the Truck Accident Lawyer Hall of Fame. Michigan Auto Law has also taught over 300 truck accident legal seminars in 26 states. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, all kinds of stuff coming in here to our studios. Thanks for all your texts, your tweets, your posts on YouTube and Twitch, and a lot of it coming in on Powerball here. Although let's get to this. We'll save the story. Let's shelve the story. Kenny's got another great story we got to tell next hour. From Scott and Carlton, if I win the Powerball, I'm going to pay for Gators' kids' college education.
You take care of those rabbits in the backyard so I don't have to?
Gators made the very generous offer of telling both Kang and I that if he wins the Powerball, he's going to pay for our kids' college education.
That's right.
Gator, you owe Scott and Carlton, man.
Yeah.
Well, his is, come on. A little bit more disingenuous.
Yeah, you don't have
Wait,
kids.
wait.
Come on, that's ridiculous.
His is, come on.
His is, I don't even have kids.
Yeah,
That's
Gators have
ridiculous.
kids,
That's just
man.
ridiculous. Okay?
Phil and Ipsy says, hey guys,
Phil.
if I were to win, my first trip I would take with my wife would be to Portugal, which is her dream vacation. Help out family and friends, of course, and then do the golf trip that Gator talked about, which would be heaven to me. I'd also get a larger pontoon and hang out on Ford Lake all day, enjoying the sunshine and the sunshine end of my retirement. Jay May says, first vacation, Hilton Head, South Carolina, golf and beaches. Then I would go to Kansas City, Miami, New York, and Boston to see the Tigers. I would take golf lessons, and I would be in a suite in Green Bay.
You'd have to time it right for Hilton Head, right? Because isn't it like ungodly hot and humid at this time of the year?
I don't know. Not sure. What else do we have here? My special skill, I'd become a frickin' ninja if I won the Powerball. So you would go all in on, would that be just like martial arts lessons or?
Well, ninja specifically, he said. Doug.
What specifically is a ninja?
He'd probably have to kill you if he told you.
Well, I was going to say,
Yeah.
you won't know until it's over.
Yep, exactly. It's too late.
Yeah.
That sucks for me.
Yeah.
Maybe you meant Ninja Warrior. I don't know. Maybe he's a CrossFit guy.
All right, so I also mentioned that there was a bunch of Tiger feedback coming in. Let's see. What do we got here? I think what frustrates me is the amount of time the Tigers have 2 hits going into the 7th or 8th inning. In the first half, the starters bailed them out. Now it's getting tougher. Seems like my Scooble and a prayer. Paddock has 2 good starts, notwithstanding. That's from Doug in Rochester. This person says, I agree with the last caller, and I think that was Paul who called earlier and said people need to chill out. It's the long baseball seasons are long. Stuff like this happens. Winning by 1 run is not the end of the world, and the way people are reacting is they're freaking out, and they still are in a really good spot. This guy writes, I agree with the last caller, but the 1-run wins are concerning. If they were to lose all those games, all of the 1-run games, they'd be 52-68, a.k.a. 1 spot above the White Sox.
I'm sorry, what was that? If they lose all the 1-run games?
If they lost every 1-run game they won, they'd be one of the worst teams in baseball.
Oh, okay.
So
if they lost every game.
Every 1-run game. I mean, can we do that to all the good teams in baseball?
What is that?
The Tigers haven't even played an extreme amount of 1-run games, I don't think. The Tigers their record in 1-run games is 17-8. Okay? So they've played 25 1-run games. They've won 17 of them. The Blue Jays have played 33 of them and won 19. Hang another 19 losses on the Blue Jays. They are 50-69. Okay, so you literally took something. What about Milwaukee? The best team in the American League. You took something the best team in the American League would also be one of the worst teams in baseball. Realize what you've done. You've taken a whole bunch of wins and just converted them to losses for no apparent reason.
So the Brewers have 6 1-run wins in the second half.
They have 23 on the season. So take away 23 wins from the Brewers total. That is 71, 61, 51. They have 51 wins.
Sorry. Yeah.
And you add 23 losses. They're 47, 57, 60. They become 51-67.
Terrible.
Is this really an argument? So all the good teams, if you take away a whole bunch of their wins, you know what they are? They're a bad team. This would would be true of everybody.
I saw a headline today. I almost, sometimes I put like no kidding headlines on the show sheet.
Yeah.
One today, and I'm going to paraphrase, was people that have fewer health issues live longer. I was like, are you kidding me?
What was it? Extensive drinking leads to unwanted pregnancies.
Right. Yeah, that was the other one I said. Right. Yeah.
Leads to unwanted all kinds of stuff. I just bought a what? Anyway, here's more. What I'd like to see are the Tigers start winning with their pitching and hitting coinciding with each other. When the Tigers score runs and the pitchers give up runs. When the Tigers score runs, the pitchers give up runs, and when the pitching is great, the hitters are sleeping. Okay, so you just basically wanted to blow everybody out, right? You want every game to be a blowout. That's not how baseball works.
Oh, you have one-run games sometimes.
The crazy thing about this Tiger team is they haven't. I don't think there has been too many stretches where they were hitting on all cylinders, and they were still winning games. But you want to blow everybody out.
The headline I saw was, study, people who live to age 100 suffer fewer illnesses over their lives.
Oh, no kidding, right?
Thanks.
From Roy and Clarkston, a win is a win, and this crappy Sox team did beat the Gribe on Sunday. Wins are not given, so enjoy them.
Thank you.
Don't care how the slightest we get there, just win the damn division, and let's go from there. Get hot in the tournament. So we did this because, we took a bunch of texts early in the show where people were complaining it was only a one-run win last night. And let's face it, it was not a great offensive performance, and there were a ton of strikeouts, a ton of empty at-bats. They weren't moving runners over. They weren't doing the stuff that when they're at their best, they're not a team that's going to bomb 5 home runs a game, but they are a team that has had pretty good success this season with productive at-bats, moving some runners over, going from first to third. Last night, there wasn't a whole lot of that. I mean, they strike out too much probably as a team. But, hey, by the way, Riley Green. Is Riley Green getting back to form? Not every at-bat was a thing of beauty, but he went for a stretch there where a double seemed completely out of the question.
Yeah, he was 4 of 10 over the weekend and had a hit last night. Struck out once last night, but had the hit. They're still using him against left-handed pitching, so hopefully he's breaking out of it. Feel more comfortable with him there.
Yeah, I mean he looks like there was a stretch there where a hit would stun people, and so this recent stretch, it's too early to say he's completely broken out of it. But if this is who he's going to be, then he is completely broken out of it. But that'll be shown over the course of time. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next hour, Dan Campbell spoke with the media yesterday. We didn't get a chance to hear it because we were out at Allen Park. We didn't have a chance to watch a ton of practice. But it was, because where we are and where we're broadcasting from, it's not, we've got a job to do, and so you can't really focus in on what you're seeing. But we will be there over the next 2 days for joint practices, and I really want to make an effort. You value joint practices more than you do preseason games, and it makes sense because you're going to see a lot more of the starters. Dan Campbell yesterday talked about the value of what they hope to get out of these joint practices with Miami. You will hear that next hour, along with his evaluation of the 2 backup quarterbacks, where he stands with them. Also, Kang's got another elite story.
Amazing.
This might be the all-timer when it comes to the category. We'll get to that today at 12:02. It's Carson Anderson. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket anywhere in the United States.
Even Pensacola?
Even Pensacola, Scott Anderson. You can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birchie Kid and Everett are responsible for all the great content. Stream with video, youtube.com, twitch.tv. If you are on those websites, you can see the show. You can also participate in the streaming chat. Check it all out. Ways to take in the station here. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tigers, White Sox tonight as Detroit goes for a series win with Jack Flaherty getting the start. Last night, Spencer Torqulson's ninth-inning home run and a strong start from Chris Paddock led the Tigers to a 2-1 win, which manager A.J. Hinch calls. Flaherty's in need of a bounce back after giving up 6 his last time out against the Twins. That first pitch from the south side, 7:40. Pregame show at 7:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers prospect Kevin McGonigal makes a big jump on MLB Pipeline's latest ranking of the top 100 prospects. The middle infielder now the number 2 prospect in all baseball. Outfielder Max Clark 9 on the list. DCFC's got a name and renderings for the new stadium in southwest Detroit. 15,000-seat Alumnify Field will open in time for the 2027 season. The club says the venue will be Detroit's only privately owned and financed stadium. The NBA this morning unveiling a pair of primetime games for the Pistons this season. October 27th against the Cavs and the debut of Peacock NBA Monday and Martin Luther King Jr. Day against the Celtics. Both those games at Little Caesars Arena. And the Lions begin joint practices with the Dolphins in Allen Park tomorrow before the two teams play at Ford Field on Saturday for preseason game number 3 for Detroit. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Just powered down a turkey burger there during lunch.
Yeah, how'd that go?
The turkey burger was fine. It is the Carolina mustard barbecue sauce that takes it next level.
There you go.
Big fan of the Carolina mustard barbecue sauce. Exceptionally good. Speaking of food, you told a story last week of how your mom kind of has a history of substituting ingredients when making recipes.
That's right.
And she had a big dub.
Big
Huge
dub.
win.
Yeah, it took instead of using plain old water in a brownie recipe, she substituted the water with mango juice, and it made the brownies more moist. And I couldn't taste any difference other than the mouthfeel of the moistness of the brownie. It was delicious.
You loved it.
It was great.
Yeah. But they're not all winners, and in fact, you're not the only one who does this. Or your mom isn't the only one who does this. When we first started talking about this, correct me if I'm wrong, Kang, was it your wife's aunt?
Yeah, it's my wife's aunt. She watches the kids for us, and so she comes over and babysits a lot, and then she always brings food. So when she brings food, it's an adventure to say the least. I've told Gator about this many times off the air because it's just hilarious to me and Gator.
It's amazing.
The concoctions she puts together, but yeah.
Now, was last night an all-timer?
Last night was an all-timer, and that's saying a lot, all right?
Well, give us an example. What was probably the all-timer before last night?
I don't know. I mentioned, I think, hot dogs and coleslaw or something. I don't know. Like, I think she put eggs in like some kind of weird salad,
Okay.
like scrambled eggs. I don't know, but
Into a
this
salad.
one might have topped it though. So yesterday she was babysitting, and as always, she brings over a bunch of different kind of foods. There's no rhyme or reason to what she brings over, guys, so don't ask me. But she likes to make a lot of dishes.
Okay.
Even though I have a 6 and a 4-year-old that cannot eat more than any other 6 or 4-year-old would be able to eat, right?
Yeah.
So yesterday, my wife is working from home. She's like, "Oh, hi, Auntie. You brought some food. All right, great. What'd you bring?" She's like, "Oh, you know me." She always says that.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, we do. She brought over some stir-fried noodles.
Nice.
Okay. She brought over some fried fish and brown rice.
Okay.
She brought over some weird smoothie pudding thing that she made, and then she decided to throw Superman ice cream in it. Don't ask. That's just,
Okay.
you know me.
Yep.
I'm not mad at you.
Then she also brought over a seafood boil, like in a bag. Gator, you're very familiar with this. Doug,
Yeah.
you know, right? It's
Yes.
it's just like garlic, Old Bay,
Old Bay, some kind of
lemon juice, salt, pepper,
shrimp or-
yeah, shrimp mussels. There's shrimp and
Yeah.
mussels in there.
Sausage, maybe.
Yep, maybe some crab legs.
That's a lot of food.
Yeah.
There's a lot of food.
Yep. Oh, yeah. It's always a lot of food, guys. And then she told my wife, and I also brought over ribs. She's like, "Ribs? I didn't see any ribs." She goes, "Oh, it's in the seafood boil." She goes, "What?" She made ribs like, a spare ribs, okay? And she decided to deep fry the spare ribs. And put them in the seafood boil.
There you go.
Next to the shrimp, mussels, and potatoes or whatnot.
Did not see that coming.
No one saw it coming because I came
coming.
home and I didn't talk to my wife about this. She's like, did you eat anything? I go, yeah, I had some of that seafood boil. And she goes, gee, any ribs? I go, I didn't see any ribs. She goes, it's in the seafood boil. I go, oh my God. I saw a big rectangular thing in there, did not know what it was, moved it to the side, and it's a rib.
It was a rib.
It's a deep fried rib.
A deep fried rib. So it can stand up to the boil.
Dude, what?
It's quite a combination.
I couldn't believe it. When you said that last night, I just burst out laughing. Because, of course.
I mean.
God bless her.
Right?
So next time you have that summer gathering, Gator, with your friends, you guys have the
we
boil.
do a boil, yeah.
Bring deep fried ribs.
Deep fried ribs. Hey guys, I appreciate you sending out the ingredients and everybody's responsible for bringing, but I didn't notice deep fried ribs.
Yeah.
Should you want me to pick those up?
Susan, you get the shrimp, and John, you get the mussels.
Yeah.
And Garrett, you get the potatoes and corn. Gator, you bring the deep fried ribs.
I'll bring the deep fried ribs.
Well, I know that you are grateful that she brings food, but also curious as to where her ideas come from. And is there ever a lot of questions, or you guys just accept it at this point, that there might be deep fried ribs in a seafood boil?
Whenever we ask, Doug, because we're very polite, I don't want to be rude. I'm very thankful. We're lucky. The answer is always, well, you know me.
Yeah.
You know me.
That we do.
Yes, we do, Auntie.
Yep. Well, how would you rate it, by the way? Are you going to eat that?
Dude, I did not want to eat it, but then my wife's like, just try it. And I'm like, all right, fine. Not good.
No.
Well, eventually the fried part gets soggy, as you would imagine, because it's in a seafood boil.
Sure.
And then the ribs become overcooked. It's just not a good combination. I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't. I would eat the ribs on its own on the side, not put them in the seafood boil.
It's probably wise.
Right.
With the all the garlic and Old Bay and
Old Bay ribs, huh?
Don't put it in the boil.
Old Bay in the rib.
I've heard of boiling ribs before.
I've heard of boiling ribs before just to start to get them
moist,
tender, start the cooking process, and then you
can throw them on the grill after.
Finish on the grill.
Yeah. Well, that is perhaps the all-timer.
Happy lunch, everybody.
There you go. All right, so there's a weird story in sports going on right now that started to percolate yesterday, and now it's getting some mainstream attention. We have come to learn that we do not believe anything we see on the internet, but it has progressed to the point where now an investigation has been launched. And this might have an impact on the coming Michigan season as they are playing week 2 at Oklahoma. Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer, after screenshots of pass, this is from an ESPN story, after screenshots of pass references to, quote, sports gambling on his Venmo account surfaced online Monday, Mateer has denied to school officials ever being involved with gambling. The screenshots are Venmo payments that literally say sports gambling. One says sports gambling. The other says sports gambling USC, UCLA.
Oh, boy.
There's another one that says sports gambling World Cup. I think it says Ultra Sports Gambling World Cup. Now, other things have surfaced. Now, this was when he was a freshman at Washington State. The dates on them go back to 2022 when he was a freshman at Washington State. An investigation is being launched. He says he's never gambled on sports. There are other posts and screenshots that, again, if they are real, and I don't know that they are, this guy screws around a lot on Venmo. Like in payments. And let me ask you a question, because I used to do this with like friends.
Mm-hmm.
Back when you'd write checks.
Sure. In the memo
write a check to our buddy Keith. But I think, and I'd write, in the memo, for a night I'll never forget. Like something like that, just messing around.
Or boob job.
Yeah, in the memo. And I'm not sure that Mateer wasn't doing some of that. If you look at other screenshots that have surfaced, where those also probably could get him in trouble. But there is an investigation. Now, look, when it comes to gambling and college sports, the most vulnerable are the college athletes. Now, they're becoming less vulnerable in that they do get paid. Many of them are getting paid, and many of them are getting paid a significant amount of money, but many aren't. But because the highest paid people have more to lose. So professional athletes seem like less likely, but not impossible to get to them. And we've seen recent examples of professional athletes that either A, are gambling. We had 2 here in Detroit, one that was doing it not on his sport, but doing it on company property, which got him suspended, and another one that now is currently under investigation. But I feel like the young people, young adults that aren't making as much money are far more vulnerable to this, and I hope it's not true. I hope he was just screwing around. I mean, it would be incredibly poor judgment. But at the end of the day, I'm sure this isn't the last of these stories we're going to see.
Probably not. And, it could be a life lesson that, okay, we know you're a jokester or a prankster and like to have fun. Some things you can't joke or prank about.
Or really shouldn't.
Yeah, because you get yourself in trouble if you do. So maybe sometimes you just got to use a filter.
Yeah. But now with that said, I really, really super hope this is not true. I hate to see, we've talked about this when it happens with like Michigan athletes or Michigan State athletes, or they make any bad decisions. It's just, you hate to see them do anything that might ruin their lives, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. They've got great opportunities. And, I've become far more forgiving and tolerant of these things because every once in a while something will come out of one of my kids' mouths that doesn't have to be offensive, but it'd be like, oh my God, this is the prism with which they see the world through. Like, I can't believe that you actually believe what you just said. But the kids will say stuff.
Yeah.
And again, it's not like offensive or stuff, but it'll blow my mind and I'll go, okay, I think we're doing a decent job as parents. But it's amazing. And it might not be them. It might be their friends. It might be something that they've seen on Instagram or whatever.
There are influences everywhere.
Yep. And so I've gone to the point where, God, I hope if my kid says something like this publicly, that people will understand they're just a young, dopey kid. And so when I see, if this is true, back to his freshman year, he's probably 18, 19 years old, doing things that he might never do when he's 22, 23, whether it be joking or otherwise. I guess I have a lot of tolerance and patience for young kids making bad mistakes.
Well, because they make mistakes.
Yep.
That's why they're young, inexperienced. It happens.
248-539-9797. All right, let's get to some Lions stuff. We'll do that next. Dan Campbell with his thoughts on what he hopes to get out of these joint practices with the Dolphins, and he evaluates each of the backup quarterbacks. That is straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, we are right in the middle of summer right now. It is hot. It is humid. It is difficult, and nobody likes to be overheated. Make sure that your air conditioning is working. And if it isn't working right now, if it is stalled a little bit, or if it's just not kicking out the cool air like you want it to, call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Now, they've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. So whether you need a quick repair or a seasonal tune-up or maybe a brand new system, their expert team is fast, friendly, and local. Do not wait for a meltdown. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or visit birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carter, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing great on a Tuesday. We'll be back out at Lions practice over the next few days, watching them in the joint practices with the Miami Dolphins. I hope we can escape and see some of it because it's awfully difficult when we're kind of doing the show to also kind of digest what's going on. But we'll get one of the reporter dudes on. Maybe we'll grab Birchie Kid or something, get over and have eyeballs on it the whole time. And what stands out tomorrow as the Lions get ready for their next preseason game. Is this one Friday night or Saturday night? Do you remember?
The preseason game?
Yeah, the next one is 16th. That's 4 days. That's Saturday, right? Saturday's the 16th.
Saturday's the 16th.
All right, good. Anyway, Dan Campbell spoke to the media yesterday, and we were on the air from out there getting set up. Actually, I think it was right before practice started. So practice started at 10:30. Yeah, we were on the air, so didn't get to check it out. And here's some of the best of what he had to say. Starting with somebody asked him if is there growing concern about the backup quarterback spot, and here's what Dan Campbell said. So this has gotten a ton of discussion, the backup quarterback situation in Detroit, and that was clearly a step in the right direction for Kyle Allen. You didn't have to be Vince Lombardi to figure that one out, and there were some deeper shots down the field. Hendon Hooker had some completed shorter passes. There wasn't a whole lot of down the field shots, and we haven't seen a lot of that from him. I don't know what the story is here, whether or not he is just never going to develop or coming along slowly. That's up to the Lions to figure out because they'll be able to figure out whether or not he's never going to develop or coming along slowly better than any of the rest of us. But as far as Kyle Allen's concerned, that was encouraging. Does it solidify anything? No. But does it at least give us a little bit of hope for the backup quarterback spot? Yes.
Yeah, I mean it was a nice recovery because the first week was bad, second week was really good for Kyle Allen, and for Hendon Hooker, coughing the ball up twice is not good. But he's thrown 16 passes in the two games. I think it was 3 for 6 in the first one and 7 of 10 in the second game. Mm-hmm. Not a ton of yardage there, but 2 passes he had dropped were downfield.
Yep.
One was ripped out of the hands of the receiver, ended up being an interception in the first game, and the other was and the other one was the throw down the sideline to
Jackson Meeks.
I was thinking it was the running back on the wheel route. Reynolds, and Reynolds got lit up.
Oh, he got lit up. Yeah, that might have been a bit of a hospital pass. Was it me? I think Meeks dropped one of his passes as well early in the game, and then came back and played better after that.
So, again, it was definitely outplayed by Kyle Allen, but were there tiny steps forward for Hendon Hooker? Not enough to overtake Kyle Allen at this point.
What's interesting is
what happens this week.
In that game, one of the early storylines of the preseason is guys who could be playing themselves into jobs elsewhere. And so having good enough a preseason, but they don't have a spot on the team they're with. Right. You know who I saw listed? Easton Stick, the quarterback at Atlanta.
He played really well.
So, and the reason that is relevant to us is because they have Michael Penix and they have Kirk Cousins, and there is a probability that Stick will be either released to try and get through to the practice squad. I don't know. They might try and keep Emory Jones, or they might try and move Easton Stick. Would you rather have Easton Stick than Kyle Allen? We got to see him play as well, and I don't know the numbers. I know they were pretty good. One moment, please. 15 of 18, 149 yards, the 1 touchdown. So, we saw some good throws from him.
Saw some great throws from him.
But, and I'll give you the same names we've been regurgitating that could become available. Jameis Winston, Kenny Pickett, Skylar Thompson. Throw Easton Stick into the mix. It could become available. There are some guys that I hope that they take a look at.
Is Trey Lance going to become available?
Dude, King, you would love that.
Or Tyler Heineke, one of those quarterbacks out there?
Give me even more reason to root for the guy.
Yeah.
I don't want him starting for the Lions, but good backup. Nothing wrong with that.
Okay. So what about Hendon Hooker? You heard him say right there that he put him in the game early. Then, why'd you pull Hendon Hooker? I think most people have heard this, but he gives a little bit of analysis of what he sees there with Hendon Hooker. Yeah.
So it's translating it from the practice field to game day, whether it's preseason game or in the actual regular season game. But I read somewhere today, one of the reporters had written that that's the thing for him. He has to translate it because apparently he's fine on the practice field, but it's more controlled, obviously. But step into a game day situation and things aren't going his way. And coughing it up twice in the same game. And one of the second cough up was either right in the red zone or in the borderline of the red zone after they had driven nicely. Can't have it. And you're gonna waste your opportunities.
I will say this. A quarterback getting hit and fumbling in their first significant playing time is less concerning to me than a quarterback turning it over with interceptions. And the interception he threw in the Hall of Fame game, the one that should have been caught, these two things, they feel far more correctable, and I'm not sure it's going to be a continued problem. It's just getting used to the speed of the game. You think you've got a second, but you don't.
Right. And for him, the big problem is he's competing with somebody. And that somebody, Kyle Allen, really stepped in and did the job. Yep. Three scoring drives that he led the team to. It was impressive. You can't say that you didn't. If you watch the game, you can't come away not impressed with what Kyle Allen did. And a lot of that is because Hendon Hooker turned the ball over, and the alternative was 3 scoring drives.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the positive and negative out of it. Negative, obviously, is the Hooker fumbles, and he had to be pulled from the game. The positive is Kyle Allen wasn't supposed to go in the game yet, and that's what happens in a real game. Is you're not supposed to go in yet, and bam, wait a second, get your helmet on, we need you. That's kind of what happened to Kyle Allen, and he shined, and that's exactly what would happen if you went to your backup quarterback during a regular game. So, like I said, the negative is Hooker was bad. The positive is Kyle Allen came in without even being, I don't want to say not being ready, but he wasn't expected to come in yet until the second half, and he showed out.
I guess the one thing that I can't envision is I can't envision Kyle Allen winning important games. I can envision him winning a game or finishing out a game or not hurting his team. I'm just not sure that Kyle Allen has it in his back pocket to win an important game. And maybe that guy's not available. Maybe everybody feels, I'm sure some teams feel better about their backup. Atlanta has to feel better about their backup quarterback situation than Detroit. Well, I'm sure that I would think that the Giants probably do. I would think that even Cleveland, they don't have a starter, but they got a bunch of guys who are probably capable backups.
What we don't know is what they look like if they're running with the ones.
Nope.
Because the ones that the Lions have are awfully good. I mean, the receiving core is great. The running backs are great. The tight end is great.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's pretty great. The offensive line, we're not sure yet. Still, gonna wait and see what it really looks like. But let's say the offensive line is good. Then if the offensive line is good, then I think if Kyle Allen steps in there in games, I think he could win games.
You might be right. I guess I just want to see more here in the preseason. I don't even know if he can check that box in the preseason.
I don't know if you're gonna check that
You're
box.
right. You probably won't know until you know. In the meantime, the joint practices with the Dolphins start tomorrow. Dan Campbell tells us what he hopes to get out of them. Coming up today at 12:32 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. You asked a question on your show sheet yesterday, and this had to come from somewhere. Donuts or cake for your birthday? Why did you ask that question?
Because I was at a birthday celebration on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like a brunch type thing. And someone was told to bring some donuts. They brought donuts. And the birthday girl, who is not a little girl anymore, she made a comment saying that she likes donuts better than cake for birthdays. And then it was echoed by several other people that were there at the party. And I thought, I'm going to store this away. As a person who prefers cake to donuts for birthday. But okay. If you like donuts over cake, okay. But it was seconded and thirded. Thirded? Yes.
Thriced.
It was seconded again by others at the party. I was surprised.
I've never heard of donuts for your birthday instead of a birthday cake. Now, given I'm not one that asks for birthday cakes, pretty much on birthdays, my mom makes this cheesecake. And she has like raspberries that you drizzle over the top of it, and that's what everybody gets. And that's, God bless Mom. She's still getting it done.
There you go.
Everybody's birthday, there's her raspberry cheesecake. But
I think it's because the thinking behind it is it's individual as opposed to getting a whole big cake and you got to cut the pieces. Like, hey, just grab a donut. Or, I've been to weddings before where instead of serving a cake, there were like cupcakes.
Yeah. No, I've seen
spectacular cupcakes. But maybe that's just it because it's more portable and easier to deal with.
Ken, you ever heard of this? Donuts instead of birthday cake?
Yeah, because I've been going to a lot of birthday parties now, but maybe for kids too, it's different because the individual thing, Gator, like you mentioned, just a handheld, easier to pass around is a good thing. Cupcakes, right, are done a lot with birthday parties because, hey, just take a cupcake. A lot of times when people have cake, the first thing you hand out cake to everyone, they're like, oh, that's too big. I need something smaller. Because it's hard to cut it uniform, exactly a certain specific size that everyone can agree on or whatever. So I don't mind this change, Doug. I like it. Like, make it more normalized donuts for birthday parties. I don't know. But yeah, to make it easier, I'm not a big cake guy either. I'm actually a cheesecake kind of guy, but whatever makes it easier to pass around for everybody, because God knows I've been to way too many birthday parties over the last couple of years. And
the life of a young parent.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But again, this was not for children.
Yeah, I know it wasn't, but but the parents are always the one. That's too much. You know what I mean? Like, that's too. I don't want
because they have to deal with the kid after they've had
the
the 75 grams of sugar in there.
Yeah. All right.
I personally would prefer the cake over the
whatever
donut.
the individual wants, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
And you're a donut guy. You love donuts.
I like donuts, but I prefer a cake if it's going to be
for a
birthday. Yeah.
What about this, Gator? A birthday-sized donut for your birthday.
A birthday cake-sized donut?
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Yeah, I know.
I hadn't given it any thought. It depends on what kind of donut it is,
Krispy Kreme glazed.
All right. Slow down. Just stop.
That's going to work for you?
Imagine
it's the simplest thing, and it's the best. It just, when you do it right, you stick to it. That's it. And Krispy Kreme knows what they're doing when it comes to a glazed donut.
This is one of, I think we've stumbled upon one of Gator's core foundational beliefs in life is the belief in the Krispy Kreme glazed donut.
Well, there's that, but it's also the belief in just that, though. If you do something well, stick to it. You don't have to deviate too much, right? Mm-hmm. You want to dress it up a little bit here and there, okay, but don't stray too far. There's... You can go a long way. Like there are a lot of donut places out there now that do like these really fancy donuts, and okay, they look great and they might taste fine, but they're impractical when you try to eat them. Like, let's not get carried away here. At the base, you've got an awesome glazed donut. That's good enough.
Just stop.
Just stop right there.
Okay.
That's good enough. It's like with a hamburger. Hamburgers are great. You want to make a cheeseburger, whole slice of cheese? Yeah, okay. You want lettuce, tomato, pickles on there? Okay. You want onions on there? Yeah. Do you want to throw Another patty on it. You want some ham on that? What? You want to add bacon to it? Next thing you know, you've got a sandwich that's a foot and a half high.
It's uncontrollable is what it is.
Yeah, what happened to the burger was good.
All right, let's get back to the Dan Campbell thing.
I'm hungry.
I know you are. Speaking of you mean the talk about the seafood boil with a spare rib in the middle of it?
Not as hungry.
No. All right, Dan Campbell, what he hopes to get over the next few days, and specifically from the Dolphins, who are in town for a couple joint practices before they play. We'll be there tomorrow. Here's what the coach hopes to get. Okay, starting with the defense, the Baltimore background, as he mentioned. These are so great to go up, see ones go against other teams' ones that aren't there to be polite, and guys fighting for jobs. Miami kind of had a middle-of-the-pack defense last year, but still, it's better than going against your own guys, right?
In some regards, yeah. Although you would think the one-on-one matchups, and there was a little clip of a video of Penei Sewell in a pass blocking drill against Aiden Hutchinson. Hard to beat that.
Well, that's true.
But yes.
You wonder if anybody's holding anything back going against a teammate, at least to a degree.
Guys want to hit somebody in another jersey.
They really do, and this time we'll get to see starters do it. As far as offensively, speed on the outside, is Tyreek Hill, are he and Jalen Waddle healthy right now?
Tyreek Hill is not at this point. He's expected to return soon, but I believe they said that he's not going to participate in the first. I don't think he's going to participate in the practices or the game.
Okay, well, it wouldn't be surprising if they aren't playing in the game. If they're not playing in the practices, Waddle and Hill, then that's too bad. But
would that help to see guys like that? Yeah, it would be nice because they're awfully good.
Yep, and I want to see evidence of what our guy Goff said yesterday when we asked him, "Is the defense? Can you tell tangibly that the defense is better?" "Oh, hell yeah," he said, quoting directly. "Oh, hell yeah."
Yeah, it was a combination of Dan Campbell and Kool-Aid Man.
Yeah.
He went, "Oh, hell yeah."
248-539-9797. You want to keep talking Lions? We can. You said something made you nervous that Goff said yesterday. I don't quite understand why. I want to get to that today at 12:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, make Builders First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installation services. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builders First Source installation team. Done right with quality products and services, visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
All right, Gator. I'm going to give you all the regions, and you tell me who you think is favored. Okay?
Okay.
The West region is from Hawaii. The Southeast region is from South Carolina. The Northwest region is from Washington. This is Little League World Series teams.
I was starting to put that together.
Great Lakes regions, Illinois. New England regions, Massachusetts. Metro regions, Connecticut. Mid-Atlantic regions, Pennsylvania. Midwest is South Dakota. Southwest is Texas. And Mountain is Nevada. Who do you think out of those teams is the favorite? Those states producing Little League talent. If you had to bet on one, you would bet on?
Hawaii.
Interesting. Is there reasoning behind it or a guess?
I think because it's just because everything's so concentrated there, you're starting to see some really great athletes come out of there.
Interesting. I'm not sure logic follows, but I'll give it to you because Hawaii is the correct answer. Out of all the U.S. states, who do you think is the biggest long shot?
Aloha. Biggest long shot?
Yep.
I've already forgotten where the regions are.
South Carolina, Washington, Illinois, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Texas, South Dakota, Nevada, Pennsylvania.
I'll go Illinois.
Illinois is the longest of long shots. Well done. This man knows his Little League, people.
Listen.
He knows his kids.
I know kids, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think another thing is you're able to play baseball 365 days a year in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
You're not able to do that in Illinois.
Nope. Nor Connecticut or Massachusetts. I am rooting for the team from Massachusetts to win it all. And the reason, they're the ones that took out those New Hampshire kids.
Gotcha.
Go Massachusetts. All right. So you put in your show sheet, and I'm not sure I'm interpreting this correctly. Does the Hutch to Aaron Donald comparison make you nervous? No. It makes me stoked. And that was because yesterday, Jared Goff said, look, we had the same problems in LA trying to handle Aaron Donald during practice. It's the same thing with Hutch. Why would that make me nervous? What am I missing?
Just wondering if that's just teammate speak. Is that somebody just pumping up a teammate, or is it real? Because we certainly saw a very small sample size last year.
Mm-hmm.
Only, what was it, 5 games, and he had 7.5 sacks in 5 games and led the league in pressures, and like 3 weeks later was still leading the league in pressures. He was outstanding last year. I don't think that's a flash man. I legitimately think Aiden Hutchinson is a game wrecker, and I think he's poised to have a monster season. But anytime somebody brings up a comparison to somebody who is universally thought of as being the best at his position, or just universally great, or whatever it is, I think there's always all right, hold on. Are you just saying that because it's your guy, or do you really believe that? I mean, because we asked Goff about the backup quarterback situation as well, and
he said they're doing great. Yeah, I get it.
It's completely undeterred, and I wouldn't expect him to say anything else. And It's not that I don't believe him with the Hutch thing. It's just that, okay.
It wouldn't make me nervous. Would I be skeptical maybe of it? I'm not really. I guess I think it's the problem is that you start setting this unrealistic bar. And when you set a bar that high, that he can still be really good and people will complain about the way he plays because the bar has been set so high. So I always try and just let them define themselves without putting too much undue pressure. I've changed here, Gator. I try not to put too much undue pressure.
Okay.
And people ask me, Bryce Underwood. Yeah, he's got ability, but you never know until the lights are on. And that's actually very true.
It is very true.
In Aiden Hutchinson's case here, I don't mind the comparison. I mean, basically, if he just keeps being a better version of himself, I think it's realistic to say, yeah, he could be the most dominant defensive lineman in the game eventually. If he keeps improving on what he did, and there's nothing about Aiden Hutchinson that scares me from a personality standpoint, or is he going to work hard, or does he have the motor, does he have the drive? That was stuff from day one back in his Michigan days. It was never in doubt.
Oh, because he got hurt and he came back.
Yep, and he came back better than ever.
And he was a Heisman finalist, right?
Did he actually go?
I think he was a finalist.
I don't remember if he was a finalist or not, but I don't remember what I did yesterday. Anyway, so I'm not nervous. And I kind of expected. I guess I didn't think that was out of bounds. But also from practice, are we doing it to Isaac Tesla? Are we hyping him too much? And I don't mean we, you, and me. I mean just in general.
I don't know. I'm ready to ramp up the hype train.
Are you?
I'm wildly impressed every time I see him on the field.
Mm-hmm.
It's I got it. Preseason games, sure, fair enough, but he's making all the catches, the contested catches. The touchdown he had in the back of the end zone was a well thrown ball. Was also a great job of him to, catch it, hang on to it, complete the process, the whole bit.
I think that was a 4-year pro he was going up against too.
He's doing the other things that you want him to do to be a great teammate. He is blocking like a champ. And the other thing about Isaac Tesla that I really like, he passes the eyeball test easily. He's a big receiver. We've talked. The Lions need to get a bigger receiver. Well, like 6'2", 6'3". This guy's legit 6'4", over 200 pounds. He runs a 4.4 40. He has a 39-inch vertical leap. All these things are just great. But now you're actually seeing it on the field where it matters. Whoa, the vertical leap, whatever. No. That vertical leap is what allowed him to make that touchdown reception and other plays that he's made. And I think that his willingness to block completely endears him to the coaching staff, of course, and will to his teammates as well. The other thing that I'm really buying into it is I saw the clip from the draft day stuff that they showed about the selection of Isaac Tesla.
Okay, so you're talking about the Inside the Den that the Lions organization puts out?
Yeah. So I saw the clip about on him when he was on the phone with Brad Holmes.
Yep.
And it also kind of got me a little emotionally too, watching that, because the guy grew up a Lions fan, right?
He's a Michigan kid.
And he's not expecting you're expecting to get drafted by the Lions, and then it happens as early as it did. And they had the video of everybody in his house at the time or wherever they were at watching it. And they're all waiting to hear who it is that's calling him. And then when he says, "Thanks, Mrs. Ford," I should have said thanks, Mrs. Hamp, but he says, "Thanks, Mrs. Ford."
Yep.
Everybody in the room goes nuts.
Yep.
And because they realized, here's your dream. You get to play for the team that you grew up rooting for. I mean, the whole story is just, it's awesome. And he's got the talent to make it in the league. The question is, how big is he going to make it? And how big are the expectations going to be from day one when you are the, fourth or fifth receiver on the roster? Might be unfair, and yet I can't wait to see him do great things.
It feels right now like it's still one of those secrets that Detroit knows about that other teams and other cities don't know about, and it might be a secret for a while, because if Amon-Ra and J-Mo are healthy, how many balls will get thrown Isaac Tesla's way? I mean, Khalif Raymond, Tim Patrick, he could outplay those guys in the preseason, the last two, and get into maybe that third receiver role. But we're at the still a secret just amongst us Detroiters here kind of stage. If it is all hype is all worth it, Kang, hype? Are you worried about the hype when you got a quarterback saying that Hutch is like Aaron Donald and all the Tesla love that's going around? Do you think it's too much on either front?
No, I think it's real. And I think that when you're this good and you're in the tier that the Lions are in, which is the tier of teams favored to win the Super Bowl, yeah, hype comes with it. And I'm not staying away from it. I'm not scared of it. I embrace it. I look at, I take it head on. And Hutch being compared to Aaron Donald, to me, doesn't scare me at all, because he's been that damn good when healthy. Mm-hmm. And the last, unhealthy season was just the last thing we saw. But before Aaron Donald was Aaron Donald, he had to, 1, 2, 3 years in the league. Same thing as Hutch. I feel like this is just the beginning stages of Hutch being Hutch. And the Tesla thing, I think once people got over the initial shock, because I think obviously people were shocked when they traded up, not just for
not
receiver.
Everybody.
Well, yeah, I got lucky, but and damn it, that felt good. And Gator was like, and you see Tesla's family cheering up and down. I was jumping up and down, Gator. All right, I wasn't even in the room or the house with them, but then they got over that shock and they go and look at his tape and his film and see his measurables. And then, those are things that the Lions look for, right? The high RAS score, all that stuff. Hey, this could be something. And then when they hit the field and he's actually performing, I think there's a really good chance by week 2, 3, he could be the starter. I think Tim Patrick comes out of the gate because he's the veteran. He starts it. But if Tim Patrick shows some age and he's not as strong with the ball, he's not blocking it, downfield as he used to. Because Tesla, those are things that he does.
Yeah.
He's got strong hands, high points the ball. He's a great blocker.
Point.
He's a great blocker. And that's the things that they love on this team. And he's definitely the replacement for Tim Patrick. Tim Patrick's on a 1-year deal.
Big D Dog on Twitch says, I was confused by the Hutch to Donald comparison. Usually when Hutch is compared to most guys, it's with the last name Water Bosa. I think Goff only did it because he practiced against Donald. They played different positions, but he practiced against Donald, and Donald was disruptive in a way that Hutch has been disruptive in during practice. Det313 says, I'm all on board with the Tesla hype train. Give me that Tesla Kool-Aid. I will drink it all. FBG25, I remember when almost nobody was liking the Tesla pick when it happened, including me.
Yeah. I mean, when they made the pick, my thought was, wait a minute, is that the Kings guy? That's crazy. And then it was, did they take this guy way too early? And things have changed.
Well, they might have, because did you guys see the Brad Holmes recently sat down with ESPN and they went around and the ESPN guys were asking every GM, hey, what was the pick you missed on, that you waited too long and you didn't get him. And Brad Holmes mentioned Puka Nacua was a guy that he was like, he really wanted him. He wished he pounded the table more for him, whatever. I think this is his Puka Nacua. He's not going to let that happen twice, and he saw same type of measurables, right? And same type of, just talent that if he gets the right coaching underneath him, could be a real star in the league.
Well, you mentioned that ESPN interviewer, and it's Kevin Clark from Omaha Production on ESPN2. Speaking of Tesla, he asked Penei Sewell, who's the most impressive newcomer you've seen in Detroit this year. He said Isaac Tesla. And he said, I'm not even talking about receiving. That man can block. That's Penei Sewell talking about Isaac Tesla. So, one to keep an eye on. All right, Gator.
He blocks like they drafted him to block.
Right.
I don't know. If you watch him just individually on run plays or when other players have the ball, he's looking for someone to get in the way of.
He knows that's how he's going to get on the field.
He's doing it all. New TV deal, something near and dear to the hearts of many, and artist renderings. We will get to that at 102 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Thanks for being with us on a Tuesday. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Gator, UFC has agreed to a 7-year, $7.7 billion exclusive U.S. media rights deal with Paramount. All UFC events will be streamed on Paramount Plus, with select events also airing on CBS. Paramount Plus won't charge viewers any additional fees, effectively eliminating the pay-per-view model.
Oh, boy.
So if you don't have Paramount Plus and you're a UFC fan, you have to subscribe to Paramount Plus. You'll get other things with Paramount Plus. Isn't that where you can see Yellowstone?
Yes. There are lots of great shows on Paramount Plus.
All right, what else do they bring to the table?
That's Landman, I think, is Paramount Plus.
Okay.
Tulsa King, is that what it's called? With Sylvester Stallone.
Okay.
Yeah, there's several other shows that I can't think of right now. Mayor of Kingstown.
All right. All stuff you're on board with.
Yeah.
Okay. And now you've got yourself UFC fights, and you already subscribed.
And I'm already subscribed, so now I don't have to. There's no pay-per-view charge with it. That's kind of cool. Like to hear that.
Yeah.
I heard initial criticism about this deal, or I saw a headline about this, and that is, what about the exposure? Because if you're leaving ESPN, does that mean ESPN completely abandons it? Because ESPN really kind of went all in on UFC. They really catered to the MMA fan with all types of shows and commentary about it, highlights and the whole bit. What does this mean now that they're leaving or will leave ESPN? Does that mean ESPN will turn their attention to other sports?
So I'm not a fan, right?
Right.
And yeah, I noticed the proliferation of UFC coverage. If ESPN's going to abandon it, I'm personally not mad. I do feel bad for the fans. Like, I get it. If whatever you dig, that's your thing. That's your jam. Lean into it. You have to understand. I think everybody understands. Hey, I'm not a fan, and so I'm not going to be mad if there's less UFC coverage. But it's possible. It's possible they like to promote their own product, as we know, and many. It's not unusual. But as far as the model that's set up now for you as a viewer, you give this a big thumbs up.
It's something added to a service I already subscribed to. So yeah, that's and maybe it gets me to watch more UFC events because I've already subscribed to this. Otherwise, I just have to wait for the free ones on ESPN as opposed to the pay-per-view.
Did they say that? Did I read that they're not going to raise the price? Paramount won't charge viewers any additional fees, effectively eliminating the pay-per-view model. Okay, that doesn't mean they won't raise the price of the subscription to Paramount Plus, right?
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah. Kang, how you feel about this new deal?
It seems like this will make it a lot easier to get the fights, that's for sure. They won't raise the price until they raise the price, though, is what I always think, with any subscription, right? They're not raising the price now? Cool. The fact that they're going to put, I guess, Dana White kind of clarified the pay-per-view thing, Doug, a little bit, that, there still might be pay-per-views. I'm not sure if they're completely eliminating that, but I know 4 big events per year are going to be on CBS. Now, that's mainstream. That's just regular TV.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're going to put, like, quarterly, I guess, big main event cards like they used to have on Fox, remember, when Fox had the deal? So that will give them more exposure. But also, the thing about the UFC is it's raw, and you can't put that unedited. Or I guess there's going to be some kind of time delay, of course, if they put it on CBS. But these guys are... The UFC lets these fighters say and do pretty much whatever they want.
This is true. They are uncensored.
Yes, completely.
At press conferences, at everything, and
politically, religiously,
yeah,
whatever,
absolutely, yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. But overall, for me as a fan, I think it is going to give me more access, and I enjoy that. As far as ESPN showing, they're probably just going to show highlights like they do of any other sport that they don't own. So because it's
they might
it's
not
highlights,
do as much
right?
pre-fight stuff, but. All right, well, there you go. Just thought I wanted to get your guys' opinion. The other thing that came out yesterday was the artist renderings of the new DCFC stadium, Detroit City Football Club, the United States Soccer League. Whenever
is it football or is it soccer?
I think it's called the United States Soccer League.
Sorry, I just had just one chap. It's a soccer league with football club. Got it.
Yeah. So anyway, DCFC's getting a new stadium.
That's cool.
So. Yeah, I mean, it's not the it's not for everybody. Got it, yeah. And I'm not sure that crowd wants it to be for everybody. But with that said, getting a new stadium is kind of awesome. We have really cool, smaller sports stadiums in this state. I'm talking about USPBL, cool little park, Yost Ice Arena, Breslin Center. These places have reputations that get outside of our state. I don't know if USPBL does, but people have been to USPBL does. Certainly the Breslin Center and Yost Ice Arena are considered two like legendarily tough places to play.
The place in Plymouth, where they play hockey.
CompuWare or whatever it's called now. I know it's not called that. So this could be another right-size stadium. I looked at the picture and I thought, boy, that stadium looks big. But then again, I have no semblance for like whether or not it's big, too big, not big enough. I just want to make this comment, though. I have backed off getting excited publicly about artist renderings. Publicly. Because the one that I realized we had nothing, and somebody decided to put up these letters that spell out Detroit along I-94. And artist renderings popped up. And then it didn't compare to the artist renderings. And I'm like, okay, this is a small effort to beautify our city and just offer a little something. And people are slamming it because it didn't look like the artist renderings. And then I realized so rarely does it look like the artist renderings. And so I do appreciate that a lot of people forwarded artist renderings to me because we used to do artist renderings alerts.
Oh, yeah.
All that. And maybe we'll talk about them when they're in other cities. I just don't want to oversell anything and then people are disappointed. The renderings look cool, but
well, it does.
We'll just leave it at that.
It's fine. They didn't go overboard with the renderings. But it's an area, I believe, southwest Detroit. So it's across town from where, Keyworth is in Hamtramck. This is whole on the other side of town. But it's taking over what I think it's an abandoned hospital grounds.
I think that's what was there.
So it's got a good piece of land there to work with, and the group that's doing it, that's building the stadium or designed the stadium anyway, is the same group that did Comerica Park, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, the HOVAC or whatever.
HOK or whatever it is. I think that's who's doing this.
Okay.
So that's cool to know because it's going to be done right, and it should look great. Now, what they do with the surrounding area about that and how they spruce that up, I have confidence they can get that done. Your question about making sure that the stadium size is appropriate, that's I totally agree with you. Don't go too big. And if it's 15,000 people, I don't think that's too big. I think that's room to grow into. Because Keyworth was what, 5,000?
8,000.
8,000?
Yep.
So you're going to double that. And I think you're going to an area in Detroit that is very receptive to professional soccer here. So it should be cool.
Privately owned and financed.
Which those are two other things people like to hear.
Yep. Detroit City Council, this is according to a story on MLive, Detroit City Council did agree to reimburse the club up to $5.9 million earlier this year to tear down the long-abandoned Southwest Detroit Hospital and build the stadium. Demolition of the vacant hospital is expected to cost $6.5 million. So they're going to help them demolish what's there. So there is some public money used in the building of this. But I'm happy for those fans. Feedback coming in here. Big D Dog says, Doug, they said the new stadium would be around 15,000, doubling the current capacity. By comparison, it's smaller than MLS stadiums. Another one here, those DCFC renderings almost make me want to go to a game. Too bad football fans are so annoying. Artist renderings, there's none special here now. Artist renderings are rarely based on final blueprints and budget. Most of the time, it's to attract investors and attention for what of what they want for the money. So there you go. DCFC, new stadium. Congratulations to that fan base. You're on the map so much that you got yourself a new crib. It is Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. On Tuesday, August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day, a new holiday, if you will, for football fans. It's 24 hours a deal on your favorite season football predictions. So I took a look at a couple of flyers for the MVP. Jared Goff, 35-1. Jahmyr Gibbs, 120 to 1. I'd buy that for $1, but you can get better odds on August 26th on Football Futures Day. You can do parlays, division winners, dark horses, Super Bowl winner. Mark your calendars. This is your day for your hunches, your hot takes, and your calls and your odds. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning for your future bets now, because FanDuel is one day, Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to John on the phone here on 97 on the ticket. What's up, John?
Carson Anderson, how we doing?
Hi, John.
Hi, John. Hey, guys. I wanted to talk about the USC deal, and I just want to say I'm an avid USC fan, and it is so expensive right now being a fan. I pay $120 a whole year for ESPN Plus, on top of $80 a month for a pay-per-view. It's ridiculous. You know, it should not cost that much to watch MMA, you know. And I think this new deal is great just for the sole fact that it's going to bring so much more viewership to the sport. And I'm a huge Lions fan. I'm a huge Tigers fan, but it's my favorite for two reasons. One, it's the most unpredictable sport, and two, it's a year-round sport. Like, it's such an enjoyable sport, and I'm so glad that more people are going to be watching.
Do you already have Paramount Plus?
I do actually, yeah. So They're raising the price to $20 a month. So what is that? That's going to be $240 a year just to watch any UFC event, compared to honestly over like $1,000 a year. Basically, if we're doing like the math, it's so much better for the sport and for the viewers.
Well, there you go. I'm glad to hear that it's good for the consumer because so few things are.
Yeah, the UFC is they're making big steps. It's great.
Good.
There's one complaint from fight fans, Doug, that I've read and heard is if there's no pay-per-view, right? What's the incentive for the UFC to put on these huge cards to get you to buy? It's already bought and paid for.
So you think it might water down the product?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I agree with that necessarily, but that's one thing that people are fearful of. And then there's fighters that they have to get paid. Like, they get extra money for pay-per-view buys. Like, they get the points, they call them. Yep. And now there's no pay-per-view points. And so do they get a pay raise? Yeah, and all that stuff. Because there's always been this issue with, are they underpaid, And now look at them. There's numbers. There's actual numbers.
Yeah, you're getting over $1 billion a year just for the TV deal. So, okay, you can't cry poverty when you've already got that going for you.
Interesting. Well, could be something to monitor.
Well, I'm sure they want to still put on a good product, but like I said, before they would be like, you need to buy this fight because this is an unbelievable fight. But now it's like, you've already bought this fight. So here's the fight.
And Dana White said, I guess he's absolutely a go for next year's 4th of July UFC event at the White House. I'm not joking about that. It seems kind of crazy, but that's apparently something that is not just in the works, but they're planning on.
Really?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so Gator, did you hear what mega celebrity was spotted last weekend in Traverse City?
I did not.
Okay. Mike will give you 10 guesses. We'll give you 10 questions. See if you can figure out who it was.
Okay.
I Kang, household name? I don't want to oversell it.
Household name. I mean, it's definitely a name that a lot of people have heard.
Okay. All right.
A lot of people have heard of.
Start with this. Is it a male?
It is not. Kang, you're going to have to help me answer this. Although that one was easy.
I just got to do a body check.
Hold on, Doug. Let me fact check you. Correct. Not a male.
So female. Athlete?
No.
Movie star?
No.
No.
Recording star?
Ah.
All right, that's TV star.
More so.
More so TV. Recording, there are recordings.
Yes, there are.
And
recordings.
TV star, yes.
All right, I'm going
TV.
I feel like I want to take a guess right now.
Wow.
Okay, you've asked 5 questions.
Yeah, but maybe I just want to firm this up. So I'll go blonde hair.
Correct.
Famous family.
Yes.
It's Paris Hilton.
Yes.
Nailed it.
Yeah, this was she a couple years ago. Is her husband from the area?
He's from Chicago.
Yeah, and they vacation up in Traverse City. I remember seeing something on TV a couple years ago about this, and she wasn't all that keen on the lake life. She's like, "This is what we're gonna do. We're just gonna sit on the, we're just gonna stay on the boat." And he's like, "Yeah." He goes, "We go water skiing. We can go, all types of stuff." Oh. So,
well, perhaps having kids has changed her. She put a Instagram post up.
No way.
Yeah. And the only thing she wrote was lake life.
Okay.
And there were pictures of her on a dock wearing a dress in a boat. And then there were pictures. She was outside some ice cream shop. I got it noted here somewhere. But some place up north in Traverse City, she was outside this ice cream shop, Bodine's or Bondins or something like that. I don't remember the name of it. Barden's Wonder Freeze.
Okay. Wonder Freeze.
Yeah. So I don't know if anybody in Traverse City this past weekend see anything that you're like, oh my God, that was Paris Hilton? Or did you know she was up there? Did you see her? but she doesn't seem to hate the lake life. Now, she was pictured with her kids, too. Oh, it's what's believed to be her kids.
Yeah, I don't know if she hates it or not. I just go back to the thing I saw from a couple years ago. Who knows if it's played up for the cameras or not, but obviously there's a difference between lake life and beach life on the ocean, right? And I think that was the comparison there that, I mean, we here in Michigan, we love lake life. And if you want beach, you can find beaches in the state of Michigan that are fantastic, typically on the west side of the state, the Lake Michigan side. And I haven't spent enough time in Traverse City. I'm guessing there's some beaches in Traverse City you can go to. But if you've got a property up there that's on the lake and you have a dock, I mean, that's what you're doing. You're going from your dock onto the water as opposed to going to a destination beach. But I don't know how you couldn't end up just loving lake life if you've got, the ability and the wherewithal to have the toys that you can have.
One of the pictures looks like her kid, and I don't know, he's a toddler. He's like 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, I don't know how old he is, sitting in a little kiddie tube, like they're taking him out tubing. But it doesn't look like he's at the age where they're going to go very fast.
Right.
Kind of deal.
Just get him used to the water.
But yeah, you have kids too. That changes everything. You're like seeking out like adventures for them and getting enjoyment out of watching them have fun with it. So I don't know, man. Go to Traverse City. Maybe you see Paris Hilton now. She's back. It's 2 vacations in the last 5 years to Traverse City.
Probably more than that.
It might be.
Like I said, I think, they've got the property there. They're probably going there more often than that, but who knows how often. Different lifestyle.
She was quoted saying it's so hot.
So hot. It's so hot.
But
So-
it's like 90.
I wonder what put you over the top here. First question was, is this person a male? No. Is this person a movie star? No. Is this person a musical artist? And we kind of
recording artist, and
we kind of said, well, there are recordings.
Yeah, because
Where
when
did
you
you-
said
what-
Traverse City, I started thinking it was in my subconscious. But when I narrowed it down to female right away, I'm like, all right, well now it's more pronounced. Recording artist. When you said, I'm like, okay, fair enough.
Because she's like a DJ now, isn't she?
Yeah, she does that. Yeah, but she's also released. I think she had some songs that she had recorded at some point. And she's apparently like a great DJ. Like people love her stuff. But
Really?
yeah, that's why I said I wanted to cut it off. I thought I had it.
You did. My brother lives in Traverse City. He was behind her in line at the ice cream store. Dan in Westland says. Another one here says Paris Hilton has a pop-up boutique shop in Traverse City. Okay, help me out. What's it called? Because my wife and I went to Traverse City as our pre-football season escape weekend last year. And we got into some store where my wife tried on 20 things, loved all 20, and it was too expensive. I wonder if that's what her boutique store is. In Traverse City, although this says pop-up, which maybe that means it's not. It's the kind of thing that comes and goes quickly. But somebody, if you know what Paris Hilton's pop-up boutique shop in Traverse City is, let us know. And if you saw her, or you know someone who did, 248-539-9797. Tigers with a win last night in somewhat dramatic fashion. In an otherwise frustrating offensive game, they did enough to beat the White Sox, lead up to 6.5. We'll talk some Tigers next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. All right, so Tigers. That win last night, weird rain-drenched, delayed, strikeouts all over the place, still in this game. Torque bomb late, Progressive Field home run to win it, which was awesome in that moment in time. Torque's home run. Some of the feedback we got early in the show, people were upset that they only won by a run over a Chicago team. I'm like, look, they're not all going to be pretty. Baseball seasons are long. The Tigers are 9-5 in their last 14, which is the 5th best record in baseball. We're looking for signs that they've pulled out of the swoon, and they've certainly pulled out of it playing as bad as they were. But I guess it doesn't feel like they're completely back to where they were before the All-Star break, right?
No, they're not back to that, but it's nice that they're winning again. We'll take it. You know, hey, small sample size, 3 of the last 4. That's nice. You said, 9 of the last 14 games?
Yep.
Okay. Go in the right direction. Now just keep adding to it. Go out there, win tonight. Win the next game, but literally take it one game at a time, because I think that's all Tiger fans can handle right now. Because flew a little close to the sun there. We'll see if they're able to keep up the pace and start to get guys back to being what we saw in the first half of the season. But I think there were players who are definitely going to have that correction coming for them, but it doesn't mean they still can't flash back at that level too. Like, I don't expect Zach McKinstry to be, completely useless the rest of the way. But I also don't expect him to play at an all-star level. He can be somewhere in between, or he can have flashes of being that all-star player. Same thing with Javi Baez.
So, look, I don't pay much attention to, in professional sports, only won by 1 or only won by a field goal. The only time that stuff really matters to me is in college sports for a couple of reasons. One is the variation between teams is far greater. So if you play a much closer game against, that early season non-conference opponent, that could be indicative of you having some struggles come conference season. So when Michigan and Michigan State, if they struggle in a non-conference game against like a MAC team, it could be indicative of problems. Same thing in college basketball. Could be indicative of problems to come when you're playing that, that 1AA opponent, or as Gator likes to call them, a team from the crap conferences, and you win a close game. And the other thing is those sports are so driven by opinion. You have to get people to build a good opinion of you to get into the postseason tournament. There are ways to qualify automatically, but if you're on the bubble and you've played a bunch of close games against bad opponents, you will not get the benefit of the doubt. In baseball, football, NBA, all this, you earn your way in. You just need to get wins. The fact that you played a close game against a bad team, who also did the same thing against the Guardians in the series before, lost a 1-run game, and I think they had a 1-run game against the Astros the series before that. This doesn't mean all that much.
No, of course
you
not.
win the game. Your resume is built based upon the wins and the losses, the opinions.
There's no poll.
There's no polls. There's no polls.
No, take wins when you can get them. And okay, it wasn't flashy last night. Don't care. Really don't care. Every game is different. If you're in a losing streak, you want the next game to show up so you can end the losing streak. If you're on a winning streak, you want to play the next game and keep it going, but inevitably it's going to end. All streaks do. So that's why it's a game by game thing. And one of the AJ Hinch's superpowers, I think, is to keep this team on an even keel.
Yep.
Believe in themselves, but let's not go crazy here either. You still have to do all the little things, and that's why they work on all the little things.
Yeah. Now, the thing about this team is earlier in the year when they got on modest losing streaks, and there were 2-game and 3-game losing streaks, but there was nothing more than that. When they got on modest losing streaks, Scott, they always bounce back with a more impressive winning streak. Lose 2 in a row, win 5. Lose 3 in a row, win 7 of 8. And this team had that 12. They lost 12 of 13. And now they're 9-5. So it doesn't feel like the resounding bounce back that they had earlier in the year. But, when the team is winning, I would say that not everything is going right and they're still playing 600 baseball. That's quite all right. If you don't need everything to go right and you're still winning 2 out of every 3 games, you're a damn good baseball team. You're a damn good baseball team.
Yes.
Now, the bar was set really high by the first half Tigers. And maybe they'll never be playing that well again, but that doesn't mean they can't win this whole thing.
No, it doesn't. And there are a lot of differences, too. I mean, Reese Olson is not going to pitch anymore. He's not available to this team. And Jackson Jobe is not available to this team. And there are many players that aren't available to this team. But that also brings some unknown, right?
Mm-hmm.
We saw Paddock pitch really well last night. Can he pitch really well 2 out of 3 starts? I'll take that.
Yeah.
If he's going to be that good 2 out of 3. What's Charlie Morton going to be? Because he kind of came down to earth after a bad start on Saturday. But Kennedy looks like Finnegan, Kyle Finnegan.
I was like, wait,
hey,
Kennedy.
Kyle Finnegan looks
last night.
really, really solid pitching late in games, which he was really solid with Washington. The difference was that he had a handful of awful outings that ballooned his numbers. But if you look at the totality of his work, you'll notice that I think it was 31 out of 40 appearances prior to becoming a Tiger. He didn't allow a run.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's, a few appearances here with the Tigers, and he's gotten the job done. Will Vest has come back to being the Will Vest we saw in the first half. But other guys, they got to do something. And if they don't, then they're going to find replacements. Like a guy like Tommy Kahnle has got to figure things out and get back to being the guy that he was, which was a very savvy, under-the-radar win in the offseason as a signing. At least it looked that way.
Yeah.
Now, not so much. So he's got work to do. Other pitchers have work to do. And I think basically for this team to get back to being that team that we saw in the first half, it's going to have to start with the pitching.
Well, yeah. And
that's where the most improvement can come.
And one of the guys is Flaherty, who gets to start tonight. Flaherty's last start, his last time out was amongst the worst of his career. He had, I think it was 4 swings and misses, and that's all he induced the entire game. He's been really a feast or famine guy. And he's kind of a wild card in this thing because, the Tigers are going to have to rely on Skubal, right? Skubal's going to have to be the guy in key games in September and October and beyond, right? He's going to have to be the guy. And outside of that, who else can step up? Well, I think Casey Mize can. Jack Flaherty can. I think A.J. Hinch thinks Charlie Morton can.
Yeah.
And Charlie Morton still has stuff at 41 that's hard to believe.
I can't believe he's still throwing mid-90s.
No, and I can't believe he struck out, 10 in 4 1/3?
It's like 7 in a row.
Yeah, he got touched up quite a bit.
Yeah.
And Paddock last night gave him some hard-hit baseballs, and he has since he's gotten here. But 2 of his 3 starts, I think Paddock's job is to help them be the highest seed they can be in the postseason, win the division, be the highest seed they can be. I'm not sure he's on a postseason roster. I mean, if Reese Olson comes back, is Chris Paddock on a postseason roster? If?
It's a big if, right? Because Reese Olson is shooting to come back in October.
If you only need 4 starters, is Chris Paddock on a postseason roster?
I mean, maybe.
Could be.
Look, if you're pitching well, you're pitching well. It doesn't matter if you go to the bullpen or if you end up starting. I don't care. But are you on the roster? Yeah, the staff. If you belong there, you belong there. We'll see. What decisions are made. Remember last year, we weren't sure what the roster was going to look like, and Jackson Jobe is on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
Knocked somebody off. Why? Because he threw high 90s, we could reach triple digits, and they were excited to see if that could pay off. It didn't really pay off for him in the playoffs, but it got him a taste, and we'll see if that affects anything moving forward, how they think about a playoff roster.
And what a great moment for Torque last night. You're in the 9th inning. The Tigers are struggling to get the offense going, and he comes to the plate. Do we have the Benetti call? For people who haven't heard it, the Jason Benetti call last night was incredible because there's 1 out, there's nobody on base. Here comes a power hitter, right? So everybody's thinking the same thing. Can he hit a home run? Listen to what Benetti said. That's right. You heard him say, how about a torque bomb? Yep. And then what? A torque bomb.
A torque bomb.
Yep. That is really, really cool. And great moment for him. And I didn't think it was out because when he didn't even run. He just leaned.
It was a power lean.
Tried to coax it fair.
Yeah.
I thought there's no way this is getting out. This is going to be foul.
Yeah, and yet that's exactly what happened. Last 2 months, Spencer Torqulson has an OPS back in July it was 846, and now in August it's 851. So he has been pretty good for the last couple months after having a not so good June where it was down to 664.
All right, got some line stuff. We got to tie up some loose ends. We will get to that today at 146. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Hey, home ownership is closer than you think. With a mortgage loan from the University of Michigan Credit Union, imagine stepping into your dream home with no application fee. And right now, get $750 off your closing costs when you finance with UMCU. Hey, you can go on a nice little vacation with $750. They also offer competitive rates and flexible terms to fit your life. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or looking for pre-approval or ready to build or refinance, UMCU is here to help. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. NMLS number 712343. UMCU is an equal housing opportunity lender. So when you get home today, is the first thing you're going to do is check the backyard, see how many bunnies are left?
Yeah, that is.
It's happened again, people. His backyard has become a breeding ground for rabbits. They're nesting back there.
I don't know what the appeal is of my backyard.
The rabbit community.
Because there's a dog that patrols it.
Right.
You know, there are dogs on the other side of the fence as well. There's constant pitter-patter of deer. You know, this is no place for a bunny rabbit to be raised.
Yeah.
Or to grow up quickly. And yet, there it was last night. Hearing a dog bark in the backyard. I'm getting ready to go to bed. I'm like, what do we got here? I flip on the light, walk outside, and she is proudly standing over a clearing in a backyard because she dug into the rabbit hole and then totally cleared it all out.
So if the dog didn't dig up these rabbit holes and clear them out, and the dog's not eating the rabbits,
I hope not.
Would you be? It wouldn't be an issue, right?
No, we can live together. That's fine.
Yep.
It doesn't bother me. Go ahead and stay. That's fine.
But now you are uncomfortable letting your dog out in the backyard because the dog now starts to dig for rabbits.
Yeah, I don't want the dog eating the rabbits. I mean, they're like days old, you know, and they are just tiny. And I barely saw them last night. Again, it was dark out. I turned the light on outside, but it doesn't illuminate things as well as you'd like it to. So when I get home today, it'll be the first thing. I'll let the dog out. And actually, I may just go out first and then let the dog out and see.
Check it out.
Because I'm not entirely certain that they were there this morning. Like they may have been there last night and then maybe the mom came and moved them. Is entirely possible. And I'm cool with that if that's the case, but we'll see. Because there were two baby bunnies in that little area that I then protected by putting a chair over it and adding a couple logs and grab some of the grass from around there to throw in there as well.
I just looked down at Twitch and Kitech posted, Gator's backyard is a den of lust and debauchery.
This is true. Very true.
That's great.
There's a lot of wildlife in my neighborhood, and there's a lot of wildlife in the backyard. I've seen things, Doug. I've seen things. Whether it's I got rabbits, I got the fish in the pond, I got the deer coming through. There's coyote in the neighborhood
the full
somewhere.
circle of life. Weren't owls or hawks taking out your fish?
Blue herons were coming in taking out the fish. Yeah, I had ducks that tried to
you need Tom Hanks navigating the action in your backyard. You need a documentary crew.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. I've had everything. Possum.
Meanwhile, all these animals, they're destroying your backyard, aren't they?
The backyard does not look as good as it did prior to having the dog.
Mm-hmm.
Like the dog doesn't do it any favors either.
No.
I mean, the dog initially, when it got, I had a fence put in right after I got the dog. And she was a puppy when I got her. It didn't take long to realize I had to come up with some other solution because she would do perimeter checks and she just ran around the perimeter of the backyard.
And
she just tore it all up. Yeah. So now it was just mud back there. And then that was a problem because she tracked the mud in the house. So then I came up with a solution. Hey, let's get some pebbles in there and most of the perimeter. And that's actually done a nice job.
Yeah.
But there's some dead spaces in the grass. Just not many, but there are some. But now I realize what she's done by digging up these rabbit holes. And I'm wondering if I just didn't notice before that she had dug something else up because I see this crater in a couple different spots, much like the crater she just created last night. And I'm like, wait a minute. Have I always had rabbits in the backyard?
Maybe you have. Maybe it's been going on for a long
entirely
time.
possible. Yeah.
All right. Regarding the Isaac Tesla conversation we had earlier, whether or not we should not overhype this guy from an unnamed texter, my only concern with Tesla at this point is whether or not we name him Coleslaw or Mayotron. Both elite choices.
Mayotron.
I think something will happen organically, and that'll become his nickname if he indeed earns one. All aboard the Tesla and Ahmed hype train. Great picks. Ahmed Hassanin, the edge rusher out of Boise. Come on, guys, let's slow our roll on Tesla. He's looking good, but one measurable Tesla doesn't have are Puka Nakua's legs. His lower body is not like Puka's. Well, we didn't make a direct comparison to him as a player. But anytime Brad Holmes takes a mid-round receiver, you're going to get Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, Amon-Ra St. Brown kind of comparisons because Brad Holmes has been elite at mining these guys. Now, he didn't take Nacua. He says he was trying to, but
so
the Rams did.
I went back and looked at the combine profile for Puka Nacua.
Yep.
And under the prospect grade, it said 5.80.
On a scale of?
I think it goes up to 10. But it says underneath it has like a little sentence about what that would be, whether you're a starter, all-pro, Hall of Fame, or whatever.
Right.
It says average backup or special teamer. And on Cooper Kupp's, I looked up Cooper Kupp's. Cooper Kupp's was hopefully at one day could be a starter.
What about Amon-Ra? Do you have that one?
I don't, but I can put it up.
You find that one. Scouting report. Where are these scouting reports coming from?
NFL.com.
Okay.
So the Amon-Ra St. Brown scouting report gave him a 6.21 prospect grade. Says will eventually be average starter.
Well, there was probably a time there where he was an average starter, and then the next week he'd be turned into an above average starter, and there you go.
Look, I get it. They've got some sort of algorithm that spits out what things should be, and I'm pretty sure Amon-Ra St. Brown has seen this and probably uses it as fuel, and a lot of guys do. And go ahead and do whatever is going to help you out.
We jest here because we all get some wrong, and there's including those in the league. So those evaluating the prospects for media purposes are going to get more wrong than those in the league. Okay, the other news is Dan Campbell said of Maurice Norris yesterday that they're watching him for the next 10 to 14 days. They'll evaluate him then. Maurice Norris, went on Instagram and says he'll be back playing again real soon. So it looks like this was just a epic concussion that maybe he will bounce back from, maybe he won't. They're going to evaluate him again. He says he'll be back playing, which of course he does. I mean, I would imagine almost every player says, I'm going to be back. But, Scott Anderson, it's good news that it doesn't look like there'll be any long-lasting ramifications as far as his health is concerned. I guess only time will tell. If they're actually considering him playing again, that's about the best case scenario you could have, given the moment we were in on Friday night when people were wondering if a player just died on the field.
Yeah, I mean it's fantastic news for him, and I'm very happy for him. I'm always curious. This is nothing I'd ask him now, but down the road, when it is his decision to get right back on the horse and get back out there and play. I mean, it's a scary ass situation. Not just carted off, ambulanced off is just incredibly frightening. And fortunately, that night they got some good news, and some teammates held back and wanted to make sure he was all right. And the next day, he's putting out that Instagram post saying he's going to be fine. Great news. But I mean, you're a professional athlete, you're a professional football player. This is something you have to deal with and you have to reconcile.
Yeah, I think it's a lot easier for his teammates to see him back at practice and to see him, saying he's going to be back. It's a lot easier for them to get back on the horse. That's one of the most amazing things to me is when there is a serious injury, I know I wouldn't have the mental fortitude to go out and keep doing what I was doing. And I'm talking about right down from a grotesque broken leg all the way up to a concussion or a neck or head injury where I would really, really struggle. I don't know how they do it. Amazes me. Rico Beard has made his way in studio.
Could you come back from a karate chop to the throat and come back and do the show?
I hope I never have to. Why am I going to?
Let's try it out.
No. Well, did I say something offensive to you earlier in the show?
Are you trained to give the karate chop?
Yeah, I'm a scientist. I like to test things.
Is this what it is? You want to see?
Gators are got a breeding ground in his backyard.
He kind of does, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's breeding rabbits. That's a scientist.
Yeah, maybe you can turn this.
Breeding
can you turn this into a profitable venture?
An enterprise?
Yeah.
It can be an entrepreneur of some kind.
Yep.
I suppose I could steal the rabbits away from their mother and raise them myself and then sell them on the black market, to the bunny black market.
Okay, is there such thing as rabbit stew?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never had it. and I've never seen it on a menu.
Is it Hassenpfeffer? Is that what?
Yeah,
It goes back to Bugs Bunny. That's the only thing
yeah,
it was,
I mean, it's more of a southern thing. But
it was what Elmer Fudd was always threatening to turn him into, right? Is rabbit stew.
Yeah, rabbit stew is a real thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Anyone?
Or
I have no desire to eat rabbit.
Or Gator could become, the ladies' man, and he can just kind of tell other rabbits, hey.
Oh, he could be like a rabbit pimp?
Yeah.
Charge a fee? Yeah.
Gator's running a rabbit brothel out of his backyard. I love it. What do you
dilly-dally.
What do you got planned coming up next year, Rico Beard?
Go clean up in the pond and get out.
Kind of what you guys were talking about with Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
And is he... Can he become that third receiver, that Puka Nacua? Like, did they actually get a diamond in the rough with this kid?
They're raving. They are raving about it.
They are raving. Now, my only thing is it's two sides of the coin. I always hear that preseason means nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So, does it mean something this time?
Well, it's certainly encouraging reports, but you're right. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, let's get to business. We have a lot to discuss today. Rico, also, too, I don't know why. I just found that Luke Sloan update really annoying. But other than that, I'm great.
Oh, sorry about that, buddy. What
I don't know.
What can I say?
I don't know what it is with Luke. He's just he over-enunciates everything now. I'm going to have to speak to him. All right, I want to dive into something.
Michael.
Yeah, exactly. He's turning into like on election night, he's like Britt Hume or Dan Rather. What is going on with Luke?
Well, Michael, the Tigers went out and
Well,
they won a
I'm Britt
game
Hume.
2-1.
AJ Hinch had the perfect sleep. I'm sorry to everybody. Now listen, Rico, you're going to play an important role, possibly the most important role.
Possibly.
Well, it depends because the fan jury is going to play a role in this too.
Okay.
We're not quite 2 weeks away, but we're not that far from 2 weeks away from opening kickoff for college football. And I had a conversation this weekend, and I want to know if I'm unreasonable about something. So you have to be the judge, and the fan jury is going to help me.
I love
and it
this.
involves Michigan State. Right. No, you should. I wish I had like a Judge Judy outfit for you. It would be exciting. But
or not.
I'm going to no, I think it would be amazing. Are you kidding me? You could absolutely. Have you ever seen Judge Mathis? You could rock that.
I could borrow his.
Okay, look. I had this conversation, and I know most of the time when I bring up Michigan State, I'm pissed. I'm angry. I anger you. Spartan fans get mad at me because I'm largely done.
Yeah, basically.
Yes. That's just in general how I feel for our athletic department on down. Now, look, I want to be fair about something. I'm going to offer you what I said I need from Jonathan Smith in order to still want him here to be coach. And I said this to somebody, and they didn't really flinch. But I know when I say this, Spartan fans are going to recoil. Because I do think we have one of the softest fan bases out there. But here's my thing. Let me lay this out to you. Because I know you're going to agree with some of it. I think you'll disagree with some of it.
Okay.
And that's okay. But I want to know in totality if this is unreasonable. And the genesis of this, Ricardo, is I'm getting annoyed with the training camp talk. And I know what you're going to say. What is he supposed to say? And you're right. He's doing what he has to do. But you know what I don't want to hear about? Oh, this guy's in the best shape of his life. This unit kicked the offense's ass. The offense was playing YOLO ball. I don't want to hear none of it. Just play the damn games and win a lot more of them than you lose. But here's what I want to line up for people. I'm going to go point by point, and I want you to tell me fair, unfair, or if you want reasonable, unreasonable. All right?
Okay.
So I want to start with this. Headline, in 2025, you don't get 3 or 4 years to turn a program around. You get 2. True or false? Well, not true or false.
Fair.
Reasonable or unreasonable?
No, that's fair.
Fair?
That's reasonable.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, because with the transfer portal, Mike, coaches are Signetti made it bad for everybody because he flipped that team around 1 year.
Correct. And that's, look, it's common enough that if you're going to pay a guy big money at a top 25 program, I'm sorry. This isn't UTEP. Okay, that's one. So I want to build the backdrop to this before people are like, oh, Valletti's so mean. You get 2 years. Last year was just unacceptable. 2, I need 8 wins. Not 9, not 10, 8. And when I look at the schedule, there is only one game on this schedule I view as an absolute automatic loss. It's at home against arguably the number 1 team in America, Penn State.
Okay.
Now, I'm not telling you they'll be favored in every other game. I'm not telling you they will win every other game. I'm not telling you they won't lose to Michigan or Indiana. I'm making a point. Some way, somehow, your job is to win 8 games. Reasonable or unreasonable?
Very reasonable, Mike. In year 2, absolutely, you need to be relevant. And 8 games with that program is relevant. Not asking for playoffs, but not saying you can't be a doormat either.
Okay. Now, Number 3. This is one where you and I may differ. I need a signature win in the 8 wins, and I hearken
like
back
that.
to Jonathan Smith's second year at Oregon State, where he beat number 9 Oregon. Now, if you were going to, yell COVID, okay, fine. It was the COVID year, and if you don't count that, fine. I am just based on, look, he took over a program that was 1-11, went 2-10 in his first year. Then he won 5 games in year 2, 2-10 in year 1, 5-7 in year 2. One of those wins was against Oregon.
Okay.
So I need a signature W. Now, who that is, it could be Indiana, it could be Michigan, it could be Penn State, it could be at Iowa, who a lot of people are high on. I need one of the 8 wins to be one of those games. Reasonable or unreasonable?
It is reasonable, Mike. I need one of those 8 wins. I'm going to narrow that focus for you. I actually need one of those 8 wins now to be Michigan. And the reason being, everything kind of changed when the 3 players came out there and really called you out and said what they were going to do in East Lansing. If you can't motivate your team, if you can't get your team ready, if you had your baptism last year when you thought the game was like Oregon State, and you realize, oh, wait, I'm in over my head, and now they openly mock you, it all changed. I was with you, but after that scene with the 3 players, you got to win that game now. Because if not, if you lose, it has to be the guttiest loss ever. But you got to go out there and you have to win that thing for yourself, for your job security, for the team, for the program, and for the fans.
I'll let fans debate that. You're not wrong. You're not right. It's opinion. And look, of course, I'd love to win that game. But here's the last one. And this is an undefinable one. And if you have thoughts already on whether I'm a totally unreasonable human, feel free. This is undefinable, but I think people will understand what I'm saying. I need him to make Michigan State football exciting.
Great again.
Or kind of watchable again, exciting.
Fun.
Make MSU fun again. I don't know. And it's hard to explain. It's just at the end of 3.5 hours, or if the game's on Fox, 6 hours, did you feel like you totally wasted your time or endured the game? Or do you look at it and go, that was a decently solid use of my Saturday? So here are the things. I need 8 wins. I need one of them to be signature, and I need him to make MSU football fun again? Question mark. Am I unreasonable? Because I feel like if I say that, Michigan State fans are going to have my head. And I'm asking. So I'll throw the number out, 248-539-9797. Yes, we will get to the Lions. Yes, David has an issue at 4 o'clock we have to address. We do have football today. But I really wanted to do this today. And Rico, I'm pleased we don't differ that much. I know you think I'm unreasonable and overly negative to Michigan State. But I don't think this is hard. If he can't do those things, he shouldn't be here. That's exactly what Spartan fans are doing right now.
I'm with you. I've said eight games is the absolute minimum. In year 2, you brought your quarterback. This is the time you went out and you upgraded the offensive line. You went out and you upgraded the wide receivers. You flipped the defense. Now I need to see the proof in the pudding. Your mulligan was last year. And last year the floor was, can you make 6 wins and possibly go to a no-nothing bowl game? Well, no, you underwhelmed, and you got to 5 because you gave a game or 2 away. You can't give games away, Mike, and you're right. If you're a Spartan fan, you want to watch the games and know that you have a chance at winning. You want to go into the games knowing you should win some of these games instead of holding your breath and hoping that Aiden Childs doesn't turn the ball over, and maybe if we get lucky and make the right play and it's 3rd and 18 and you actually get a defensive stop and you force this thing, I think it's called punting for the other team. You actually get of those. Yeah, I found out. New rule in East Lansing. The opponent can punt the ball if you stop them.
Now, let me do this at my own peril. I want to welcome David Hull, fresh off of putting bun number 5 in the oven.
Not at all.
David, okay, well, you sound invigorated. That's all.
Well,
So listen.
Michael, let me say this.
I'm Luke Sloan.
You do realize David went to D.C. and the National Guard had to be called out. Coincidence? Don't know.
David, what the hell did you do?
I did nothing. I just visited the city. That's it.
David, put that thing away. Good God. All right, let's stay on track. David, when I spoke about am I reasonable? Okay, tremendous. Am I being unreasonable? And try to maintain your focus. As a noted Wolverine Spartan hater, when you hear the things I said, is any of that unreasonable?
No, it's not unreasonable. It's funny because I actually had this conversation on vacation with the Michigan State son of mine.
Yeah, the good one.
Because he is not looking forward to this season because while you're saying 8 wins, that is reasonable. He doesn't see 8 wins coming at all. So he's not looking forward to the season because Michigan State, you said it, Mike, it's not fun to watch. Last year, Rico, we get into the game. Before we get into the stadium for the opener, there's a turnover. Like, that's the type of stuff that Michigan State can't do anymore. That was the very first play. And it's like, that can't happen. And Mike,
a little bit different.
Reasonable.
A little bit different than K9 taking the first play to the house for 75 yards. Yeah.
This era,
a little different.
In this era, you should be able to turn around a program rather quickly.
Yeah, so people, if you're out there, and again, hell, you don't even have to be a Spartan fan to comment on it. You just need a clue about college football in 2025. Is it unreasonable to say that if a coach can't get a program cooking here in year 2, he probably shouldn't be there? With NIL, with the portal. And again, I'm not saying if you take over Wake Forest, you need to pop an 8-win season. Or you take over, Charlotte. Shout out Biff Pokey. Like,
but it's just different here, Mike, because you're surrounded by Michigan, Ohio State, and Notre Dame. So if you don't make yourself relevant, you just become obsolete.
Well, you just brought this up, too. Look, there's no Ohio State on the schedule. There's no Oregon on the schedule this year. There's no Washington on the schedule this year. Now, I'm not telling you MSU's got it easy. Road trips to USC and Nebraska, you do what you want there. I think both of those teams will be middling. Indiana's allegedly good. Michigan, I think, is overranked at 14, but they'll be solid, question mark? Yeah. Look, Penn State's a dominator.
You got the Gophers. You got UCLA.
I don't care. But my whole point is, Rico, you also brought up something else, and I don't want to add anything to the list because that would be unreasonable, but you're right. I don't know what happened to MSU football when they went from D'Antonio to Captain Penis or Jonathan Smith, but these egregious blowouts. Right. Yeah, I mean, if you don't win, you're down 52-3. Can we compete? At least it used to be same old Spartans. John L., Bobby, even Saban. But I'll be damned, we competed. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'd have your occasional, Tom Osborne's bringing Nebraska to town. Okay. But MSU competed. Can we play?
No, I mean, even the infamous little brother game was a game that went back and forth, and Michigan made
a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter.
Right, and then they found a way to lose it. But instead it's like, okay, wow, all right, you guys want to leave? You want to go home? I'm stopping and picking up some chicken on the way home because I'm just like, this game's over.
Right, Rico is at Raising Cane's 7 minutes into the OSU game. That's not acceptable. That's a true story, people.
It started off as a joke, and then we were like, maybe we should let's just go. Let's just go. Yeah.
So look, I've laid this out, and I wanted to just see where people are at. Am I unreasonable? For Jonathan Smith, and by the way, there's no animus towards this head coach. I didn't rip the hire, and if anyone listens to this show, I have a lot of respect for what he did at Oregon State. My question was, he's a good coach, but I don't know if he's a good coach here. It's a weird hire. All right, well, I need 8 wins. One of them's got to be a signature win, and I need him to make MSU fun again. I can't explain that any better than the way I said it. Whether it's, hey, we're going to lose, but did we compete? Did I get to halftime to take a pee-pee break, or are we down by 30? It's just what How much time is a coach supposed to have in 2025? Seriously. 248-539-9797. Rico, take him to church.
You know what, Mike? I'm hoping that I can watch the MSU games, the road games at least, in my finished basement. Why? Because Matrix Basements, they're taking care of me. I had a totally unfinished basement, and right now we are in the framing stage. We're going through the inspections, and in a couple of weeks, this thing will be done in time for kickoff. It is not too late for you. Go to matrixbasements.com. They got a ton of great ideas, some before and after photos. They have a YouTube page. My videos should be up on their YouTube page. You get free consultation. They're going to come back with some awesome ideas. And if you need to tweak those ideas because you want to, you know what, maybe we move this over there, fine. They'll come up with whatever it is that makes you happy, whether you're looking to totally finish your basement, add a new bathroom, bedroom, bar. Let Matrix Basements get the job done for you. They're a proud sponsor with the Detroit Lions, and they will take care of you from start to finish. Let Matrix Basement make your dreams into a basement reality.
All right, it's a zillion degrees out. Hopefully, you didn't come home to a busted AC. Get Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical to upgrade your system now. You'll save up to $1,000. And whether it's a new generator, whether it's a new furnace, you'll save up to $1,000. So call for details. Schedule that free in-home estimate as well. It's Mastercraft. Honest work. Great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, we'll start with the ticket text, then we go to the people. I am asking if I am being an unreasonable person, as I am accused of being, and often from Spartan fans. Here's what I need from Jonathan Smith year 2, about 2 weeks from now. 8 wins, one of them against somebody who's not a patsy. And again, there's only one game on this schedule they simply cannot win. That'll be Penn State. You got to beat somebody of note, something to hang your hat on. He did it in year 2 at Oregon State. Don't tell me you can't do it in year 2 here. And the last part is, it's not one of these easily definable things. He needs to make MSU fun again. You know, I can't deal with this down 30 in the second quarter crap. I can't deal with being awful to watch. You know, it is an entertainment product, the last I checked. 8-4, beat somebody I give a damn about, and make MSU again. David, what are the early returns from the fan jury? And if you could read them as Luke Sloan, I'd really appreciate that.
I cannot do that.
Oh, come on, David. You can do that.
6.
Landon from Royal.
Okay, stop. No,
I can't do it. I told you.
You sound like James Earl Jones. Come on.
We do have one of the softest fan bases out there. 8 wins is for sure not a bad want. We need to be competitive and win games again. 8 wins in year 2 is completely reasonable. MSU is way too big of a program to be dormant. Mike, you are spot on. That is from Big Bear. We have to win 8 games. That's not unreasonable.
And I know that all programs are not equal. I understand certain places have bigger budgets or a better geographical footprint. I noted. No one is telling you it's a cakewalk. But with the rules, a.k.a. there are no rules, you don't get 3 or 4 years anymore. You just don't. And 8 wins, by the way, is nothing to, like, celebrate.
No.
It's just the first level from outright poverty and bleeping yourself.
Right. 8 wins means you play a bowl game between Christmas and New Year's.
And your whole team opts out.
You know what, Mike? You're right. You're probably right.
See you at the Fenway Bowl, Rico. All right, let's go to the people. Jack's in Birmingham. He's up next. Jack, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, Mike. How are you?
I'm okay. Am I unreasonable?
No, I really don't think you're unreasonable, and my reasoning behind that is because I'm actually recently an IU graduate, and when we first hired Signetti, it was kind of we were in a situation where, I'll be honest, our program is pretty terrible. I mean, I don't think we, prior to last year, had a good season since, World War II, but besides the point, one of the things I think you said the most was this unexplainable feeling that you said regarding to make Michigan State fun again. One of the things I noticed when I was at IU was when Signetti walked into the door and he said, "I win, Google me," it was kind of like this shot of moxie or just something intangible, like a character trait that we hadn't really felt before. And Granted, I don't follow Michigan State a ton as much as I used to because I've been at Indiana for 4 years. But one of the things I feel like I've noticed when I talk to my friends who go to Michigan State, it feels like that character that D'Antonio had when I was little with those teams coming up, where you knew who they were, you knew what they were about, it was all business. It just feels like that's gone. And I don't know, maybe it's in the age of social media and the age that we live in now, but maybe Michigan State could use that shot in that "I win, Google me" mentality, because that's what people thrive off of now, especially in the age of social media. It just feels like those kind of things build this attitude that, okay, you might not win 10 games or 11 games, but you're going to win 7 or 8, and they're going to play like that character. They're going to play, we win, we're going to play our ass off, and it feels like that hasn't been in East Lansing for a really long time.
You are wise beyond your years, Jack. And you're 1,000% right. And Rico, I know you will walk arm in arm with me on this. Spartan fans get bent out of shape when Jonathan Smith's demeanor gets critiqued.
Yep.
The problem is they're wrong. It has never been more important than now for a coach to have a footprint, a persona, and a front-facing message.
Yeah.
Yes, Jonathan Smith is a good football coach, but if you have nothing he is Dark Man. Do you remember that movie? He's Dark Man.
Yeah, I do.
He doesn't exist.
No, I got you. I mean, even Mike, think about
the guy who invented Bitcoin has a bigger personality. Nobody knows who he is.
Think about it. Even Dabo went from "I'm not going to use this portal thing" to "wait, I'm losing games," and now he's a whole new Dabo. And hey, I'm all about the portal, and hey, let's go out and win.
You got to do something. And for Jonathan Smith, you're right. It's just, I mean, he's like Flanders. He's your next door neighbor. He's just, hey, how you doing?
At least Flanders said hello.
That's true.
John, here's a question. When's the last time you saw Jonathan Smith anywhere? What presence does Jonathan Smith have anywhere about anything? See, and again, you could say, well, look, I don't give a damn, just coach football. That worked 10 years ago. Certainly 20. But now, look what our last caller just brought up. The minute they hired Cignetti, you felt some type of way about that guy. You either loved him or hated him. But guess what? You listened. You paid attention. And then he delivered on it, even though they were frauds. But he delivered on it. You cannot be a blank Bob Ross canvas in 2025.
No, you can't.
Enrico, you brought this up, and you know I agree with you. He didn't understand the rivalry.
He didn't. No, he was, well, we play Oregon State, and it's like, God, it's not the same.
That's just a battle of potheads.
And I get it. You're not going to go out there and hit, Sharon Moore with a mallet, but nobody wants to see you yucking it up. And then after the game, you had an opportunity. You outdid them in everything except the score last year. And it was like first and goal from the 1. And you know what? We're going for it. This is a statement. We are not kicking the field goal. If we don't score, shame on us because they can't pass it anyway. We'll just get a safety.
Instead, and if you think I'm unreasonable, you can feel free to call in. Tell me why. And again, I remember just because Rico has my back doesn't mean you need to. I don't think any of this is unreasonable, Spartan fans. And 2 weeks from now, we're going to kick this thing off. And this is where I'm at. Now, look, obviously, if Aiden Childs dies in game 2, yeah, that's going to irreparably damage the season.
Correct.
Noted.
Correct.
But don't create these little anecdotal example. Keep the main thing the main thing. And we'll get more of the damn phone calls coming up next.
Mike, I'm looking at, I just did their schedule. You're probably looking at 9 50-50 games. 9. And that's not including Penn State.
I pay you a hell of a lot of money to win most of those.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what are you here for? Sure as hell ain't your personality.
Bingo.
All right, get ready for this upcoming football season. Moran Chevrolet, a proud sponsor of all training camp coverage. 971theticket.com. Elevate your tailgating if you still participate in those activities. 2026 Silverado LT Crew Cab. You can lease one now, $265 a month, 24 months, or check out the 26 Equinox LT. Lease it, $295 a month, 36 months. And yeah, if you're Doug Karsh and you want the whole electric thing, 25 Equinox EV, they got those too. Listen, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Find your ride fast and easy or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. We just started with a little college football. We're going to get to the Lions in the 3 o'clock hour. I have a question. It's on a topic that angers Rico, but I think it's an interesting road to go down. I've asked a question. Am I unreasonable? And if so, how unreasonable? I have given you what I need from Michigan State football this fall. For Jonathan Smith to be there. Oh, my God, Valenti says he's going to fire Jonathan. I didn't, but it is a pass-fail thing. I don't believe you get more than 2 years in today's college football. And frankly, if the product looks anything like last year, he shouldn't be here. I need 8 wins. I need one of them to be a signature win. Now, Rico's been more laser-pointed. He needs Michigan. Look, if they go out and they beat Indiana or Penn State or whomever, yes, Michigan would be nice. 1 win to plant your flag. He did it in year 2 at Oregon State. I'll be damned if I can't expect him to do it here. And then the last thing is the unquantifiable thing. Make MSU fun again. Like, just make me look forward to watching the game, even with the sports problems and the fact that I think it's absolutely fugazi. Make it something fans who do care enjoy watching again. And we've seen every variation of it, whether MSU's been an offensive or a defensive team. You know, it just please, for the love of God, if that's unreasonable, then what's the point of even paying somebody? Just have Zeke the Wonder Dog coach. To the people we go. I'm actually, Rico, I've just been informed Zeke is a budget cut. Will not be at the games this fall. Let's go to Michael, 97.1. Mike, how you doing?
Mike.
And Mike. Here you go. We go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, how you doing, buddy?
Good. This is Mike?
Yes.
Stevie, what's going on?
Yeah, Mike, I've got a way to create excitement for the team. Very simple. Is Tommy Schuster still on the team?
Is he still on the team?
Yeah, because he came over in the portal when they brought Childs. So why isn't he quarterback? Pat Caputo suggested that last season.
Because he had 1 year left.
Yeah, and that's also that's insane. Steve, like, you can't seriously suggest playing him over Aiden Childs. Even on monetary commitment alone, you can't do it.
Oh, absolutely. I think he'd pull it off.
Okay.
He pulled it off here in Michigan. He pulled it off in North Dakota. Why not here?
Because we're not in North Dakota. It's the Big Ten, and we don't have more talent than people. And I mean, I'm not. Hey, Stevie, if you love the kid, that's fine. I just come on. I mean, can we get some serious phone calls, please? I'm not doing this. That's an insane phone call. Let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing? I can't start my week that way. Oh, my God.
Good, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
Good. What's going on?
Hey, so, again, Michigan fan, but I'm realistic. We cheated. I asked for us to cheat. We did. It was great.
You're
Had a lot of fun. Pictures and memories were great.
Brian, you don't need a speech prepared to talk college football. You're good. Relax.
Go
ahead.
I feel like it's a credential to, I guess.
I feel like you're wearing a lanyard. Yeah, it's okay. You're in the convention center. You're fine. What's going on?
I don't think you're unreasonable. But maybe the fourth one may be a little bit misguided. Instead of like fun question mark, like I'm Ron Burgundy, like maybe fundamental. I don't think Smith needs to be exciting or have this huge footprint. Like I look at guys like Heupel and DeBoer and Marcus Freeman, Kirk Ferentz, like they're not flashy, but their teams play good fundamental football. And when Michigan State had D'Antonio, even though they weren't going to be lighting it up with the recruiting and everything, you knew that they were going to develop depth because all around the team, they were going to be very well coached. One guy goes down, the next guy comes up, isn't going to be, liable for giving up big plays. And that's where I think the blowouts come in is, you're not fundamentally sound. Offenses are going for these huge plays and sustaining drives. Like what I think is very Michigan State of when Michigan State was very good is, okay, it's 3rd and 8 and the quarterback checks down to a running back. That defense playing zone was going to fly to the ball. The running back would get 2 yards or something, and now you're punting on 4th and 5. Michigan State gets the ball back. So if he's retooling the line, I got to see that, they're going to be winning in the trenches. They're going to be gritty. They're going to be physical. They're not going to, be popping off of tackles. They're going to be wrapping up and, just good fundamental football, which isn't very, fun. Everyone wants the flashy offenses that put up a bunch of points, but I think Michigan State with less talent is 8 wins or better, and I do think they could compete with Penn State if they win a bunch of ugly games, like a 16-7 game, like 20-13 type stuff. I think the first 3 are definite, should have expectations for any fan of a team in the Big Ten.
Brian, I would say for what you're saying, they would have to go out there and definitely control both the offensive and the defensive lines. You're going to have to upgrade. Supposedly they flipped some players because last year you couldn't get any worse. So I'm with you. So, I mean, you could.
What a ringing endorsement for Brian. Listen, I've heard they flipped some players. They just can't be worse.
They couldn't be worse. Mike,
try Rico's Bistro. All new menu. It can't be worse.
It's like I told David with the passing attack for Michigan.
Can't be worse.
Only the 3 service academies were worse. So even if you're 90th,
it can't be worse.
Even if you are the 90th best passing team, Michigan, you're still 40, 50 spots higher than last year.
You want the one training camp buzz thing? I'm sorry, it was just funny the way you said it. The one thing I've been told by somebody up there, and again, I'll believe it when I see it. I don't care what you're doing in August in shorts and a tank top. This is the fastest, most explosive wide receiving crew they've had up there in maybe a decade.
Yeah.
And that includes the Jaden Reed era. These transfers they got, Rico, allegedly are lighting it up, and you know what Nick Marsh is. So if there's something to hang their hat on, maybe that's it. Maybe that's the I'm Ron Burgundy ? Fun quotient.
Yeah, I mean, now you actually have some other receivers to throw the ball to. You don't have to lock in. You don't have to force the ball in there if you're Aiden Childs. So, yeah, we will see. I've heard the same thing. Like, they're very high on the wide receivers.
What? MSU wide receivers now featuring legs.
Now catching the balls this year.
Dude, we're so bad. All right, let's go to Mike and Estelle, and then we will move on to football today and some other things. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, Mike. What's up?
So when you first off, I agree with what you said. I don't know. I think I lean more towards giving guys 3 years, but tomato. He didn't make a bowl game last year, so I understand the urgency now, this year. The one thing that you really struck a chord with was making Michigan State football great again. In my mind, goes right back to, I was at the Little Giants game with my dad. Our family went to the Rose Bowl game together. I'm thinking Big Ten championship games, Cotton Bowl. All right, Peach Bowl is pretty recent. I think, Felton Davis scoring late against Penn State when you talk about that signature win. Those years when Michigan had negative rushing yards for 4 years in a row, 3 years in a row. That's where my mind goes, and you don't have it. You just don't have it, right? And I think a lot of it is because it's Jonathan Smith. There's no fighting him. You see a video when he's talking to the team. It's like he's talking to his dog. I mean, he's mellow, he's quiet. There's no emotion. I don't know. I think you're right. It's got to be 8 wins, big signature win, and you got to get some momentum in the program.
Yeah, I think we're losing
dead right now.
All right, we just lost Mike.
But what Mike was saying is true. You get left behind real quick in today's college football, and the falls from grace can be equally as quick.
But here's the thing that I will agree with him on. Michigan State used to be the one team that if they were not ranked, you did not want to play them because there was a chance you were going to get upset, especially at your house. Those were the games you're like, yeah, you know what? You may be favored by 13.5 points, but watch out because D'Antonio may have something for you. Because I do remember that Felton Davis game when they went into Happy Valley and it's just like, are they about to beat Penn State? Yeah, they did. So they had a bunch of games like that. Now, when you play a team that's better than you, they just show you how much better than you they are.
I was going to say something, but it's too early in the week to get in trouble, and it would have been highly insulting to Michigan State. So we'll just leave that alone, and I'll just tell you about Victor's Roofing. How about that? Very, very simple. A lot of people need to replace the roof. But be forewarned, there are companies that skip over the most important part of that process, attic ventilation. So if your attic doesn't have proper circulation, it's going to cause problems, mold, wood rot, leaks, a.k.a. complete disaster. So get that done first. And Victor's, that's what they specialize in. They don't begin anything with that roof without a thorough inspection of the attic. Get the ventilation right. Get a plan. That is the foundation with which that roof is built upon. Victor's Process 21-point roof inspection. Every Victor's roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan. That's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Not only do they have the best installation crews in Michigan, they get the best roofs. They have the best overall process. So call for your free roof inspection and estimate today. 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS. Or book an appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, we'll touch table on some football. Just don't know which they never tell me whether we're doing pro or college. So just hit the music and I'll figure it out.
It is definitely the pros, Mike. We are in preseason football. Week 1 has gone by, so a few things I want to discuss. Rico, there's a couple things from yesterday that I want to get Mike's thoughts from that I did yesterday. There's an update, and I'm going to start with that update for the first one. It is the
Your
Green
wife
Bay
is
Packers.
pregnant again.
No.
Congratulations.
No. It is the Green Bay Packers. Yesterday, I asked the fellas about the situation there, wide receiver room, injuries they're dealing with. And then last night happened. And there's an update here because Jordan Love is now dealing with a thumb injury, something he sustained in training camp. And the team is saying that he will not miss regular season time. But with the wide receiver situation, with an injury now to the thumb of Jordan Love that he may possibly have to deal with for the rest of the season, are the Packers destined for a slow start? Their first 4 games here will be against Detroit, Washington, at Cleveland, at Dallas.
Well, hold on. It's on his left hand, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the non-throwing hand.
Right. I just want to make sure we qualify that. Now, look, the wide receiver thing, you're right. You have some new faces. You got a first-round pick in there, Matthew Golden. No, it's not positive. You want reps. Jordan Love, again, it's a guy who's constantly been hurt here the last year plus now. So, no, David, I think it's cause for concern. But ultimately, I'm with Rico on this. I'm not a big preseason guy. They're either going to be good or not. Show me week 1. But, yes, the wide receiver room needs to be sorted out. They can't continue this whole poverty routine of the 9 people living in a shoe.
Yeah, and with Green Bay, Mike, they've shown me that they can do it with just random gym class heroes where who is this guy catching passes? Okay, it works. They win. They've done it without having that big name, that guy that you're afraid of. And it actually makes some teams more dangerous when you don't know who to cover because they're all just kind of okay.
And then let's get to this news for today. Leading into training camp, there was talk all June that James Cook was going to hold out. He decided to hold in. He was there, did not practice at all. He has not received a new contract yet. He is practicing today for the first time.
He's an idiot.
What was this all about?
No, it's I hate stuff like this. If you have conviction, you want a new contract, hold out. And if you're just going to do this fake ass garbage, stop wasting everybody's time. Hold in. There's no such thing as a hold in. There's also no such thing as practicing without a new contract. One hit, your life is over. It's stupid.
Now, is he actually practicing or is he just there at the camp?
At practice today on the field.
Okay, because I know sometimes they show up, so I can't get fined. I'm here, but I want you to. I mean, at this point, Mike, I think he gambled and lost and realized he's not going to get the money that he wants. So I need to get myself in shape so that I can go out here and maybe try to earn the money.
And what? Endure abuse, get hurt, and then the team doesn't pay me?
I didn't say it was the smartest thing.
Oh, I'm just saying, let me show you how this league works. I know a guy who played hurt with basically his shoulder hanging off his body, sacrificed everything for his team. And you know how he got rewarded? He got booted out of town. Yeah. It was Baker Mayfield his last year in Cleveland. Mm-hmm. There is no heroism in this.
No, but what happens a lot of times is you start hearing the fans and you want to please too many people instead of just, as you say, you stick to your guns and you say, this is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to hold out. And trust me, folks, I have to do this for me and for my family. I think he got caught up in all of he wants to make sure that Buffalo wins and he went back.
Can't have it all.
It's the dumbest thing ever because if you're going to sit out. Don't do halfway.
Now let's go back to the weekend because this is what I want Mike to comment on because he did not.
Is this the stiff arm on Travis?
No,
Okay.
Not that one. This one. Well, what he's
Rico
referencing
sounded very defensive about that.
What he's referencing, Mike, is I yesterday I talked about the best plays of the first week of preseason. And Caleb Johnson stiff-arming Travis Hunter was my favorite play.
Right, not Travion Henderson, 100-yard return, not the 70-yard field goal, a stiff arm. Okay.
So let's get to.
So is there a question in here or what?
I'm going to get to the actual thing I want to hear from you. It is Shedeur Sanders' play. He was 14 of 23 for 138, 2 touchdowns, and he rushed the ball well. He seemed poised in the pocket. What is your takeaway from his preseason debut?
I hope he had fun. There's it's preseason. I don't care. I also saw him make an idiotic play on 4th and 2 and hold on to the ball forever. I can't take it seriously. I'll say it again to people. There are no defensive schemes in preseason. At best, people are just going to play shell coverage. It's very vanilla, very basic. I'd hope he could go against that and look semi-productive. Can't help you.
See, for me,
it'd be as dishonest as me sitting here, touching my beanbag over Jackson Dart's 50-yard touchdown. It doesn't mean anything.
I mean, your quarterback room looks awesome, by the way.
Yeah, thanks.
Things are trending upwards.
It's a real blessing.
I look at Shedeur Sanders, David. I said here, I think if he keeps this up, he's earned a spot on the team. Whether he's the backup or whether he's the third-string practice quarterback, if he keeps playing this way, I think the Browns see something. And, Mike, like it or not, he's a moneymaker for them. It's a lot of 12 jerseys getting bought. They can't afford to cut him.
So let's get to something that is real here. And let's talk about Matthew Stafford and the LA Rams. He has not practiced at all. The team said he was supposed to begin practicing yesterday, but instead he was still in street clothes during practice while he walked into a restorative and rejuvenation chamber that was parked in the Rams practice field. In there, all practice. Now, McVay is trying to emphasize to people and tell people, no, we have not discussed surgery. We're just being cautious here. He will be ready. If a regular season game was Sunday, he would play. Is the Rams season over before it can get started?
No. I said this last week while you were gone. I think there's a very good understanding between Stafford and the team. He's 37. He's a warrior. He's had twice as many injuries as the media's ever heard about. He could line up a week before the season and be just fine. He needed a few extra days. Cool.
You know what, Mike? No, I was going to say, I agreed with you until the stuff that I'm reading about lately, and now I'm starting to think that it may be a little bit of a difference. And I learned from a great person, kind of follow the Vegas line, and all of a sudden the Rams are no longer favored to win that division. They've dropped a spot. I'm wondering, I think there's a little bit more to this back injury than just I'm trying to sit out camp.
Talk to me in a week.
Okay.
I still think it's too early. You may be proven right. I'm just not ready to react yet. But I understand it. I do. I mean, I'm not telling you should feel all warm and fuzzy. This has been pretty well understood all off season. He wasn't going to play in the preseason. But okay, next.
Then let's close it out with this here. Yes, John Gruden is in the news. Nope, not because of the lawsuit, but because of this.
All the free stuff people keep sending him.
Apparently, he is interested in coaching again and wants to coach in the SEC. He says, I'm being honest with you. I don't want to either. I want to coach again. I die to coach in the SEC. John Gruden in the SEC? What?
Didn't he have his chance? Didn't Tennessee want him years ago and he turned it down?
He sure did.
Okay, well, I hate to see it. I don't know what to tell you. I can't stand John Gruden. That's Rico's guy.
That's my guy. Yeah.
Just making sure you're paying attention.
Yeah, we email each other a lot.
Yeah, I have nothing. Whoa.
I'm just seeing if you're paying attention now.
I'm here, Coach. I don't care. Why are we putting a microphone in John Gruden's face?
You know what? I can see it working for the SEC team, David, for one of the lesser teams because he's an attraction. It'll be like Bill Belichick going to North Carolina, where all of a sudden, let's say you are, Kentucky, and you bring him in there. Now he's going to attract recruits to come and play there. Or you at Mississippi State. Now all of a sudden you become relevant. So I can see where it happens. Not for one of the major teams.
Not LSU if Brian Kelly fails?
No, because I think LSU is better than that. I think, well, you know what? I don't know. Maybe the sugar money kicks in and they say, we don't care. We just need a winning coach. They may go after him.
That is in Football Today.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Lions open the regular season against the Packers, but will they have their quarterback, Jordan Love, after he sustained a thumb injury in the Packers preseason opener? We learned today that he would have surgery on that thumb. NFL insider Adam Schefter says they expect for him to be ready for the regular season opener and hoping he can return to practice next week as well. The Tigers are back on the field for the middle game of the series with the White Sox. First pitch at 7:40. Jack Flaherty heads to the mound against a tough matchup of TBA. Right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan football coach Sharon Moore spoke with the media today as camp wraps up. Moore said they would not name a starting quarterback until game week. In a joint announcement between the NBA and NBC, it was revealed that the Pistons will play 2 games on the network this season, the first being October 27th against the Cavs at LCA, the second on MLK Day, January 19th versus Celtics. It'll be the Pistons' first game on MLK Day since 2018 as well. Oklahoma Sooners quarterback John Mateer is denying any allegations of involvement in gambling. He said in a statement on X, quote, "My previous Venmo descriptions did not accurately portray the transactions in question, but were instead inside jokes between me and my friends. I've never bet on sports," end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to business. If you want whether I'm an unreasonable Spartan fan, Odyssey.com rewind. It's very simple, but I want to move to the Lions here. I don't care about preseason. I know that angers some of you, but hear me on something. This Tesla stuff has really blossomed since the other night. Caught a touchdown pass very fast. And look, Rico and I had a debate about the pick. I know, Rico, you didn't like what they had to give up. It wasn't like an ad hominem attack of the kid. All I brought up is, look, Arkansas had no quarterback play because Taylon Green is ass. In fact, that might be his middle name, Taylon Ass Green. And they don't throw the ball. So, Tesla became this Raz score darling. You combine that with a podcast. Brad Holmes basically says his greatest regret here with the Lions is not drafting Puka Nacua here. And it's interesting because, look, this kid's in a really good spot, Rico, the same way Nacua was when he was with the Rams as a rookie. You had Cooper Kupp. You had weapons. He didn't have to be the main guy. And you have J-Mo, you have Amon-Ra, you have Laporta, etc. But Tesla, if you look at Tim Patrick or you look at Josh Reynolds, this kid has better size, better speed, younger. Tim Patrick was out of football for 2 years injured. Reynolds is a bit player.
Right.
So I wanted to ask a question, not because he caught a touchdown pass, but just to have a conversation of this. Could Tesla be this team's true X factor? Could he be this guy that could take the Lions offense to a completely new place? 6'3", 6'4", depending on, where you're reading about him. Mm-hmm. Has elite Raz, and he's never going to face double cover. You can't because of what's around him. Mm-hmm. Could Rico Beard be swayed that this draft pick is going to make a hell of a lot of sense by October 1st?
I could be swayed, Michael. Here's the thing.
Ooh,
No.
Swaying.
No.
He's swaying.
You know what? Because if you say enough things and as you get more facts, you're allowed to change your opinion. So it's the catch-22 because I've been told that, preseason means nothing. And this all of this stuff is whatever. But then I hear, well, he's great in preseason. Okay, is he great in preseason or does preseason mean nothing?
That's right.
So I'm at the crossroads. I don't like how much they gave up. I don't like the fact that they gave up 2 third-round picks for next year for this young man, for the situation that he's in, because realistically speaking, Mike, he's going to be the 5th option. When he's out on the field, you're going to have basically Amon-Ra, you'll have J-Mo, you'll have Gibbs, you'll have Laporta, and then you'll have him. he will be the 5th option. That's a lot for option number 5. Now, can he take over Tim Patrick's spot? He could. You're right. He's never going to get that one-on-one, double coverage, and he has a knack of getting himself open, but he's got himself open in 2 preseason games against guys who will not be in the NFL this year. So I need to still see a little bit more. I'm not ready to crown him the way some are, but I'm ready to take a look and say, okay, maybe you can be that guy. I'm a big Tim Patrick fan. I like what he did last year. I like how he was the 3rd down guy when everybody else was covered. If you can upgrade that, then you know what? That may be the thing that the Lions need, especially with the offensive line starting to gel. He becomes Goff's new security blanket. I'm okay with that. I just never been a big fan of giving up so much to get this one receiver that I didn't think that they needed.
And listen, you know what? They might not need him now, but they might need him in a year when J-Mo's not here.
You know what? No, that's fair. Now, at that point, if you told me, you know what, we brought him in, he's going to be J-Mo's replacement, all right, maybe you got to steal because.
Think about it. 6'4", elite Raz. Here's a fun exercise. Elite Raz. No, here's a fun exercise. Just to show you this is bigger than just Detroit, right? The New York Times, Isaac Tesla rising. The Bleacher Report, Tesla, hyped by Lions, earning major role. Lions wide receiver, unexpectedly named fantasy football sleeper, Yahoo Sports. 5 things we're watching at Lions camp, Yahoo Sports. Tesla, Isaac Tesla hype is real. Lions rookie Isaac Tesla turning heads in camp, ESPN. I'm only, not that preseason's important to me. I just want to show our audience this isn't like Mike and Rico. It's kind of a thing coming out of the weekend. My point would be this. He's a very unique player because he's not one of these gadgets. It's not like Tavon Austin when he came out of college. This is a 6'4" guy that could he be the next Brad Holmes draft steal? I don't know yet, but I think asking the question is fun. And look, he's identified wide receivers, right? He just got done saying one of his biggest regrets was not drafting Nakua here. What if this is that? That in year 1, you're right, Rico, he's never going to get a big enough target share, but he could be impactful. Right. You well know, like you said, you're a big Tim Patrick guy, right? I want to make sure it wasn't Reynolds. You said Patrick?
Yes.
Hey, if you have 2 big catches that result in first downs in a football game, you had a big impact.
You did.
3rd and 9, here's 14. Look, if that's Tesla, and then in the red zone, think about this. You're going to have Amon-Ra and Motion are in the slot. You can't jam them. You can't cover them. Laporta is a transformer. You now have a 6'4" freakazoid to move around. What if Tesla becomes couple first downs and a major red zone threat? I'd argue that's a major role.
It is a major role. I just, for the amount of hype that he is getting, it's just like, okay, guys, I understand. And David not trying to play the role of deflator. I'm like, you got a lot of options. Like,
you're not a deflator on this.
He's option number 5 that if I said right here, right now, on a 4th and 8, do you want to see the ball go to Tesla or Amon-Ra? You'd say Amon-Ra. Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm just screwing with you.
Right. But you'd rather see the ball in Gibbs' hands. Like there's so yes. I think it's going to benefit him because there's so many other options that, Mike, he's going to get lined up against some poor safety and beat the brakes off of that safety. And he's going to have that big-time catch. Yes, I see that. My biggest concern, and I want to say it for the people in the back, I didn't agree with giving up so many picks to move up to get him. Yeah. But it doesn't mean I don't like the kid. I don't see the potential. I'm just trying to figure out where he's going to fit in on this team. Now, Mike, you said something, and it may have been in passing, but if you told me he was the J-Mo replacement, I'm more willing to give up all of those picks. If you think he's going to be special and he's already on the team, you can kind of just keep this thing going. J-Mo wants to hold out. You can tell him to kick rock.
He's got the size to play the perimeter. And look, this is where he was a mystery man. And luckily, we watch college football. Arkansas has no passing game. Do you realize in 25 career games at Arkansas, spread across 2 seasons, he only caught 62 total passes for a whopping 896 yards and 5 TDs? That's really not about him. Again, Taylon Green, booty. They don't have a passing game. They're primarily a running football team. What if the fact that this kid was in a horrible spot at Arkansas actually helped the Lions get him? Reality is, if he played at Ole Miss, the kid might have been a first-round pick.
Wait, so you're telling me he's next Calvin Johnson then, right? Playing at a bad office.
Oh, my God. Hold on. No, they were running the option down there. That's a little different. Oh, my God. What was the quarterback? Was it Reggie Ball was their quarterback? He was like 4 feet tall.
It may have been. That's a good call on your part.
I got to go look. But, yeah, no, not quite that bad. Not that destitute. But I want to hear from Lion fans on it. Where are you at with the Tesla hype? Are you comfortable with it? Or do you think it's out of line? Look, I just think it's an interesting storyline. And while I don't value preseason a whole lot, if enough people are hyping this kid up and there is a draft capital to it, look, the very thing that Rico critiqued is the very reason I value some of the discussion. They gave up a lot to get this kid. This isn't a 6th-round pick who's going to be painting houses next month, getting hyped. I do wonder if he's going to play a big role here. And again, I want to be careful. Big role as in important catches or important in the red zone. I'm with Rico. There's no scenario you become a top 4 target share guy. Top 3 probably. He could maybe slot in 4th.
I mean, unless there's a major injury. Other than that.
Oh, correct.
Yeah. No, I don't see it happening.
248-539-9797. The Tesla files. Where are you at with this guy? Lion fans, I know you're hurting, okay? I know you're still crying in your tissues from the playoffs. Do you want to participate? Do you want to talk about your team? Or do you want to do like National Tortilla Chip Day? Come on. Let's get with it a little bit. Elite Raz. 248-539-9797. All right, Northville Lumber. David's vacation was certainly fruitful. Northville Lumber, the largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, count on Northville to have everything you need when you need it. That means you go to the showroom, you see the product you want, it's in stock. There's no lead times, no wait times, no back orders. Call Northville Lumber today. It's Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. That's Brad Holmes, and I'm asking the question. And I don't care about touchdown or no touchdown. It's preseason, but there's a hype generating around Isaac Tesla, and some people get upset when I said the minute they drafted him, that's J-Mo's replacement. Okay, well, yell at clouds. You don't use 3 third-round picks to get the pick, basically, and draft a 6'4" athletic freak for him to do what? Be your 5th option? I think it's insurance. And I was talking to Evan Jenkins during the break. Rico, look, here's your Tim Patrick over-unders last year. I think it's pretty clear Tesla's going to play. Over-under 34.5 catches this year. Over-under 380 yards. Over-under 3.5 touchdowns. I don't think it's crazy to say he could go over on all of those. Mm-hmm. If he's real. If this hype is real.
That's Tesla, not Tim Patrick.
Correct.
Okay.
But those numbers were Tim Patrick.
Oh.
He had 39 catches for 340-something yards and 3 touchdowns. And you were a Tim Patrick guy. And there's nothing wrong with that. Tim Patrick helped this team. My point is, if this is real and all these media outlets talking about this kid are anywhere close to being right, he'll surpass those.
No,
so I just wanted to know.
No, and yes, I'm looking at this, and you brought up a couple of good points, Mike. One, in the red zone, it adds another weapon for Goff because, with Gibbs or Montgomery in the backfield, and then you put Amon-Ra in motion, you got to worry about Laporta. Heaven forbid Dan Skipper is eligible. And and now that's just another weapon for you to worry about.
Fade route. Look at the route he ran to catch that TD in Atlanta.
Yeah.
That's something you don't do with a 5'11" guy.
The J-Mo thing is really starting. I'm starting to become Team Mike. Team Michael.
Thank you, Luke Sloan.
I'm starting to lean more towards your side of maybe they were actually playing a little bit of chess instead of checkers when they drafted him and gave up so much.
I said it the Monday after the draft, and I haven't had a reason to change because guess who they didn't pay?
Ooh, you're right. And they were handing out checks to everybody.
They were like James Harden at the strip club.
Right. Everybody, it's like Oprah. Check under your seats. There you go. You get an extension, and you get an extension.
Cutscene. J-Mo outside in the cold. So I don't know. I think it's super interesting, but I'm with Rico in this regard. It's nothing but summertime chatter until the bullets start flying and it's football season. Right. And
let me see you going up against a top, nickel corner or a safety, and because right now you're making some big plays, you're wide open, but guys, you can't have it both ways. You can't sit here and tell me, well, you're making too much of this Hendon Hooker stuff, and then tell me how great Tesla is.
Maybe they'll just cut Tim Patrick and Tesla is. No, I'm only kidding. They'll cut everybody.
Right.
Tesla's your wideout one.
Yeah, Hendon Hooker, you can go ahead and cut now.
No, well, okay. Was there a Hendon Hooker conversation?
It was. Yes.
What happened?
I mean, you had some people, especially on the morning show, saying, hey, the Lions just haven't used him correctly and let him run with the ones. And, he still has potential. I'm like, potential for what? Like, what could this man do for you to finally say, oh, now I see? Occasionally, Brad Holmes will just make a mistake. Every GM does. You make that draft pick, and it fails. And you just own it. And the good ones own it very quickly and move on. They don't drag it out. They don't try to, no. What if we do? No, he's not going to work. He's awful.
No, he's terrible.
Yeah.
Also, too, I'm only half kidding about Tim Patrick not being here, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that. He's expendable.
Well, he's a one-year deal. If this kid's balling, I mean, at a minimum, he's Tim Patrick's replacement, right?
Yeah.
And he's got way more upside than Tim Patrick, respectfully, right?
Rookie deal.
Exactly. Right. I don't think I did a good job the way I said it, where I think people thought I was being flippant, but I'm not. I don't know that Tim Patrick will make this team. If this media coverage is real, Tesla took Tim Patrick's gig. Do what you want with it. Hell, Lion fans are still hiding under their bed. It's crazy. You got full rack on Michigan State football, but you can't get Lion fans to talk about their team. Change out of your onesies and join the adults. Last season's over. I know it sucked the way it ended. It's okay to come outside now. David, what do the ticket texters have? And then we'll go to the calls we do have.
Tesla could be a bigger, faster version of Welker, Edelman, and Amendola. You leave St.
Oh, the all-white comp. That's always fun.
I can't even finish reading without Jeff next to me laughing.
Hey, David, go ahead. Let's put Ricky Pearsall in there as well.
Yeah, he's a dead ringer for Ed McCaffrey and Phil McConkey. I see a little Jason Sehorn in him.
Oh, Mike wins. I at least said Tim Patrick, okay? For the record.
Like, I love how you can't just say a super athletic 6'4" white guy doesn't comp to any black receiver in the league. Right. We're just going to go with the all-white team.
He plays the game the right way.
He's a real team player. He's so well-spoken.
Well, you know what, Michael? It's Jason Sehorn.
Oh, my God. He reminds me of Luke Sloan. Go ahead, David. Good grief.
Well, you know what the nickname they're trying to get him is coleslaw, because, it's coleslaw and he's white and he's dangerous when he's left open. Or is that what left out? Yeah, something like
that. Yeah.
I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Sure.
Wow. What about Vanellatron?
Somebody actually came up with something very similar to that. So. Yeah, you're not that far off from the other
Mayotron?
name. Mayotron.
Mayotron.
Yeah.
Oh my dear Jesus. Okay, David, read something quick.
Don't get me wrong, Mike. I like Tesla, but I much would have rather had an offensive lineman. I think that was a more important need than trading an extra third-round pick to get him.
Right, but that's not up for debate. Like, I totally understand it, and I lean that way, but leave that to the side. Like, this is about now. I can't change that. He's here. They gave up 3 third-round picks to go and get the guy. I think he's replacing Tim Patrick. And, he kind of reminds me of a cross of Eric Decker, Jordy Nelson, and Brandon Stokely. With a touch of Joe Juravicius, Ricky Prohl, and Bill Schroeder.
You're on a roll now, but I can't keep up with you.
How about a side of Wayne Corbett and Max Speedy?
You know what? How about this? I'm going to Google famous white wide receivers.
Elroy Hirsch, Billy Wilson, and just a faint reminder of Del Schaffner.
Oh, but you know what? No, Mike. I see a lot of Steve Largent for you old school people.
Yeah, a cross between Harlan Hill and Fred Biletnikoff.
I mean, have you seen Chris Collinsworth play? That's who I see right there.
Really thickly built guy.
I mean, Lance Allworth.
It's the kind of guy you want your daughter to date.
Oh, boy.
I mean, a younger version of Cooper Kupp.
Why do we do that in sports? Why do we always do that?
Pretty guy.
He's a real grinder, Jeff.
Oh, man. I don't know.
We'll get to the calls momentarily. Somebody get Tesla a comp to just who he actually plays like, and don't just recite white wide receivers, please. Thank you.
I don't know, man. Hunter Renfrow.
Okay. He was 4 feet tall.
He's white.
They're comping Wes Welker. The guy wasn't tall enough to ride the rides at Cedar Point. This guy's 6'4". We'll get your calls next. 97.1.
Hey, it's summertime, and the summertime sale you've been waiting for is right here. The classic membership at Planet Fitness. Well, right now till tomorrow, $1 down, $15 a month gets you started. You got to hurry. This is a limited time offer. Planet Fitness offers high value memberships that support any fitness journey so you can get strong your way on your time. They got all new brand new machines like the plate loaded machines like the hack squat, supine benches, treadmills, Stairmasters, free weights, you name it, they have it. The only thing missing from Planet Fitness is you and your membership. Over 2,700 clubs nationwide, over 50 in the Metro Detroit area. And now, Summer High School Summer Pass is live now through the end of the month. Teens ages 14 through 19 can work out free at any Planet Fitness location. Just go online to learn more. Find your nearest club. Join today. You can do it in club. You can do it online or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Pistons announced today they would play on Martin Luther King Day for the first time since 2018 against the Celtics on NBC. In other scheduling news, Major League Baseball released their postseason schedule today for 2025. The wild card round begins on September 30th. The Tigers hit the field tonight against the White Sox. Jack Flaherty will make the start. Hear the 7:40 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket as long as the weather doesn't get in the way. Storms are being forecasted around first pitch with a flood watch also in effect until 12 a.m. on Wednesday. Packers QB Jordan Love told the team today that he had a little procedure on his thumb. They don't expect him to miss out on any regular season games, which they open up against the Lions, of course. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97onetheticket.com.
All right, we get straight to the people. Also, update. Jeremy Otto had another kid. Congrats on the sex. All right, let's go to Mo. He's up next, 97.1. Dude, Otto's a factory, man. He's like
I asked him, he was like, yeah, this is the 5th kid, and yes.
Stop. It's unbelievable. This guy's more into breeding than into mischief and justify combined.
Very virile man, yes.
Man. Okay.
No, I think more of a...
Okay, Mo, 97.1. What's up, Mo?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Mo.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Good.
Good. Hey, so I do got a couple comps that like legitimately. I'm gonna say a shorter version of a guy like this law would be like a Terry McLaurin, who's physical in the run block and can run good up the seam and on the perimeter, but has great body control and strength.
Yeah, but Mo, Terry McLaurin's not white.
It doesn't matter, bro. I'm talking about a football player. And look,
I'm kidding.
Campbell said pajamas with the he looks better with the pads on. So Slaw, when you look at him, man, even at Arkansas, even though they had a trash quarterback, even in the run game, he's very physical. But with pads on, bro, dude's a football player, man. Honestly, he gives me Puka Nacua, McLaurin. But that pass that Kyle Allen threw, he doesn't have a lot of tape or a lot of stats, but his body control, like that was supposed to be a back shoulder ball to the left outside seam or a boundary. He threw that ball to the right, the back, the hash, the out of bound hash. It was not a good pass by Kyle Allen. It was a better play and an adjustment by Slaw, to be honest. And he had a corner like draped on him. So when I see him, I think he's more of a Tim Patrick replacement, and you can kind of see what you would get out of him. I do think he's like a 30-catch guy, 400 yards, maybe even a red zone target, if you really want to be honest. So when I look at the kid from Arkansas, just pulling up his tape, I think Mike's right, man. Like, I'm not trying to overhype the guy, but just look at what he does when he gets his opportunities. That's a football player's job, and the dude's speed, he has football speed.
Mo, here, my thing is this. I'm just going to hold off reservation. He is showing me a lot of potential in the camp, but I look at who he's going up against, and as the people always tell me, training camp and all of this doesn't mean anything. I want to wait to see what happens in the game to see how many times they look his way, because then I'm going to say, okay, he's going to be a part of this lineup, or he's going to end up being this year's version of a Tom Kennedy, where you hear all of this hype and it ends up being nothing.
No, he's not that guy. Tom Kennedy is a serviceable guy. I respect him, but listen. Football is no longer about who's starting, bro. It's about Johnny Morton wants to be more aggressive than our last coordinator. I forgot his name. But he even held J-Mo back. Look at the routes he opened up. But Slaw is going to be put against safeties or linebackers or like, bro. That's a nightmare, bro. It's about exploiting position. So football is really about matchups now, like basketball. So you put a guy like that on as your fourth option, he's going to beat your fourth option, bro. He's every time. And to be honest, I hope the kid works into being a starting receiver so you can see what a J-Mo, Slaw, and a St. Brown.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Mo, I'll tell you now, how about this scenario, Mo? He takes Tim Patrick's job this year, and he takes J-Mo's next year.
I can see where you're going with that, Mike. I think that's actually the reason why he drafted him, to take J-Mo's job. But also it's going to increase competition so we get the best of J-Mo. And no slight to him, he went against some hell of a corners last year, and he still produced, even taking hits up the middle. J-Mo was pretty clutch, man. But
no, Mo, you're not wrong. I'm just making a point. You can't pay everybody. Right. And I wonder, Look, they in a lot of ways they drafted and Mo, I appreciate it. They drafted Ragnow's replacement, and then Frank Up and retired, right?
Right.
Well, they drafted J-Mo's replacement. Like when we talked about you can't pay everybody, now we're reaching the can't pay everybody phase. I mean, Rico, by the time they give J-Mo a deal, let's say he plays this season, he won't be a $30 million a year receiver, but it'll be 25.
Actually, it depends on what he does this year, Mike. If he goes out and has a gigantic year, he's going to walk
be
in
30
there
somewhere else.
Right,
That's my point.
Right, he's going to walk in there and say, "I want to get paid like the Cincinnati receivers. I want to get paid." Don't think it's going to happen.
No. let's go to Mike 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas, how are you today?
Hey, Mike.
Good, Mike. What's up?
All right, so I'm very much in step with you, Mike, where when I look at him, I think, okay, let's see what he does this year because he's going to be the fourth or fifth option, and if he looks really good, maybe he works his way into the fourth spot. But he's going to look really good because he's so far down the depth chart to be playing against other defensive players that it's going to look better. But I think ultimately, once he starts to work his way into that, it's ultimately just to get rid of J-Mo because, and not to get rid of him, but just can't pay everybody. And we're bound to let someone go and not overpay him because they're just going to go back to being terrible again with the same 5 players for 20 years. So, like, they're going to have to keep drafting and hopefully improving and seeing what that looks like is maybe this is the first step in just that. And that's what I really see out of him. I hope that that's what he can be because I feel like, you know, Amon-Ra's not going anywhere.
No.
As a solid number one, so you just need that second and third guy to kind of fill in. And Laporta, I hope, isn't going anywhere either because I feel like those two are much more substantial. So, like, you just need that outside guy to be able to work a little bit and get his way in there. That's where
and it's all
I look
based
at him
on the
as.
coverage. I'm with Rico in this. Whether he caught a touchdown this weekend or not, it's largely immaterial to me. Mike, you can't go anywhere without reading about Tesla.
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's true, look, here's the best way to do it. Rico, tell me if you agree with me on this. Like, I think pedigree matters, and I think what you paid to get a player matters. Meaning, if I took you in the first round, there's intent. Second round, third round. Like, when they would do the training camp stories, and it's like, oh, Bob Kennedy's lighting it up. They hired Bob Kennedy from a paint store. That doesn't, I don't care. You're never
Tom
playing
Kennedy?
here.
Okay.
Yeah, sure, whatever. The point is, when you give up 3 third-round picks to take this guy, move up in the third round, there's intent there. That's not a cute Disney movie. You have designs on something. So that's why I take it serious when it's getting reported this way. And you go, okay, maybe Tim Patrick's on the bubble.
Maybe.
And a year from now, 6'4", real athlete, great perimeter run blocker, no block, no rock, right? Well,
everybody's just hyping up. I just read that Penei Sewell was talking about how well he blocks out there. So everybody is saying all the right things about him. And it's not just the media, Mike, but it's like all your major players, the people that you respect on the Lions, all have glowing things to say. That's what piqued my attention, not what he's done in the games, because I don't really value that at all.
I'm with you.
But
I'm with you.
when just the head coach and everybody is just kind of going out of their way saying, hey, this guy, he may be pretty good as well. Okay, good recognizes good, game recognizes game. So that's why I'm like, okay. And then you added the cherry on top of, man, maybe he was brought. Like, I do believe that Hendon Hooker was brought in to kind of be the insurance policy in case Goff didn't work out. Now it worked out, and now you can cut loose that policy.
I
But
hate
with
to break it to
Tesla,
you,
go ahead.
the policy has lapsed.
Yeah.
You could stop payment.
Okay.
Tuesday, August 26th, FanDuel Futures Day, i.e. Hendon Hooker doesn't have a future here. A new holiday for football fans, 24 hours of deals on all football season predictions, whether it's an MVP race, Heisman, whatever it is, or you can do parlay for division winners, all of it, all the chaos. You guys do whatever you want. It's your day, your hunches, your takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit FanDuel today and start planning the future bets now. Futures Day is one day and one day only. It's FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and up. Present in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, David, quick question before we get to the Tesla stuff. This is going to sound random. I need your help on this.
Okay.
Who's Lil Yachty?
I have no idea. Let me text my son. I'll let you know.
I think he's a rapper. Don't know
buddy
exactly
of mine
what he's rapping.
Buddy of mine sent me something. Apparently, he won the first race at Del Mar the other day, and he's like, he's big into horse racing now. I'm like, well, that's great. I don't know who the hell Lil Yachty is.
I have your answer momentarily. I'm sending a text now.
Thank you.
Yeah, he is a rapper.
Okay, well, he likes horse racing, so he's now my new favorite rapper.
Miles McCollum
also,
is his actual
Not
real
Dre, not Snoop.
Right.
No, Lil Yachty.
Lamar.
Wait, Little Yachty and Ryan Day. Man.
No,
I
and
don't know if Yachty fits your vibe, Mike.
Okay, fair, but Jeff, how about this? Alex Bregman is a horse racing fan.
Nice.
I'm just saying, he belongs here. He'd be my favorite Tiger.
He is my favorite Tiger.
Yeah, well, maybe someday. All right, let's get Noah. Then we'll get some texts. And then David can name the top 3 Lil Yachty songs. Or maybe Jeff can. I don't know who the hell Lil Yachty is. I'm just pumped.
He's your BFF.
Look, man, we need to grow the game or it ain't going to be around.
You know what?
Noah.
Next year, I need a picture with you, Little Yachty, and Big G.
I want to welcome Lil Yachty to Saratoga. I can do that.
And Big G is just reciting the Little Yachty lyrics. Come on, Michael, you don't know this?
Probably not a great idea. Hold on one second before we get to Noah. I want to see something here. Hold on.
I'm all in now just for that moment.
Right.
Hold on. So here are some of his songs. Poland? Like the country? Poland?
Sure.
What?
I'm guessing that means something else.
Yeah, is that code for like what you were all into on vacation?
I think it might.
David, were you visiting Poland a couple times a day? Yeah. Love music, flex up, pardon me. These song titles are terrible. That is not Lil Yachty. That's Donovan Edwards. All right, listen, let's focus. Let's get back to business. Congrats to Lil Yachty on his first win. Noah's up next, 97.1. What's up, Noah?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
Good, Noah.
So I think I got comparison to Isaac Tesla, who's actually already on the Lions roster, and it's not Tim Patrick. Doesn't he kind of give off Sam Laporta vibes a bit? Because he's a guy who came out of a school that had like a non-existent offense like Sam Laporta had at Iowa.
Yes.
He gets drafted by Lions. He's a gritty blocker, everything the Lions preach, great hands, all that, and just comes out of nowhere in training camp.
Well, except for the thing, Noah, is Iowa is just known for their tight end. So Iowa tight end means you got a winner.
But if Laporta played at U of M, he would have been a top 10 pick. They throw to the tight, like they have quarterbacks, right? I get what Noah's saying. Rico, who the hell was Laporta's quarterback at Iowa? Don't care. Terrible.
Fair. But just Iowa tight end just means he's going to be rich one day.
Truth.
Yeah.
And then there's Noah fans.
Yeah, I agree with that because even a couple of years back, Laporta wasn't even the top tight end in his draft class. It's kind of like you had Mayer, you had Darnell Washington getting all the hype, so he was kind of like hidden in a way, even though Iowa gets such good tight ends. Kind of like Tesla was kind of hidden in this draft process because I'll be honest, I didn't really know who Tesla was before the draft. And
well, you're not supposed to, Noah, unless you're a college football nerd. Like me, you're not supposed to. You got a life. You shouldn't know a guy who caught 29 balls. You should feel good about it, Noah. Now, maybe I should feel bad I didn't know who Lil Yachty is. We'll call it even. I just, the way that they got Laporta, the way they got Laporta is the same way they got Tesla. I like the comp there. And again, they did have to move up to get Tesla, but it was the third round. If Tesla played at a school that actually had a passing game, you don't get the player.
Fair. I'll give you that. And maybe, they did their homework. And look, he was from here. He wore the Tesla jersey going into the interviews because I'm tired of that story already.
Lil Yachty did an interview after winning a race. This is tremendous.
Did he shout out his boy Mikey V? Put him up on that good pizza out here in Saratoga?
But listen, he's at Del Mar Live. He's not from San Diego, is he?
You asking way too many questions.
I mean, I just heard one of his songs. I don't like it. That's just the first 30 seconds.
Now he's from
You're
Georgia.
not going to believe. You're not going to believe this. The group he's a part of is called Run Fast Racing.
There's a.
I mean, it's
Oh.
very fast. So hold on. He has to really like horse racing if he flew to San Diego for this.
Oh, you're right.
Or he's just rich and has a private jet.
No.
And he also, I'm telling you, he's got no less than like 7 earrings in his right ear.
Once again, I'm rich.
He
I got
looks
a
like
private
Captain
jet.
Jack Sparrow. What is going on here? I got to do some more research. This is tremendous. I'm
Lil Yachty got
excited.
a little boat, huh?
I don't know. Look, he likes horse racing. He can't do any wrong in that way.
That's all it took.
He's immediately the greatest MC of all time. Why? Horses.
Not Dre, not Eminem.
Nope.
Not-
MC Hammer number 2. Why? Horses. He had dance floor and he had light, and he won the Florida Derby and he finished second in the Kentucky Derby and he went broke.
Okay.
What a time to be alive!
All right. Pumps in the bump racing. All right.
Rico, if you can get that name passed by the Jockey Club, I'll pay for the horse. Pumps in a bump racing.
That's amazing, Rico. Amazing.
Can you imagine if we just tried to name racehorses after rap songs? Like, can you? I would need to see the face of the person at the Jockey Club when Rico submits "No Vaseline" as a horse name.
Right. It's just one name, one word. That's all. No Vaseline. No, it's French.
I bet you know what? I bet you could get "Hit 'Em Up" passed. You could probably get that one passed. But there's certainly some others you can't that I'm not going to say.
Yeah, we can get California Love on there, I'm sure.
That could, in fact, I think there's been a horse named that.
Okay, that makes sense.
But if enough time goes by, you could use it again. All right, you know what? We're probably losing audience by the syllable. Let's move on.
How long do you have to wait to reuse a horse's name?
I think it's like 30 years.
And now, like certain names just get retired. Like there'll never be another secretariat, right?
That's correct.
Okay. No, I just want to make sure, like, you know, Secretariat's like great grandson can't come back and be like, I want this name.
I mean, you could be Secretariat's pride or, you know, Secretariat's loser kid, whatever you want, but you can't be Secretariat.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, good
Horse
talk. This
racing
was
talk.
really insightful. Lil Yachty, go pick up the latest LP.
Let's make sure he hasn't done anything silly.
Okay, hold off on that. We'll get to football today.
Riding in the car with Myles Garrett.
Oh, boy. All right, 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers are back in the field against the White Sox tonight. Chicago currently under a flood watch, though, until 12 a.m. Wednesday. We'll watch that as well. Here is Jack Flaherty heads to the mound against AAA call-up Yoan Gomez. The White Sox are the third MLB team he's thrown for this year, where he holds a .662 ERA and 12 relief appearances. They also activated Miguel Vargas off the injured list. The third baseman has 13 homers in just over 100 games. Hear that 7:40 first pitch right here on the ticket. The Pistons announced today they'll play an MLK Day for the first time since 2018, and ESPN NBA writer Brian Windhorst says there may be more national attention coming soon. Thank you, Paul Sarah. That MLK Day game is scheduled to be against the Celtics and air on NBC. According to Front Office Sports, the U.S. Open is also remaining on their airwaves through at least the 2032 season. Michigan State football has announced the return of Meet the Spartans at Spartan Stadium on Thursday, August 21st. Fans will have the chance to take pictures with head coach Jonathan Smith, collect autographs from the players, and visit the field for free. Oklahoma Sooners quarterback John Mateer, who's being investigated for gambling after notes on a pair of Venmo transactions, read Sports Gambling today, said those notes were meant as inside jokes. He has never wagered on sports. Of course, the Wolverines are set to play the Sooners in Game 2 of their regular season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's touch table on some football. I have no idea if it's NFL or pro, or excuse me, that's the same thing, and I'm adult, NFL or college. Let's find out with the music, please. Yes. The dumbest sport in all the land, college football.
Maybe so, but we're getting ever so close to week 0, then followed by week 1.
Can I offer you a trivia question?
Sure.
Because I think you'll be interested with this. Do you remember
okay, go ahead.
The whole change they made where the NCAA had the running clock in order to speed up the pace of play?
Yes.
Do you know that all it did was increase the length of games to a staggering 3 hours and 29 minutes? Yet, we're getting 5% fewer plays.
How did that happen?
Commercials. And simply watching every play get replayed, like with challenges and crap. Continue. I just thought that was super depressing. Shout out Lil Yachty.
Winner.
Winner.
You know what? Let's stick with something so depressing, Mike. It's later on in the list, but let's just start off with it.
Sure.
Guys, this year, do you think you'll see a player do a holdout from whether it's a bowl game or whether it's a big-time game? Money's not right. I want to raise. You need to pay me more. Do you think we'll see some type of a holdout similar to what you're seeing in the NFL?
100% yes. The sport's lost. It's a total joke. Yes, it'll happen.
Yeah, I guess this is the mini NFL. So, yeah, we're definitely going to see what we see there. We're going to see here now because of the money.
Right. So right before the Red River shootout, there's Arch Manning. Well,
yeah.
Got to pay.
I can totally see it. Yes.
Is the pressure off of Ryan Day? I know this sounds ridiculous because they just won the national title, but there's something that's really the fly in the ointment with him. Is the pressure off of Ryan Day?
For now. Go ahead and lose to Michigan again. Watch what happens. I mean, at a certain point, Rico, God, I don't want to get into an argument with people today. Look, bottom line, the way college football is now, Michigan, Ohio State doesn't mean what it used to mean. So I guess losing that game doesn't matter, to your point. In fact, he could lose it every year, still make the playoff, and still win the national title, and they won't care. So you know what? What I was about to answer, I had to change my mind. So, yeah, the pressure's off. Doesn't matter. Hair dye.
See, I disagree with that, Mike, because I do think that the Michigan-Ohio State game is kind of going to be like the Army-Navy game. So even though those two teams aren't powerhouses, it just means something to those two for the Army and the Navy and everybody who was in those services. We're going to stop, and no matter what, you choose a side. And I think that's what the Michigan-Ohio State, no matter what,
How?
That hate runs deep, man.
But how? If you ask an Ohio State fan, you're going to lose to Michigan to win the national title, what are they going to answer? Army and Navy, that is their national title.
Yeah,
Those
okay,
poor guys
okay.
aren't going to play for nothing.
Okay.
Those poor guys are about to go overseas.
And I hear you, Mike. I believe you're right in a
Lil
sense,
Yachty.
but they won the national title just now. So this is going to be a new year. They're going to be like, okay, wonderful. We have to beat Michigan, though. This is a new season. Beat Michigan,
Because
no matter what.
Because the fact that you won a national title, but you have to beat Michigan tells you how big that rivalry is. If they went out and lost to Michigan again and won another national title,
then I would say, you know what, they're changing their mind. You know, it won't matter.
But a lot of the Ohio State fans would be upset, like, but we couldn't beat Michigan? Anyway, we'll move on. How do you guys think that Georgia and Alabama will respond for a lackluster year from last year?
I think it's one of the most fascinating storylines in the sport. I mean, I just don't think I don't think Kalen DeBoer's a fit down there. And you're not going to get a lot of time. Now, we all could see a bit of a disaster coming with Milroe. That's not his type of quarterback. Now we got to see what the hell a Ty Simpson is. And as far as Georgia, look, I said this to Kenny before he left on his sabbatical for wedding and stuff. Kirby's got to make the playoffs here and win some games. And I'm scared about their quarterback situation. I don't believe Gunnar Stockton is this guaranteed superstar guy. And Rico, I wish I could tell you, I'm very uncertain about both of them.
Yeah, because it looks like, I think, Ty Simpson has just been named the Alabama quarterback.
Yeah, he was named the Alabama quarterback yesterday. But I want to focus on Georgia here because I think this first time since he arrived in Georgia, question marks for Kirby. Like, he didn't really have them. He started building, and everyone just trusted him. He had everything he needed. He has no quarterback right now, meaning there's question marks there. We don't know what Gunnar Stockton's going to be. So because of that, this is the first time in a long time I think he's finally had pressure again at Georgia. He has to come through this year. Has to.
Okay. What are the expectations for Rich Rodriguez back at West Virginia?
Bowl game and the touchdown play. You're West Virginia. Honestly. I mean, their offense under Neil Brown has been a snooze. Look, I'm going to sound like such a loser saying this. He did a really nice job at Jacksonville State, and they were fun to watch. And I think a lot of this is about sizzle, Big 12's wide open, year one, bowl game, points, fun, whiz-bang pow. But beyond that, it's win the Big 12.
Who has more pressure on them this season, Brent Venables at Oklahoma or Hugh Freeze?
Wow. I hate you. I can't separate those two.
I got a Friday wow. Okay.
It's got to be Auburn, though, because the boosters could kidnap Hugh Freeze after week 4. Auburn is a zoo. The way that school runs and the power brokers and the whole thing. I'll say Hugh Freeze, but man, hell is definitely hot for Venables too. But between those two, Hugh Freeze.
I'm also going to say Freeze because we just talked about Georgia and Alabama. The time is now to capitalize on what they're struggling with. Bama's question marks. We don't know what they'll be. We don't know what Georgia will be from this day forward. Auburn has to take the opportunity to step forward there.
Let Michigan go to Oklahoma and win in week 2.
I hear you, though. I do. I hear that.
I mean, Freeze may be fired at the end of the season, but Venables?
That's fair. That's fair.
Who wins the breakup? Nico Iamaleava or Tennessee?
Tennessee. Better program, stronger support, stronger infrastructure. I think UCLA is dead as a doorknob. And Nico, I didn't love him with great supporting cast. What the hell is he going to look like with those D-listers out there?
But he'll be playing in the Rose Bowl.
I mean, it doesn't count if there ain't nobody there. Jeez.
According to all the reports coming out of camp, Nico looks amazing. He's doing things that they've never seen before.
What, complete a pass?
But here's the other side of it. They have no talent in UCLA, so of course they've never seen anything like that before. There's nothing else around him.
Fair enough. Who crashes the college football playoff, a.k.a. what you saw Arizona State do? Go from a nobody to we're in.
Oh, boy. So this would have to be a real long shot, nobody remotely close, right?
Correct.
Okay. What about a team that spends a ton of money? They are in an off-brand conference. What about Louisville?
Okay.
You got an offensive coach in Brom. You got major NIL down there. You don't have a roadblock of playing in the Big Ten or the SEC. Plus, you dominate the helmet game. What about Louisville?
Okay. I can see Louisville. David?
I mean, they're more of a bigger program, quote unquote. They just haven't been good in a long time. I'm going to stick with Nebraska here because they do have Michigan at home. Maybe they can find a way to get that victory there. And they only have Penn State as a big time school on the road. So with the college football playoff, 1 or 2 losses can maybe get you in.
You know what, guys? Both of those are fair. Go ahead, Mike.
Now, I'll give you one more. And I want you to hear, just so Rico can make fun of me, David, I'm in a good mood. This is the year Texas A&M gets it right. What about a Marcel Reed ascension, year 2 in the Colin Klein offense?
Yes, and they're in the SEC, though, so I think they would get the bump. So if they were close, they would be in.
Lose 3 games and still get in?
Yes. Finally, which week 1 matchup are you most excited for? Texas at Ohio State, Notre Dame at the U in Miami, LSU at Clemson, or VTech at South Carolina?
I'll say for the pressure index, the LSU game.
No. The Mikey Index. Which one? If you could only watch
Texas,
one, which one?
No, Texas, Ohio State. I mean, I
Not
just
the
I have
Cockaboos?
to see. No, because I can't wait to see what Julian Sayin and Arch Manning actually are. That's theater.
Okay.
Now, never forget what Fox took from us. That should be a night game.
I know.
So, F you, Big Noon Kickoff. I hate your existence.
Well, everybody likes games at noon. What are you talking about, Mike?
Yeah, signed Orville Redenbacher.
I'm
I
actually
mean, you
looking
got to be
forward.
9. Yeah, that goofball as well.
I'm looking forward actually to Western and Michigan State.
Okay. You know, David, I hope you get diarrhea.
That's your college football blitz 97.1. Hey guys, it's Rico here. All right, sports fans, listen up. Is your internet performance on a losing streak? Drop connections, lagging streams, missing those game-winning plays? Not with Xfinity Internet. We're talking the champion of Wi-Fi with best-in-class equipment. So whether you're live streaming the game, video chatting with your fantasy league, or you're just downloading the latest highlights, Xfinity Internet means no timeouts. Do more of what you love faster than a touchdown dash. And if you are an Xfinity mobile MVP, even better. Xfinity brings the power of internet and mobile together. So you've got that victory level speeds at home and on the go. Combine Xfinity internet and mobile and supercharge your phone with Wi-Fi Power Boost for that winning edge. That's gold medal speeds with reliable home internet and a secure game-ready network on the go. So you ready to score big? Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com. Or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
So you've been injured in an auto accident. Now you're drowning in medical bills or dealing with insurance companies who couldn't care less about you. Injury attorney David Femininio is who you got to call. Look, the insurance companies aren't on your side. You need David. He'll fight tooth and nail to get you back on your feet. Get David, get paid. It's not just a catchphrase. It is a promise. So if someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope it gets better. Call David, 855-65-CRASH. Or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Oh, my dear God. Okay, I think we're good. This is apparently Lil Yachty. I mean, I'm pumped he likes horse racing. I don't know what that was. We'll just move on. Dear
No.
God, David.
No? Okay.
No.
You didn't let it get to the good part, Mike.
Right.
Sorry, Jeff, it's live radio. Other stations will let it get to the good part. We don't do that here.
F this and F that.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
No, we don't have that. No.
It's a 2 for Tuesday. Here's Lil Yachty coming at you. That's not us. We don't get to do that.
Michael, you don't like Little Yachty?
Be listening for your chance to win tickets to Pat Benatar at Pine Knob. We don't do that here, Jeff. Wrong station.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Coming up next, little Cabo Wabo.
248.
All right, let's
Take it now.
What's your favorite song? Actually, some people here do that. Let's move on. So, David, if you would, to the main stage, please. David, you're very excited. You were pissed pre-show. And as usual, I think you were a little over the top. But, Rico, I want to sit back and listen, and I want you to do the same. David wants to bring something where sports is intersecting with, I don't know what to call it, Hollywood garbage, and David's had enough. Is that a fair sell right there, David?
Yeah, because it's all over the place. First off, it is Travis Kelce getting announced to be put on the cover of GQ, which athletes, that's happened before. It is what it is. But he's doing it at the same time as making the announcement that Taylor Swift is going to be on him and his brother's podcast tomorrow. And then Rico informs me this morning, yeah, it's because Taylor Swift wants to promote her new album coming out. I don't need that. And then news later in the day that I see today is just like UFC style, Stephen A. Smith and Clay Travis are going to be at an event going at it on topics. And it's like they're promoting it like it's the UFC, the WWE. And I don't need this stuff. I thought the podcast for the Kelceys was going to be about football. Take me behind the scenes to some locker room stuff.
Lil Yachty, your chance to win.
Break down some things that the people don't see or don't understand on a daily basis during the game. Instead, I'm getting promotions for Taylor Swift's album tomorrow. I don't need this.
Yes.
I just want sports. That's all I want.
David, I understand where you are, but it's the blend of entertainment.
I don't need the
sports,
blend. I don't need a blend.
That's every show now because it's sponsored by this or brought to you by this, or let's do the cross promotion.
Yeah,
and
Denzel Washington's on First Take today. Not because he really has a great opinion, because he's promoting his movie. Now tell me about the Dallas Cowboys. I don't care what Denzel Washington thinks about the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm with you. I understand. I get the angst. That's just how it is now. Where are you really shocked? Because it's almost like Taylor was like, well, you know what? Let me throw you a bone. You're kind of poor. I'm rich. I'll come on there. I'll support your little podcasting thing. We'll talk some of that football stuff. And because it's going to be the highest ranked show, highest rated show, because every Swiftie will be listening.
They won't talk about football, though. That's the problem. I don't need
Yeah, but see,
that.
I don't care about. Oh, all right. Rico, do you want first crack at this?
No.
'Cause
Go
if
ahead.
I get going.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
No, I've said mine. Like, it's just how it is. It's what I expect. I've lowered the bar. You're not going to just get the breakdown of, okay, well, here's the X's and O's. And I'll even take the, like with the NBA podcast, I like those because they kind of give you the behind the scenes. And here's what Jordan was actually saying to me on the court when he was counting down and he was doing that. It's sports related, and you go behind the scenes. I don't really care your favorite restaurant, your vacation, what music you're listening to. I don't care about any of that. But I'm not their target market. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, okay. So I'm fine where people get to be people. Like, I'm not mad at the Kelsey brothers because you get to learn more about them. What does offend me is the structured, intentional PR industry plants. Like, this Taylor Swift thing it's dishonest. It's not a part of their podcast. It's not who they are or a cool story about Thanksgiving or riding ATVs. This is a grown-ass man putting his fiancée on to shamelessly promote an album, which she doesn't need promotion for. Let's be clear. She is the most powerful woman on the planet, full stop. All this does is artificially enhance their podcast. See, this is the weird thing to me, and Rico, I think you'll vibe with this. I don't know who's listening to this crap. Like, when you go and look at some of the stuff people allegedly listen to, I'd love to know who these people are. Like, just the other day, what was it? Sophie Cunningham's pod got picked up by Colin Cowherd's network. Who? Ask anyone in America. They don't know who the hell Sophie Cunningham is. Oh, girl who defended Caitlin Clark, right?
Bingo.
Okay, I'll say it again. No one knows who she is. But it's just like when Cameron Brink got a podcast. What happens is it's called platforming. You have all this money being thrown at the podcast space. These people who are wholly unqualified to do podcasts, and you get these PR tsunamis that surround them. And
Yes.
some work and some don't. But it's bizarre to me because I'm like David in this. If I'm going to listen to someone, it's because they have some level of ability or something interesting, something endearing about them. There's so much of this stuff that is wholly artificial. Now, let me say this and then I'll shut up because I could do 2 hours on this. But it's, Rico, I think what bothers me the most is so much of this is so fake. So when David says what he says, I disagree with David on subject matter. I actually like getting to know people beyond what they do. But when we arrive at Stephen A. Smith doing a political show or the Kelsey brothers promoting Taylor Swift's album, yeah, you've lost me.
It's basically, I'm going to strike while the iron is hot. I'm going to market myself because, right, so Sophie Cunningham, everybody who likes Caitlin Clark will gravitate to that because that's the sergeant of arms. That's her hero. So, yes, I need to hear what she has to say because she's pro Caitlin Clark. So she has a built-in audience already. So no matter whether you like it or not, it's going to work. It's just taking advantage of a situation, and then you hope that you're entertaining enough that you can keep people around and they'll stick around, Mike. But because I'm with you, it's like I don't really care about any of this stuff, but the target market, it's not me because I don't care about any of that. But when you know Stephen A. Smith, I got this built-in audience for people who hang on my every word. So I'm going to go out there and say all of these different things.
All right, stop right there for a second. Who the hell hangs on anything he has to say in 2025? I'm being dead serious. I'm not being a smartass. He is spread so thin, he gets nothing right.
But that's just it, Mike. He doesn't have to get it right. He just has to say something and then have people pick it apart. And then it goes viral. It becomes this big thing. It ends up on talk shows all throughout the country of how wrong he is. But guess what? He wins because we're talking about him.
It's a one-liner. I doubt he's winning off of that. But again, I mean, he's going to start a 5-day-a-week Sirius satellite show after doing what the hell is it called? First Take, and then a politics show, and you're just like, like I think
you run out
what
of content.
happens,
like, what are you going to tell me? It's pretty soon it's going to be him reading the newspaper.
That's the whole thing. I mean, it's I don't know. Like, it's hard to explain. I think it's something I would need the listeners' help on. Clearly, I'm not the target for it. You're not. I'm just fascinated at who is. Because I feel like all of these things are just these coordinated PR efforts. It's not even about content anymore. Does that make sense, or is that like too, broadcast nerd?
No, it's not. It is PR. It's the right person. You got the right last name. It's it's my husband is famous. It's Kelly Stafford, and it's okay. What is she going to really tell you about football? Nothing. But my husband's Matthew Stafford, so you'll listen to me.
Started, and then the massive amount of PR dollars spent land that pod that nobody with a brain listens to in all the newspapers, including the New York papers. It's shameless. I can't figure it out. But to Rico's point, David, it's the new norm. Here's my takeaway from the Kelsey thing. This just tells me Kelsey and the Chiefs are totally cooked.
I think you're right.
I mean, you have totally jumped the shark here. Oh, you're on the cover of GQ in a furry hat. God bless. You're not winning the Super Bowl. I just wish he'd retire.
Thank you.
Because then what happens is, New York Post today, Travis Kelce, I can't block out all the criticism of my relationship. You're dating or marrying the most famous woman in the world. Mm-hmm. What would you like us to do? You could retire and stay out of the public light, or cutscene, it's date night in the East Village. Mm-hmm. You're doing that. You didn't have to go in GQ. Right. I must have missed where GQ shows up at your house. Ding dong, gun to the head.
We need our privacy. By the way, we're going to be at this restaurant at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, right.
Sharp.
Here I am at the U.S. Open dry humping my fiance. What?
Okay.
Dude, you remember that? You remember those videos. It was ridiculous.
I do.
No one said you had to be at the U.S. Open in a bucket hat.
No, you're right, but
we got to take a break.
I know.
We have to.
Okay.
Cabo Wabo next. All right, distracted driving's an epidemic. Look around. We've all seen it. Cars swerving around. People they don't pay attention to the road. If you don't have life insurance, you're at risk. One of these dingalings runs you off the road, and you don't have life insurance, your family's screwed. Call Mike Pepper, National Benefit Plans. He'll help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but it's also affordable. And what makes National Benefit Plans different, for starters, they'll shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. They guarantee you the best possible rate. And Mike's got 30 years of experience in the game. He'll just take the headaches and the stress out of this and get you and your family covered. National Benefit Plans, best in the game. NBPHealth.com. That's NBPHealth.com. National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Tigers hope to be back in the field against the White Sox tonight. It is pouring in Chicago as we speak with a flood watch in place. 7:40 is the scheduled first pitch right here on the ticket. Major League Baseball released their postseason schedule today. Things will kick off with the Wild Card Series on September 30th, with the Division Series starting on October 4th. The World Series will start on October 24th as well. Vikings wide receiver Rondale Moore has been ruled out with a season-ending knee injury. Packers QB Jordan Love also had a minor surgery in his thumb today. He's not expected to miss the season opener against the Lions, however. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, David, a couple of the ticket texts will knock out a few calls. The Kelsey thing, I get it why David's annoyed. I try to stay away from most of this crap, but you can't escape it. And it's, to Rico's point, it's a damn good one. I mean, it's the new normal. Like, I don't know. I'm just open about stuff like this. Like, guys like me, no, I'm not meant for this business for much longer. A, I'm not bought and paid for, so automatically that eliminates me for most things. And B, I'm not really interested in the synthetic garbage. Like, I don't understand a lot of what I see, and that lets me know I'm getting older. I know that. I'm 44, not 84, but, like, a lot of this stuff is so bizarre to me, and I go, how is this popular? I do. I feel like Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino. I'm just, like, sneering at everything. I'm like, ugh. I'm like, I don't understand.
See, here's
David,
here's
when
the
you got a
problem.
Google slang, like, I have no idea what this means.
See, here's the problem, though, Mike, and you said it to start this segment. You said, I try to stay away from it. So do I. But the problem last night was that every NFL writer, college writer that I follow and get notifications from to stay informed were all tweeting about this crap.
Sure.
And that's what got me caught up, because the ESPN person that covers the Steelers tweets something out, oh my gosh, and I'm thinking, oh no, what happened to my team? Did somebody get hurt? And I get sucked in because I click on it and it's about Taylor Swift instead of Steelers news. Like, that's ridiculous.
I'm not here to argue.
I'm sorry.
What do you want me to say? No, I mean, Jeff, what?
I was about to say, Jeff may be the demographic. That's why he's
probably
laughing at us.
Absolutely not. I hate when that happens.
Okay, I was just making sure.
No, just because those accounts do tweet stuff out like, oh my God, and you click on it, and it's something totally irrelevant to sports. It's crap.
That's, yeah, like if you go to ESPN.com today, front page, Taylor Swift album reveal. I don't know what to say. Can't help you. I mean, I don't like the Hollywood thing anyways. I find most of the celebrities to be completely detestable, detached from reality scumbags. I don't understand the Hollywood thing in 2025. These are wholly unlikable people. But whatever.
But Mike, but it's why you have shows like Quarterback and Hard Knocks, and because it's not. We talked about this earlier. It's not for fans like us because you're not learning anything new. But it's for the new fans that, oh, well, you know what? Hey, I like this team because, I like the Chiefs now because Taylor's at the game, so show me some more Chiefs things.
Right, but she's an outlier. She is an icon. I mean, she is a global. I don't know if there's
Mike, the Hard
she's
Knocks,
like the Beatles, Rico.
I understand, but Quarterbacks and Hard Knocks are more of a reality show type of thing that occasionally will show you some actual football stuff, but it's more, okay, well, here's Cousins in his fire pit, or here's Mahomes with his wife going to the apple orchard. Hey,
Yeah,
I do that. I got a fire pit. I go to the apple orchard. I'm just like them.
Yeah, cutscene. You live in a double wide. You're not Pat Mahomes. Take a look around. David?
Wow. Okay. Why does any of this bother you guys? There are so many other podcasts that gives you the information that you like. You don't have to listen to this.
No. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm just a dummy. You're missing the point. Huge swaths of people are. It is maddening that people who are doing real work, good work, meaningful work, have no shot. And you have absolute PR garbage dominating a section. Now, whether it's sports, whether it's music, it's infiltrating every arena. Our arena's sports. I think that's the thing that I can't figure out is, okay, who's listening to this? It's just bizarre to me. But like I said, I won't be around for the end of days.
No, but apparently we're in the minority, Mike, because it looks like they get millions of downloads. So
No, I know that. That's my point. Yeah. Who the hell is listening to it?
I don't know. Jeff?
David?
Someone is asking, or they're saying, who even asked for Travis Kelce's shirtless dad bod pics? Don't need that at all. I just want football.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. The GQ thing is like, woe is me. And it's like, Travis, no one forced you to do it.
Right.
Go to Frank and we'll move on. We'll get back to football. Frank, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Mike? What's up, Rico?
Hey, Frank.
So, hey, two quick things here, because I don't call in often, but you got me all fired up. So I think you're way off with the noon game. I love a good match noon game because it gets me fired up, gets me ready. I can bet on the game. I can drink some beers. And quite frankly, the night games, man, I like to sit and watch them, laying in bed with my shirt off. But it's too late. I'm too old to be staying up that late and to be that into it. So
Frank, you don't sound that old. I got to be honest with you. You don't sound that old.
Yeah, I'm in my 30s, but
that ain't old, buddy. Oh man.
Point of the story is, if I'm gonna be betting on the game, which, hey, let's be real, I'll bet on Toledo as well. I don't really care, but I like a good game. Okay, so I'll take the early noon game. So
okay,
that one's that. Second thing, the Travis Kelce thing. You know what? I don't listen to the podcast. I can't stand Travis. I can't stand his slob of a brother either, honestly. But you got to be thinking about it. The reason he's not retiring is because it's a conspiracy theory. It's a business. Whatever his face, the chief or the president of football has had, got him staying into the league to make sure that he can be there to get all these Swifties and everyone to make sure that they're listening, they're watching the games. Because every time that Taylor comes on, whenever I know personally, and I'm a sucker for this, when Taylor is going to the game, I'm like, oh, man, I need to hammer Kelce anytime touchdown back because that fool is for sure going to get a touchdown. And he fails and disappoints me every single time. It's all business.
Frank, I like how you have this all mapped out, and I appreciate the call, but I would like to tell you, this 44-year-old's not giving you any sympathy. I'm too old for this. The dude sounded like he was 12.
Yeah, I got to get up in the morning and
these night kickoffs. What?
Anything past 6 o'clock and I'm late for supper.
I mean, if you want to say you're in your late 30s and like Pac-12 after dark's a little late, okay, I hear you. Wow. All right, Tuesday, August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. A holiday for football fans. 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. You take a flyer on the MVP race, crown your champion in August, create that divisional parlay, whatever you like. So mark your calendars. This is the day for your hot takes. All your futures. One day, great pricing. Visit FanDuel today and start planning those bets because Futures Day is one day and one day only. It's FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and up. Present Michigan. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is definitely the pros, Mike. We are in preseason football. Week 1 has gone by, so a few things I want to discuss. Rico, there's a couple things from yesterday that I want to get Mike's thoughts from that I did yesterday. There's an update, and I'm going to start with that update for the first one. It is the
Your
Green
wife
Bay
is
Packers.
pregnant again.
No.
Congratulations.
No. It is the Green Bay Packers. Yesterday, I asked the fellas about the situation there, wide receiver room, injuries they're dealing with. And then last night happened. And there's an update here because Jordan Love is now dealing with a thumb injury, something he sustained in training camp. And the team is saying that he will not miss regular season time. But with the wide receiver situation, with an injury now to the thumb of Jordan Love that he may possibly have to deal with for the rest of the season, are the Packers destined for a slow start? Their first 4 games here will be against Detroit, Washington, at Cleveland, at Dallas.
Well, hold on. It's on his left hand, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the non-throwing hand.
Right. I just want to make sure we qualify that. Now, look, the wide receiver thing, you're right. You have some new faces. You got a first-round pick in there, Matthew Golden. No, it's not positive. You want reps. Jordan Love, again, it's a guy who's constantly been hurt here the last year plus now. So, no, David, I think it's cause for concern. But ultimately, I'm with Rico on this. I'm not a big preseason guy. They're either going to be good or not. Show me week 1. But, yes, the wide receiver room needs to be sorted out. They can't continue this whole poverty routine of the 9 people living in a shoe.
Yeah, and with Green Bay, Mike, they've shown me that they can do it with just random gym class heroes where who is this guy catching passes? Okay, it works. They win. They've done it without having that big name, that guy that you're afraid of. And it actually makes some teams more dangerous when you don't know who to cover because they're all just kind of okay.
And then let's get to this news for today. Leading into training camp, there was talk all June that James Cook was going to hold out. He decided to hold in. He was there, did not practice at all. He has not received a new contract yet. He is practicing today for the first time.
He's an idiot.
What was this all about?
No, it's I hate stuff like this. If you have conviction, you want a new contract, hold out. And if you're just going to do this fake ass garbage, stop wasting everybody's time. Hold in. There's no such thing as a hold in. There's also no such thing as practicing without a new contract. One hit, your life is over. It's stupid.
Now, is he actually practicing or is he just there at the camp?
At practice today on the field.
Okay, because I know sometimes they show up, so I can't get fined. I'm here, but I want you to. I mean, at this point, Mike, I think he gambled and lost and realized he's not going to get the money that he wants. So I need to get myself in shape so that I can go out here and maybe try to earn the money.
And what? Endure abuse, get hurt, and then the team doesn't pay me?
I didn't say it was the smartest thing.
Oh, I'm just saying, let me show you how this league works. I know a guy who played hurt with basically his shoulder hanging off his body, sacrificed everything for his team. And you know how he got rewarded? He got booted out of town. Yeah. It was Baker Mayfield his last year in Cleveland. Mm-hmm. There is no heroism in this.
No, but what happens a lot of times is you start hearing the fans and you want to please too many people. Instead of just, as you say, you stick to your guns and you say, this is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to hold out. And trust me, folks, I have to do this for me and for my family. I think he got caught up in all of he wants to make sure that Buffalo wins, and he went back.
Can't have it all.
It's the dumbest thing ever, because if you're going to sit out. Don't do halfway.
Now let's go back to the weekend, because this is what I want Mike to comment on, because he did not
get a chance. Is this the stiff arm on Travis Hunter?
No.
Okay.
Not that one. This one. Well, what he's
Rico
referencing,
sounded very defensive about that.
What he's referencing, Mike, is I yesterday I talked about the best plays of the first week of preseason, and Caleb Johnson stiff-arming Travis Hunter was my favorite play.
Right, not Travion Henderson, 100-yard return, not the 70-yard field goal, a stiff arm.
Okay. So let's get to.
So is there a question in here or what?
I'm gonna get to the actual thing I want to hear from you. It is Shedeur Sanders' play. He was 14 of 23 for 138, 2 touchdowns, and he rushed the ball well. He seemed poised in the pocket. What is your takeaway from his preseason debut?
I hope he had fun. There's my. It's preseason. I don't care. I also saw him make an idiotic play on 4th and 2 and hold on to the ball forever. I just can't. I can't take it seriously. I'll say it again to people. There are no defensive schemes in preseason. At best, people are just going to play shell coverage. It's very vanilla, very basic. I'd hope he could go against that and look semi-productive. Can't help you.
See, for me,
it'd be as dishonest as me sitting here, touching my beanbag over Jackson Dart's 50-yard touchdown. It doesn't mean anything.
I mean, your quarterback room looks awesome, by the way.
Yeah, thanks.
Things are trending upwards.
It's a real blessing.
I look at Shedeur Sanders, David. I said here, I think if he keeps this up, he's earned a spot on the team. Whether he's the backup or whether he's the third-string practice quarterback, if he keeps playing this way, I think the Browns see something. And, Mike, like it or not, he's a moneymaker for them. It's a lot of 12 jerseys getting bought. They can't afford to cut him.
So let's get to something that is real here. And let's talk about Matthew Stafford and the LA Rams. He has not practiced at all. The team said he was supposed to begin practicing yesterday, but instead he was still in street clothes during practice while he walked into a restorative and rejuvenation chamber that was parked in the Rams practice field. In there, all practice. Now, McVay is trying to emphasize to people and tell people, no, we have not discussed surgery. We're just being cautious here. He will be ready. If a regular season game was Sunday, he would play. Is the Rams season over before it can get started?
No. I said this last week while you were gone. I think there's a very good understanding between Stafford and the team. He's 37. He's a warrior. He's had twice as many injuries as the media's ever heard about. He could line up a week before the season and be just fine. He needed a few extra days. Cool.
You know what, Mike? No, I was going to say, I agreed with you until the stuff that I'm reading about lately, and now I'm starting to think that it may be a little bit of a difference. And I learned from a great person, kind of follow the Vegas line, and all of a sudden the Rams are no longer favored to win that division. They've dropped a spot. I'm wondering, I think there's a little bit more to this back injury than just I'm trying to sit out camp.
Talk to me in a week.
Okay.
I still think it's too early. You may be proven right. I'm just not ready to react yet. But I understand it. I do. I mean, I'm not telling you should feel all warm and fuzzy. This has been pretty well understood all off season. He wasn't going to play in the preseason. But okay, next.
Then let's close it out with this here. Yes, John Gruden is in the news. Nope, not because of the lawsuit, but because of this.
All the free stuff people keep sending him.
Apparently, he is interested in coaching again and wants to coach in the SEC. He says, I'm being honest with you. I don't want to either. I want to coach again. I die to coach in the SEC. John Gruden in the SEC? What?
Didn't he have his chance? Didn't Tennessee want him years ago and he turned it down?
He sure did.
Okay, well, I hate to see it. I don't know what to tell you. I can't stand John Gruden. That's Rico's guy.
That's my guy. Yeah.
Just making sure you're paying attention.
Yeah, we email each other a lot.
Yeah, I have nothing. Whoa.
I'm just seeing if you're paying attention now.
I'm here, Coach. I don't care. Why are we putting a microphone in John Gruden's face?
You know what? I can see it working for the SEC team, David, for one of the lesser teams because he's an attraction. It'll be like Bill Belichick going to North Carolina, where all of a sudden, let's say you are, Kentucky, and you bring him in there. Now he's going to attract recruits to come and play there. Or you at Mississippi State. Now all of a sudden you become relevant. So I can see where it happens. Not for one of the major teams.
Not LSU if Brian Kelly fails?
No, because I think LSU is better than that. I think, well, you know what? I don't know. Maybe the sugar money kicks in and they say, we don't care. We just need a winning coach. They may go after him.
That is in Football Today.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Tigers are back in the field for the middle game of their series with the White Sox. First pitch at 7:40 as Jack Flaherty heads to the mound against AAA call-up Yondrais Gomez right here on the ticket. Here's the rest of A.J. Hinch's lineup as well. Colt Keith will lead off in DH. Gleyber Torres hits second at second. Kerry Carpenter will bat third and right field tonight. Riley Green begins the mid of the order in the cleanup spot in left field after his big home run yesterday. Spencer Torqulson will bat fifth and play first. Wenzel Perez hits sixth and plays center field. McKinstry at third. Dingler catching. Trey Sweeney at shortstop will round out the bottom of the other order there. The Sox have also reactivated third baseman Miguel Vargas from the injured list today. Michigan football coach Sharon Moore spoke with the media today as camp wraps up. Moore says that Michigan will not name a starting QB until game week. The Lions take on the Packers in week 1 of the regular season. Even after his minor thumb procedure today, quarterback Jordan Love expected to be available for that game as well. Injured Lions safety Maurice Norris posted another update on Instagram today saying, quote, "I'm just a kid who wants to play ball and you will see me playing again real soon," end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Okay, enough. David off of vacation is out of control today. I want to bring back what we did at the 3 o'clock, which is some Lions discussion, and I think it's, okay, it's going to sound hypocritical, but not if you listen. I don't care about preseason football. Like, I don't care that Isaac Tesla did or did not catch a touchdown this weekend from a quarterback who won't be throwing him the ball in the regular season, nor players he'll face in the regular season. It's about the coverage. Tesla has become not only the name in Lions camp, he's become one of the names in the NFL. Mm-hmm. And if you don't believe me, do a Google search of Isaac Tesla and how he's being covered. Not only with real football, but like fantasy football sleeper, and even getting to a point where I said earlier today, if this coverage is true, Tim Patrick may not be here in a couple weeks. And J-Mo may not be here next year. They gave up 3 third-round picks to move up and get this guy. And the only reason he was available is he played at Arkansas where they had no quarterback play. Taylon Green is garbage. And the Razorbacks' passing game is garbage. It's a lot like Laporta and how he was available to you in the second round. Iowa, also garbage. They drafted this kid with intent. So I wanted to ask you guys, how much of that do you buy? And again, it's not the result of one play where he catches a touchdown. It's about 6'4", big-time athlete. Tim Patrick's on a 1-year deal. That's easy to get rid of, whether it's $2 million in dead money and they cut him, or they trade him and it's $1 million in dead money. But Tesla's going to play a role. It feels that way. You buying or selling that? And, you know, Rico, to your credit, you were like, look, the coverage is forcing me to alter how I feel. And look, whether you believe he's going to replace Tim Patrick or whether you believe long-term he's J-Mo's replacement, I think that's less to do. That's not the main thing. The main thing is it feels like he's going to play a real role with this team.
Yeah, it really seems like, Mike, all the right people are saying the right things about him. Like, he is that guy. And I don't know if he's going to have the impact. It kind of reminded me of a couple years ago when I'm like, hey, Mike, they got this, MSU has got this running back. He's number 9. His name is Kenneth Walker or something like that. And he had this gigantic impact. I kind of feel the same way where it's like everybody, and now, you know, Sewell's talking about how he's a great blocking type of wide receiver. yeah, I do think he's going to see the field. Now, I want to see what type of impact he has with the team because he is the fifth option. Let's just face it, because as great as he is right now coming in, who are you going to take balls away from? Are you going to take it away from Amon-Ra, from J-Mo, from Laporta, from either the Gibbs-Montgomery backfield? Like, where does all his touches come from?
Tim
That's
Patrick.
what I want to see. So, yeah, it probably will be Tim Patrick but that even if it is, that means he's the fifth guy, which means he's probably going to get maybe 2-3 catches a game.
But if they're important, like Tim Patrick or his predecessor, Josh Reynolds, they're first down, chain moving. They are a big catch in a big moment. Or in this case, Rico, you can't understate it. He's 6'4", 220. You know, that is a red zone target. You can't do that when you take one of these little gadget wide receivers. I want to know where the people are at. Yeah. And do you believe he's going to play this kind of role for this team? 248-539-9797. And again, Brad Holmes said this on a pod. His greatest regret was not drafting Puka Nacua here. Well, maybe that's what this is.
Him chasing?
No. Him profiling the same type of athlete from a bit of a far-flung place without elite quarterback play, and you just you find something. Look, they have such a good infrastructure here, and we know they've got to insulate Jared Goff. Well, adding this guy, I know it feels luxurious to some, and I know you were one of those. There's no shame in saying, hey, you preferred an O-lineman or you preferred a pass rusher. Rico, if this kid takes Tim Patrick's job from day one and is angling to be the guy who lines up opposite Amon-Ra in 2026, I don't know, man. That kind of feels on point. Now, maybe we're going a little too far. Guys, it's a Tuesday. A lot could change. But you look around. Yahoo, Sporting News, ESPN, you name it, they're talking Tesla. So where are you guys at with this mercurial training camp story? And this isn't David Kirkus. This isn't Bob Kennedy. This is a guy with pedigree, athleticism, and was drafted with a lot of draft capital behind him. 248-539-9797. Go ahead, guys. David, Rico, whoever the hell wants to say something.
David. Take a text.
Yeah, I do have some ticket texts. Tesla is a lunch pail guy, good character, plays the game the right way, and great in interviews. That is clearly a shot.
Oh, we're doing this again. First couple of callers in the 3 o'clock, guys, if you're tuning in. The only comps they were offering were, you guessed it, white wide receivers. Can we please move beyond
Yes, preseason final scores and individual performances don't matter at all. So I'll wait and see what he does and what he looks like in the regular season.
But the coverage is bigger than this.
Right. No, it is. And to Mike, for what you were saying, I wanted the Lions to get that edge rusher, Landon Jackson. His teammate from Arkansas was sitting right there. They took the wide receiver. They didn't take the edge rusher. And then they moved up 3 spots. And I'm like, well, you kind of missed out on a position of need for a position of want. Now, if this guy is going to be the next J-Mo, so be it.
Someone is asking you, Rico, they want to know, what would it take? What would Tesla need to do for you to believe in him for the resources they gave up?
I just need to see him on the field. You know what? Make an impact. Make an impact on this team where you're saying, okay, I don't know how this Lions team could survive without him. That if he got injured, it's a problem. Not just, we'll replace him with somebody else. So show me on the field. Show me against people who are actually in the NFL and not guys who will be in the UFL or in Canada in a few days.
I have no reason to doubt Brad Holmes and his drafting abilities thus far. I can definitely see Tesla as an impact player in this upcoming season. If Tesla gets 500-plus receiving yards and a handful of touchdowns in year one, I will consider him one of the biggest steals of the draft.
Okay, well, we did this earlier, all right? So Tim Patrick. Here's Tim Patrick's stats from last year. I wouldn't be shocked if Tesla outdoes these. Ready? 33 catches, 394 yards, 3 touchdowns, and about 12 yards a catch. I'm telling you. And I'm not
Look, Mike, I guess I'm going to wait to see what the OC Morton does, because we even had a caller say that, you know what, maybe they didn't really target J-Mo the right way. So I want to see how this guy uses J-Mo, and maybe you go for more down the field hits.
Narrative. Yeah, we didn't target him the right way. Guys, he's Deshaun Jackson. There's only one way to target him. He's not a possession receiver. He's a YOLO ball guy. And then we're going to do a little pitchy woo-woo on a reverse and stuff. I love how J-Mo's always the victim in this town. He had a really nice year. What? Oh, we didn't target him the right way. What'd you want him to have? 2,000 yards receiving? He had 1,000. He's not the number one. He's never going to get the target share. No, they targeted him perfectly last year.
I thought so as well, but people are like, you know what, maybe Morton's going to come in there and really feature him. Like, for me, if Tesla is the guy that on a key third down, he becomes Goff's safety blanket, David, to answer that first text, then okay, it was worth the picks because Goff likes him. I love him.
You know what's interesting?
Yeah.
Remember how I said he's Tim Patrick's replacement this year? Like,
Yeah.
will Tim Patrick be here? Tim Patrick, 6'4", 212. Tesla, 6'4", 215. They drafted the exact profile. And again, Patrick was way more athletic before missing 2 years to injuries. I think it's, look, I'm enamored by it. I'm interested. And again, you're right, Rico. Regular season will tell all, but it feels bigger than just some stupid, meaningless catch in a preseason game. 248-539-9797. We'll see what the people have to say about this. If Lion fans can bring themselves to talking about their team, or are you still hiding under your bed because of what Jaden Daniels did to you? All right, let's get dinner in order here. A lot of you guys are busy. I mean, hell, some states, kids are back to school. The point is, bottom line, Hungry Howie's has your dinner solution and a great deal. It is the 73 Classic. I want the same amount of blueberries in each side of this muffin. 73 pepperonis, not 72 or 74.
You know, the year that I
$9.99.
graduated from
Correct. Now, look, 73 plus, you're getting all their best ingredients. In-house made dough, 100% real Mott's, not Wisconsin space cheese. You pick your flavored crust. You can even upgrade to a stuffed crust for $3 more. You need a dinner solution on a Tuesday night? Hungry Howie's has you covered. It's hungryhowies.com. Place your order for a 73 Classic, and thank me later for solving your dinner crisis. Limited time only at Hungry Howie's. All right, straight to the people. We're talking Tesla, and again, not focused on a preseason snap. This is bigger than that. The coverage. How much of it before you start believing, okay, this dude's going to play a role, but it's bigger than just, hey, there's Tesla. Maybe Tim Patrick's not here in 2 weeks. And honestly, with the profile of what you drafted and how eventually you reach can't pay everybody phase, maybe he's J-Mo's replacement in 26. I mean, it's sinister, but it's the business of the NFL. So let's get to the people, see what they've got to say. We'll go to Tim, 97.1. Timmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Tim.
Good, Tim. What's up?
I think you're 100% right. I think that it's not a week 7 or 8 conversation, but it's a week 2 or 3 conversation. There's not one thing that I've watched either on YouTube or during the preseason games or even just clips you see in camp that I don't like about this guy. Played at Hillsdale, made the jump from, Division II to the SEC. Granted, he probably didn't get the targets or the looks that he needed to in Arkansas, but I really think it's more unlikely that he doesn't take over Patrick's spot rather than getting it himself. He does everything the right way. The only thing I'm afraid of is the point that you brought up. Not really afraid. I think he'll be really good, but I think he's more like St. Brown in that I don't think he's a vertical threat than J-Mo. So even if you don't pay J-Mo, you'll have to get someone who could stretch it down the field.
Yeah, it's all fair points. I mean, look, I know the J-Mo thing's a little out there, but when you draft a guy who's 6'4", 220, very athletic, that's primarily a perimeter receiver.
Yeah.
I'm interested. I'm just fascinated by it, Rico.
I mean, Mike, in the sample that I've seen in the few preseason games, as you would like to say, call me a loser. Yes, I would watch the first quarter of the Lions games.
Dedicated to your craft.
But he would get either he's wide open or he has some separation after he makes the catch. He's then able to pick up more yards. So I see where he could come in handy. I want to see how they're going, whether they're going to move him around. Are they going to send him deep? Because I kind of look at Amon-Ra as just kind of the possession receiver on third down. I can't wait to see which routes they put him in and just to see how many times Goff trust him on that key third or fourth down play, because Lord knows the Lions are going to go for it a bunch of times.
Let's go over to John, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey. Yes, sir.
So I completely agree with both of you. I mean, if you go back and look at his film in college, and even like the last caller said at Hillsdale, this guy does not drop passes. He catches everything with his hands. I think it's a huge trait. Like you guys mentioned earlier with Sewell, the guy is a great blocker. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders. And I hope, maybe not hope, but I look forward to him taking I wouldn't go as far to say, week 2 or week 3, but I think by the middle of the season with him, J-Mo, St. Brown, Laporta, et cetera, we could have a real, stellar offense. And then, Mike, I just had a point to make to you.
Yeah.
J-Mo's got this year and then next year on his contract, correct? So, I mean, I don't know if you're implying that he'll be traded or sit out to say, but if we have these guys for the next 2 years, I think we could, cause some damage in the NFC.
Certainly. Yeah, Johnny, I think for me, it's just the way the league works is when you don't pay a receiver, you end up trading him. It's just like how many years did we hear about T. Higgins getting dealt? And then they tagged him multiple times, which won't be an option for this team. Again, George Pickens. Now, Pickens was more of a problem child. You're right. I wonder at what point, John, if you're not going to pay the guy, do you move on, pay Tesla no money? And you know what, John? This is, Rico always says it, like you can't keep everybody all the time. If you have Laporta and the running backs and Amon-Ra, you can only do so much. This is why, John, let me ask you a question, though. Would you agree, though, like with what you're saying? Rico and I believe in windows. Like, I know the GMs in this town don't. It's pure fiction to them. John, this is kind of the last stop for the premium window for the Lions. True or false?
100%. True.
Yeah. That's okay. Yeah. Then that's where we meet in the middle. And that's, Rico, I'm not trying to upset anybody here on a sunny Tuesday, but like, it is going to look different, especially because they handed out so much money this year.
And you haven't even paid Aiden Hutchinson yet. So you don't know what that contract's going to look like.
They keep waiting. That's going to have a 5 in front of it. People are going to freak out.
I don't think they will.
I mean, okay, well, if Micah Parsons. Oh, you mean the people?
People won't freak out about that. No.
Okay. Well, Parsons, if he plays this right, Parsons should get 45 plus.
Mm-hmm.
And then if I'm Aiden's people, I want 50. I'm not telling you it's deserved, earned, whatever. I'm not even having that debate.
Bigger check than Parsons?
Yes. It doesn't go backwards.
It doesn't go backwards, but I guess I would be like, okay, I want close to what Micah Parsons got. I don't know if you can walk in there with a straight face and say, I need more money than Micah Parsons.
Oh, he can walk in there with a straight face. If Parsons gets his first, you got to go above it. That's how it works, man.
Have me rep him. I'll walk in with a horse head on. I want $50 million. Like, I mean, what?
Yeah,
Simple.
The next guy after Hutch.
No, because I guess I'm looking at certain players can walk in there and say, I'm actually better than this guy. I don't think
it's all about timing.
Yeah, I guess. No, I mean, I get it, but $5 million more than
when Matthew Stafford was here and became the highest paid quarterback, everyone said he doesn't deserve it. He hasn't won anything, but it was timing. What else were you going to do?
Fair enough. I mean, but it's a quarterback position, so that just who sits in the magical chair. But the other positions, you kind of got to look and say, okay, this guy set the bar, so I'm going to figure I'm not as good as this person, but I want it close to that person. Or you just delusional, I guess.
No. It's just, I'm not, Rico, I think debating what's right or wrong or justified or not is different than just what these agents and players are doing. I mean, look at the quarterback market. Yeah, there are certain guys, they're not going to be in that Mahomes-Allen thing. Like when Purdy got his deal, that was a ton of money. Did he reset the market? No, but he was close.
Right.
But, like, who's the next guy? Like, the next Mahomes-Allen Burrow type guy. That guy's going to get more than those people.
Yes, that guy. But like I said, there's certain players, I get it. Yes, you're going to be the new market resetter. And then there's others that are like, I'm going to get as close as I can to that person. I know legitimately I'm not as good as that person.
Way this town works, they've already turned Hutch into a Hall of Famer. He's going to get his money.
Okay.
And you may be right. Maybe it'll be a bad idea, whatever.
Please don't take it out. He's going to get every dime he deserves, but I don't. If I'm on the playground and I got the first pick between him and Micah Parsons, I'm going to take Micah Parsons. So that's why I said.
Oh, you're not going to be popular now. Sparta. Let's go to Anthony. 97.1. Anth, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, man.
Good, Anth. What's up?
Well, I won't lie. I was one of the Lions fans that kind of lived under a rock after the Washington game. Kind of broke my spirit after the previous year. And haven't really paid much attention to any of the headlines, but after listening to you guys and all the callers talk about Tesla, kind of gives me a little excitement. Now, not full blown, but it's interesting.
Okay, but so let's rate it out. Do you believe he will replace Tim Patrick this year?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he could get over what Patrick had last year.
Okay. Then that's a guy that's going to play a big role with this team. Because, again, in the NFL, Anthony, you know this. If it's 3rd and 11 and you're the guy that comes up with a 14-yard grab because Amon-Ra was doubled, that's a big play. And it's not a stats thing. It's about actual football. This kid with this profile, if all this coverage is real, that's a hell of an important role for a rookie. And look, Brad Holmes, Anthony, is coming off a year where the draft class was largely terrible, and it didn't impact winning. So it would be a nice bounce back for this draft class to actually provide players who, wait for it, play. And I think you'll get it with Ratledge. You'll get it with Tesla. You're getting it with Tyleek.
Yeah.
So that was kind of my angle. The previous year, guys, you can be butthurt all you want because I didn't kiss Brad Holmes' ass. Terrion Arnold stunk. Rakestraw died. Like, go up and down the list. Vaki was nowhere. I think he had 30 snaps total. Manu didn't play. That was a terrible draft class as it pertains to helping you win now. This year looks to be a far more impactful class.
No, and Mike, I'm hoping because they actually have to, because there is no backups. They are the starters to a lot of these guys that they drafted this year.
Correct.
So
248-539-9797. We will get more of the people. We got football today to do. 97.1.
Hey, if you're a high school senior and you're still kind of figuring out life and you don't know what you're going to do next, why don't you give Lawrence Tech a shot and sign up right now? Because this Friday, August 15th, if you're that high school student starting your pre-college journey and you're looking for some great college experience, make a visit to LTU on just this Friday, August 15th. You're going to learn about the scholarships and the technical jobs that Lawrence Tech provides. You'll also find out about Specs at LTU. So if you want a career in radio, TV, or graphics design, Specs at LTU will also be there. You need to head over to ltu.edu/admission/visits to sign up, because it's going to be this Friday, first come, first serve. You can come out there with your parents. You can ask all the questions. They're going to make sure that you're going to leave there full of knowledge. Call 1-800-CALL-LTU or go online, ltu.edu/admissions/visit.
All right, let's touch table on some football. I have no idea if it's NFL or pro, or excuse me, that's the same thing, and I'm adult. NFL or college. Let's find out with the music, please. Yes. The dumbest sport in all the land, college football.
Maybe so, but we're getting ever so close to week 0, then followed by week 1.
Can I offer you a trivia question?
Sure.
Because I think you'll be interested with this. Do you remember
okay, go ahead.
The whole change they made where the NCAA had the running clock in order to speed up the pace of play?
Yes.
Do you know that all it did was increase the length of games to a staggering 3 hours and 29 minutes? Yet, we're getting 5% fewer plays.
How did that happen?
Commercials. And simply watching every play get replayed. Like with challenges and crap. Continue. I just thought that was super depressing. Shout out Lil Yachty.
Winner.
Winner.
You know what? Let's stick with something so depressing, Mike. It's later on in the list, but let's just start off with it.
Sure.
Guys, this year, do you think you'll see a player do a holdout from whether it's a bowl game or whether it's a big-time game? Money's not right. I want to raise, you need to pay me more. Do you think we'll see some type of a holdout similar to what you're seeing in the NFL?
100% yes. The sport's lost. It's a total joke. Yes, it'll happen.
Yeah, I guess this is the mini NFL. So, yeah, we're definitely going to see what we see there. We're going to see here now because of the money.
Right. So right before the Red River shootout, there's Arch Manning. Well,
yeah,
got to pay up.
I can totally see it. Yes.
Is the pressure off of Ryan Day? I know this sounds ridiculous because they just won the national title, but there's something that's really the fly in the ointment with him. Is the pressure off of Ryan Day?
For now. Go ahead and lose to Michigan again. Watch what happens. I mean, at a certain point, Rico, God, I don't want to get into an argument with people today. Look, bottom line, the way college football is now, Michigan-Ohio State doesn't mean what it used to mean. So I guess losing that game doesn't matter, to your point. In fact, he could lose it every year, still make the playoff, and still win the national title, and they won't care. So you know what? What I was about to answer, I had to change my mind. So, yeah, the pressure's off. Doesn't matter. Hair dye.
See, I disagree with that, Mike, because I do think that the Michigan-Ohio State game is
brought to you by Founders Brewing, all day IPA. So the Tigers at the field tonight against the White Sox. Jack Flaherty will make the start. You can hear the 7:40 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. As long as the weather doesn't get in the way, storms are being forecasted right around first pitch with a flood watch in effect until 12 a.m. on Wednesday as well. The Pistons announced today they would play on Martin Luther King Day for the first time since 2018 against the Celtics on NBC. One of two announced matchups. Another one would be in October. Other scheduling news, Major League Baseball released their postseason schedule for 2025. The wild card round begins on September 30th. Packers QB Jordan Love has what the team calls a little procedure on his thumb. They don't expect him to miss any regular season games, which they open up against the Lions, of course. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 97.1theticket.com.
Because no matter what. Because the fact that you won a national title, but you have to beat Michigan tells you how big that rivalry is. If they went out and lost to Michigan again and won another national title,
then I would say, you know what, they're changing their mind. You know what, it won't matter.
But a lot of the Ohio State fans would be upset, like, but we couldn't beat Michigan? Anyway, we'll move on. How do you guys think that Georgia and Alabama will respond for a lackluster year from last year?
I think it's one of the most fascinating storylines in the sport. I mean, I just don't think I don't think Kalen DeBoer's a fit down there. And you're not going to get a lot of time. Now, we all could see a bit of a disaster coming with Milroe. That's not his type of quarterback. Now we got to see what the hell a Ty Simpson is. And as far as Georgia, look, I said this to Kenny before he left on his sabbatical for wedding and stuff. Kirby's got to make the playoffs here and win some games. And I'm scared about their quarterback situation. I don't believe Gunnar Stockton is this guaranteed superstar guy. And Rico, I wish I could tell you, I'm very uncertain about both of them.
Yeah, because it looks like, I think, Ty Simpson has just been named the Alabama quarterback.
Yeah, he was named the Alabama quarterback yesterday. But I want to focus on Georgia here because I think this first time since he arrived in Georgia, question marks for Kirby. Like, he didn't really have them. He started building, and everyone just trusted him. He had everything he needed. He has no quarterback right now, meaning there's question marks there. We don't know what Gunnar Stockton's going to be. So because of that, this is the first time in a long time I think he's finally had pressure again at Georgia. He has to come through this year. Has to.
Okay. What are the expectations for Rich Rodriguez back at West Virginia?
Bowl game and the touchdown play. You're West Virginia. Honestly. I mean, their offense under Neil Brown has been a snooze. Look, I'm going to sound like such a loser saying this. He did a really nice job at Jacksonville State, and they were fun to watch. And I think a lot of this is about sizzle, Big 12's wide open, year one, bowl game, points, fun, whiz bang pow. But beyond that, it's win the Big 12.
Who has more pressure on them this season, Brent Venables at Oklahoma or Hugh Freeze?
Wow. I hate you. I can't separate those two.
I got a Friday wow. Okay.
It's got to be Auburn, though, because the boosters could The boosters could kidnap Hugh Freeze after week 4. Auburn is a zoo. The way that school runs and the power brokers and the whole thing. I'll say Hugh Freeze, but man, hell is definitely hot for Venables too. But between those two, Hugh Freeze.
I'm also going to say Freeze because we just talked about Georgia and Alabama. The time is now to capitalize on what they're struggling with. Bama's question marks. We don't know what they'll be. We don't know what Georgia will be from this day forward. Auburn has to take the opportunity to step forward there.
Let Michigan go to Oklahoma and win in week 2.
I hear you, though. I do. I hear that.
I mean, Freeze may be fired at the end of the season, but Venables?
That's fair. That's fair.
Who wins the breakup? Nico Iamaleava or Tennessee?
Tennessee. Better program, stronger support, stronger infrastructure. I think UCLA is a dead as a doorknob. And Nico, I didn't love him with great supporting cast. What the hell is he going to look like with those D-listers out there?
But he'll be playing in the Rose Bowl.
It doesn't count if there ain't nobody there. Jeez.
According to all the reports coming out of camp, Nico looks amazing. He's doing things that they've never seen before.
What, complete a pass?
But here's the other side of it. They have no talent in UCLA, so of course they've never seen anything like that before. There's nothing else around him.
Fair enough. Who crashes the college football playoff, a.k.a. what you saw Arizona State do? Go from a nobody to we're in.
Oh, boy. So this would have to be a real long shot, nobody remotely close, right?
Right, correct.
Okay. What about a team that spends a ton of money? They are in an off-brand conference. What about Louisville?
Okay.
You got an offensive coach in Brom. You got major NIL down there. You don't have a roadblock of playing in the Big Ten or the SEC. Plus, you dominate the helmet game. What about Louisville?
Okay. I can see Louisville. David?
I mean, they're more of a bigger program, quote unquote. They just haven't been good in a long time. I'm going to stick with Nebraska here because they do have Michigan at home. Maybe they can find a way to get that victory there. And they only have Penn State as a big-time school on the road. So with the college football playoff, 1 or 2 losses can maybe get you in.
You know what, guys? Both of those are fair. Go ahead, Mike.
Now, I'll give you one more. And I want you to hear, just so Rico can make fun of me, David, I'm in a good mood. This is the year Texas A&M gets it right. What about a Marcel Reed ascension, year 2 in the Colin Klein offense?
Yes, and they're in the SEC, though, so I think they would get the bump. So if they were close, they would be in.
Lose 3 games and still get in?
Yes. Finally, which week 1 matchup are you most excited for? Texas at Ohio State, Notre Dame at the U in Miami, LSU at Clemson, or VTech at South Carolina?
I'll say for the pressure index, the LSU game.
No. The Mikey Index. Which one? If you could only watch
Texas,
one, which one?
No, Texas, Ohio State. I mean, I
Not
just
the
I have
Cockaboos?
to see. No, because I can't wait to see what Julian Sayin and Arch Manning actually are. That's theater.
Okay.
Now, never forget what Fox took from us. That should be a night game.
I know.
So, F you, Big Noon Kickoff. I hate your existence.
Well, everybody likes games at noon. What are you talking about, Mike?
Yeah, signed Orville Redenbacher.
I'm actually looking
you've got to be
forward.
9. Yeah, that goofball as well.
I'm looking forward actually to Western and Michigan State.
Okay. You know, David, I hope you get diarrhea.
That's your college football blitz 97.
All right, football season. Elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC. The tailgating starts with the right truck, a 26 Sierra Elevation. Lease it right now, Moran Buick GMC. $199 a month, $999 down. Sierra's perfect for all the tailgating, whether it's, and also for up north folks too. At $199 a month, I mean, what are we doing here? It's the lowest price you'll ever get it at. 25 Buick Encore GX, $249 a month, $1499 down. Both are 24-month leases. And don't forget, always check stock, MoranExpress.com, and get that certified service. Quick, simple, done. Book online, get the free loaner car. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. Tesla, me being unreasonable to MSU, and even David launching at Travis Kelce. It's all there for you. And also, Cash the Ticket is back. Jim and I are actively recording episodes. All your previews, all your stuff will be out, including kind of what Jim and I sat down this spring and talked about evolving this podcast and doing more of what we want to do. So just check it out. And if you don't want to, well, the hell with it. No skin off my back. Ticket. Oh yeah. I should have Luke Sloan do the promos.
Welcome to Cash the Ticket.
WWJ. All right. Why does our Luke Sloan morph into Bill Walton?
I don't know.
No, rest in peace.
I don't know, Michael.
Jeff, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys, what's going on? We got a big game that might not be played at 7:45.
Yeah, flood warning?
Not great.
Not ideal. Can I get your opinion on Tesla real quick? Am I going too far? I felt a little bit like you today.
What do you mean? Overselling something? I've never done that. No,
just a touch.
I think considering he's working out with the ones and he's been pretty dominant in what we've actually seen, and then tomorrow we get the joint practices, which everybody's going to be tweeting.
Are you going down there for that?
No, but I don't think you're going overboard. I mean, so far he's been, nobody can argue, a bright spot in camp. So I'm down, and he's going to take Tim Patrick's job. I think that's pretty apparent as well.
Yeah, and I'm good with it. I mean, no disrespect to Tim Patrick, who battled his ass off to come back after 2 years away, but he's 31, 32 years old. This is a young man's game. I think Tesla would provide something he can at this stage of his career. Plus, I bet you they could trade Patrick. There are plenty of teams that need a Tim Patrick.
You think so?
I think they could.
A veteran. Hey, Rico, smartass, your team's one of them.
Mike, there's a bunch of receivers out there they could take, and they're not looking at any of them. So I don't know what they're doing with that wide receiver. But, I mean, he's Juwan Jennings, though.
No, my point is you need options.
That's true.
A veteran, low ego, high output.
Somebody gets hurt for sure.
Hey, maybe he become the target for famous Jameis.
I'm fine with that. Rico, there's nothing you can say that hurts me with my team. We are
okay,
horrible.
Mike, seriously.
I know this.
I know it's preseason. I was like, your quarterback room.
Oh,
it's
no.
fun.
It's upgraded from where it's been. Can we agree upon that?
I just want Jameis to be the starter because he's an amazing quote.
What are you doing next, Jeff? I'm ignoring that remark.
All right, which one? All right, so I have a question. You guys can feel free to answer it as well. Tigers won yesterday 2-1, right? And they've won 9 of their last 14. The problem is
First
they played
70, are they?
some really no, they're not there. They have 69 wins, 69, but they played some really lousy teams. So I simply put on social media yesterday, Michael. I know you're big on social media.
There's your first mistake.
In the last 4 games, you got 2 big swings, one from Torque and one from Vierling, to save you from losing the 2 subpar teams. And people were furious. They thought it was a negative slant. So it got me wondering all day, what do people think about this team? Is it simply best record in the last calendar year, happy to be relevant, going to the postseason, going to win the division? Or are more people like me, which I'm bummed because I don't think this team can do anything in the postseason.
The calendar year thing is not relevant because what you did last season doesn't count.
And I agree, but fans do eat that stuff up.
I get it, and every time I hear that, I'm thinking, okay, you know what? Live in your own reality because how you finished last September means nothing.
They got losing records against 500 teams that are above 500 teams and against playoff teams, current playoff teams. So I look at this team as they didn't do enough at the deadline, and I don't think they're going to go very far, which is a total bummer. I think other fans look at this team as, dude, we're really good, and last year we would have killed for this. So I'm curious where the fan base is at.
I think you know the answer, but sure, go for it. I mean, you're like a masochist with a topic like this. You're asking for abuse, and it's not even about whether you're right or wrong. But it's almost like if you walked into the Democratic National Convention or Republican National Convention and just trolled them, you'd be like, ooh, let me see how this is going to work. Ooh, you know what's going to happen.
I don't think I'm trolling anybody. I truly